Namaste. Shuklambaradharam Vishnum Shashivarnam Chaturbhujam Prasannavadanam Jayet Sarvavighnopashantaye Sarvavighnopashantaye Tandavam sahajam yasya Paramanuswarupinaha Divyarupam Shivam Shantam Vande Shambhumapatim Vande Shambhumapatim. Welcome to this symposium on Jati, Varna and Caste, which is the symposium in the series of symposiums that have been started recently by Indica. As you know, Indica works for the protection, preservation and promotion of Indic culture, Hindu Renaissance. And as part of its activities, it has been conducting symposiums, conferences, workshops. Conferences was the first idea. We used to have conferences in the beginning, and we have already reached 25 in the number of conferences. And in the format of conferences, we have a call for papers. Scholars send their abstracts, and some of them get selected, and those selected papers are presented. But it usually includes a given number of invited scholars also. After a while, we thought that these invited scholars can be separately invited for a program. That is what is symposium. Symposium has no selected papers from the abstracts or something like that. It is just all invited scholars only. This program today is also such a program of such an event of speeches by, talks by invited scholars. We choose the scholars based on their expertise. So we have invited experts only in the field. Earlier, we had symposiums on various topics. One of them was actually connected to this Jati topic only because it is on Jati Puranas. We had a symposium on Jati Puranas. We had a symposium on Devadasi tradition also. And there were symposiums on many other topics like that. And then we thought this is a very burning topic, so we should take it up, this topic of Jati, Varna and Caste. And what is interesting is, number one, I should tell you that the word Jati has become popular and has come into circulation only recently, only because of the work of Indic scholars. Earlier in literature, earlier in sociological literature or anthropological literature, there were only two words. Caste, which is the word, English word that they use for the system, that sociological situation that we are talking about. And the word Varna that they drew from Sanskrit texts. But gradually, the words like Jati, which is a Hindi word, which is popular all over India, among the South Indian languages, even Tamil uses the word Jadi. But in Telugu and Kannada, they use the words kula, kula in Kannada, kulamu in Telugu. These words have come into vogue because of the discussions from the Indic side to tell the world that there is a different system than Varna. The studies on caste in fields like sociology and anthropology are not at all rare. In fact, it has been a very big topic in the sociology of and anthropology of India. There were Indian scholars like M.N. Srinivas, T.N. Madan. There were foreign scholars like Louis Dumont, Mackie Marriott, and there were later new Indian scholars from a leftist perspective like Gurrier, and there were sociologists like Andhra Bethle. So there was a very big amount of academic study on caste. But ultimately, what resulted is every time one or the other kind of misunderstanding and misrepresentation of the system. My teachers of cultural anthropology used to tell me that to check the validity of your study, you have to go back to the people whom you have studied and check with them whether their perspective and your representation are matching or not. I don't think any of these anthropological scholars ever did this. That is so unfortunate. Because if you go back to the people who are living in these systems like Jati and Varna and check whether the representation of that system in their uh, academic studies matches with the local understanding or not, there is an ample difference. There is a very big gap between the reality as perceived by the participants in the system and its representation in the academic studies. Another immediate trigger for this kind of discussions today is the recent uh, increased attack on the Hindu society, taking caste as a topic. And it went to such an extent that recently a journal came up whose name is Caste itself. Caste is the name of the research journal, international research journal. And it says that it studies discriminations all over the world, social discriminations all over the world. And all those worldwide social discriminations are being called as caste by it. And there are books also which say that caste is universal, caste is everywhere. And that creates a big problem for uh, people, diaspora who went abroad, when they say or when they are perceived as people following caste. And that is already leading to laws being made against caste discrimination and all that. So that is again another trigger for an increased response from the Indic side towards representations or misrepresentations, understandings or misunderstandings of this system. When we come to this Indic response also, it is not monolithic. That is what you are going to see this whole day. Throughout the day, you are going to see that the scholars are not going to speak in a single voice. Every scholar that is going to be talking in this symposium is from the Indic side only. They are not, none of them is a Hindu phobic scholar. None of them is a left liberal scholar. None of them wants to talk against India as a culture based using this Jati Varna caste. But how to deal with this question of Jati or Varna or caste? In this, there are diverse opinions, not just diverse, sometimes even conflicting and contradicting opinions among the Indic scholars themselves. That is what actually makes this symposium very special compared to the earlier symposiums we conducted. In all the earlier symposiums, opinions were almost harmonious. If you are talking about Jati Puranas, almost the same, or Devadas is almost the same. But today, the opinions are going to be from within Indic tradition only, but there are going to be sometimes apparently conflicting, sometimes conflicting to certain extent. A nuanced difference of opinion might exist among various scholars. These differences have a thread. The conflict has a thread in it. It is this. We can actually call this a spectrum of ideas about Jati, Varna, and caste. At the one end, one extreme of the spectrum, there are uh, traditional scholars who think that Varna system has nothing wrong in it, and the criticism that it has led to problems is just an imagination. People lived harmoniously in this country. All the differences that are now being talked about are just being created by the colonial rulers or the shenanigans or something like that. And on the other extreme, on the Indic side, you have a group of scholars who think that no, India has to get rid of Varna, Jati, caste, whatever it is. Annihilation of caste is necessary here. This is a wrong system that has come into existence in the course of history of India. So it has lived its life beyond its expiry. It has to go. We have to somehow send it out. And in between these two extreme ideas, you have people who try to explain that there are it is not as romantic, as idealized as some people try to make it out. Actually, there were issues, there were problems, there were dissatisfactions, there were protests, there were discussions, even in the history of India, um, towards Varna or towards Jati or whatever. And there are some scholars who argue that that is the beauty of Hindu system, that unlike some other religions where reform is positively, consciously opposed, Hindu system, Hindu tradition always had a scope for reformation, and these reformations included the reformations in the area of Jati Varna also. There were ideas, counter ideas, debates, discussions around this topic articulated in written text, oral text, and all that. And there are some scholars who did empirical studies on how actually these systems are working on the ground. Particularly, scholars inspired by Professor S.M. Balagangadhara of Belgium. Scholars like Duncan Zalki and others, they wanted to see how that theorization by Professor S.M. Balagangadhara actually works. And one of the online magazine platforms of Indica, called Indica Facts, India Facts published a collection of all these empirical studies by scholars inspired by Professor S.M. Balagangadhar and others also, how they were checking whether the present theorizations from the left liberal side, the contemporary academic side, and all that match with the reality or not. And the other extreme of no, you should go also has a Reformation movement influence. In the 19th century, when there was this Reformation movement, movements like Arya Samaj, Brahma Samaj, at that time, there was this theory that the Dharma Shastras had interpolations. They wanted to make corrections. They wanted to bring a cleaned up version of these Dharma Shastra texts like Manusmriti. And recently, the statement of the RSS head Bhagavad also was talking about these interpolations. So there is this theory of interpolations in Dharma Shastras. So you have an entire range, a spectrum of scholars from one end to the other, and those who talk about the system should go, the Jati Varna has to go, are sometimes looked at as those people who are actually victims of the guilt that has been imposed on India from outsiders. So they use the word guilt tripping. You are getting into guilt tripping. And those who are at the other extreme of everything is fine, there are no protests, there are no dissatisfactions, it is all created, also are criticized for their unnecessary idealization and romanticization of the reality. So, in between these two, truth must lie somewhere, and we, the Indic scholars, have to put our heads together and try to see where we can take a consistent opinion, or a completely consistent picture can never be possible, but at least try to understand each other when we express our ideas. At least we can present to the world that this is the range of ideas that exists within Indic circles with regard to Jati, Varna, and Caste. So, with this introduction, I would like to now request the first speaker of the symposium, Sri Srinivas Udumudi Garu, to present his paper. Actually, I met him as one of the founding and foundational scholars of Indic Academy. Udumudi Garu.
Yes, Nagaraj Garu. Hello.
Okay.
Yeah. I enabled my video and I've already sent my presentation to V. Srinivas. I hope he'll be able to.
Yes. So I have to tell you that whoever has met Udumudi Garu, particularly at his home, knows how big a library he has and how well read he is, how voracious a reader he is. And among the Indic Academy family members, he is one of the most scholarly and well read Indological scholar. He was a former director at Indica Academy and former convener of Indica, Hyderabad. Sri Srinivas has deep interest in history of ancient Indian thought and is a keen follower of various schools of thought, providing counters to colonial Indian self. Sri Srinivas has a BTech in computer science and worked towards a master's in computer science artificial intelligence in the US. He currently heads India's premier genetics and genomics laboratory based out of Hyderabad. Kudumudi garu, over to you.
Thank you very much, Nagaraj Garu. So I'm waiting for the presentation to be started by V. Srinivas. Okay. Okay. Can you do full screen? Yeah. Okay, thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. After communicating the title of the presentation, I realized, while working on it, that there's too much. I've actually bitten off too much. There's too much to present in a short amount of time, and I think we're already 6 minutes delayed. So I'll, if I appear to be, going too fast, please do understand that, it's because I want to cover most of the presentation. I'm hoping that a paper, would be published out of this on Indica Academy's one of the online magazines, where I'll be able to present a much more detailed picture. So, okay. Srinivas? Hello?
So please go ahead. I'll change the slide.
Okay, I mean, no, but I'm trying to, so how do I move the slide?
No, you can ask ask Srinivas garu saying next. They will.
I see. Okay. Fine. No issues.
I'll try to give you the access.
No problem. I'll keep asking you to do the next. Okay. So this is briefly the plan for the presentation. As you can see, there's a lot to cover. Next slide, please.
Srinivas garu, next.
Yes. So, before getting into, the thinking that was in place during the Buddhist times or, 2000 years later during Vemana's times, I thought it is right to quickly provide an overall picture of, what the concept of Varna actually meant in the past and how it evolved over a period of time. What I'd like to mention here is that I won't be touching upon the concept of caste at all. I'll be mostly talking about Varna and a little bit about Jati. Of course, I mean, in the conclusion, I would like to bring into the concept of the caste as well. But my presentation is mostly about Varna. Now, the concept of Varna starts off in the Vedas. There are only two references to the word Varna in the sense of a group of people in Rig Veda. Of course, it also means many other things like color and appearance and things like that. And there are several usages of such a meaning, a word for such a meaning in Rig Veda. But when it comes to usage as a group of people, it only occurs twice, right? In one place, it is used with the phrase, where it says, dasam varnam, right? And the second occurrence also, it appears in a similar context where it says dasyun praryam varnam, right? So it is actually referring to a group of people called dasas or dasyus as a varnam, or aryas as a varnam. So it is pitting against each other two groups, Dasyos and Aryas, and it is calling these two groups Varnam. Okay, please move to the next slide, please. So what is interesting is that we all know that in Rigveda, the 10th mandala and the 90th sukta, we have Purusha Suktam, where for the first time there is a reference to the Varna concept in terms of mentioning Brahmana, Kshatriya, Vaishya, and Shudra, these four words at a single place together for the first time. So what is interesting to know is that the word Varna itself is not used in Purusha Sukta. Similarly, the words Brahmana and Kshatriya appear several times in Rigveda, but the word Varna is not used, along with these two words. Similarly, the word Vis appears several times, but it actually doesn't mean Vaishya as we understand today, but it actually means common people or people in general. Similarly, if you take the Atharva Veda, also the word Vaishya occurs several times. And even in Rigveda, Brahma, Kshatram, and Vis, these three words are used together, but the word Varna or Varnam doesn't come. Similarly, the word Sudra appears only once in Rigveda, but it also appears again twice in Atharva Veda in the same sukti. So, as we can understand, though Varna as a concept becomes extremely important subsequently, in Rigveda itself, it is definitely not already being conceived in the way that we know about it in later times, right? So, assuming we go with the date lines that are estimated by Sri Shrikant Talagiriji, we would say that would be around 1500 BC, which is approximately is a dating for the 10th mandala of Rigveda, which is around 3500 years ago. Next slide, please. So quickly we will go over the differences in Samhitas and Brahmanas. So most of the other Samhitas and the Brahmanas are actually composed during the subsequent period from 1500 BCE all the way to 600 BCE. And you will see that consistently again and again the word Aryas is being used only for the first three Varnas, which is Brahmana, Kshatriya, Vaishya. And Shudra is being addressed separately. This we see several times. And this continues into Dharma Sutras as well, referring to the first three Varnas as Aryas and the fourth Varna, which is Shudra, separately. Similarly, Samhitas and Brahmanas already start talking about the duties of Brahmana, Kshatriya. And we also understand from the readings that it doesn't seem to be birth-based at that time. Like for example, people in the same family, one of them could be one Varna and other could be a different Varna. So we see multiple instances of that. Similarly, there are multiple stories in addition to Purusha Sukta. In Taittiriya Brahmana as well, there is a small description of how the Varnas have actually come about. Again, as we can see, the Satapada Brahmana also uses the word Varna along with the four names, the Brahmana, Kshatriya, Vaishya, and Sudra for the first time. Similarly, Brihadaranyaka Upanishad also similarly uses the word Varna along with these four words. Yeah, next slide, please. So now, next we come to Vedanga literature, which is the Shrota Sutras, Grihya Sutras, and Dharma Sutras. So what we realize is that even in Satapada Brahmana, for example, there are instances where there are marriages across Varnas. So clearly during the Satapada Brahmana composition period, Varna and Gotra is not important in terms for the purposes of marriage. But very quickly, in Shrota Sutras and Grihya Sutras and Dharma Sutras, maybe not in Grihya Sutras. It's very clearly mentioned. One of the rules for marriage is that they should be within the Varna, and any marriage across the Varna would actually create mixed Varnas, which are described in specifically in Dharma Sutras. So it is only in Dharma Sutras for the first time we see a very clear and complete conception and description of the conception of Varnashrama Dharma. Both the concepts of Varna, the concept of Ashrama, the concept of Dharma, all of these, along with all the other concepts which are usually found along with the concept of Varnashrama Dharma, for the first time brought out very clearly in Dharma Sutras. Next slide, please. So, according to most of the Indologists, the Dharma Sutras are composed around 600 BCE to around 200 BCE, Dharma Sutras. So there's a lot of reference to Dharma Shastras and Dharma Sutras at the same time. And there is also a reference to the concept of Niti Shastra, Danda Niti, and Ardha Shastra around the same time. So most likely, all of these classes of texts were existent, contemporaneously. But one of the oldest Dharma Sutra texts that has come down to us is the Apastamba Dharma Sutra. It is estimated to be somewhere around 600 BCE, right? And you can see the description that I have given here in this slide is that which we get from Apastamba Dharma Sutra. So Apastamba Dharma Sutra very clearly mentions these are the 4 Varnas, and this is the order of superiority, right? Who can go Upanayana? Only the first 3 Varnas can undergo Upanayana, undertake Vedic studies, and also set up sacred fires, yajna basically. Right? It provides clearly the duties of the Varnas and the occupations that are allowed and not allowed, and those which are allowed during the adversity. It also very specifically mentioned the low position of Sudras, and it specifically compares them to Aryas. The first 3 Varnas are called here also Aryas. So food offered by Sudras cannot be taken. Right, food touched by Sudras cannot be taken, and Sudras are also supposed to be serving the other 3 classes. So the kind of a description that we see, it's described as a servile class. And the concept of Dvija is also mentioned. The concept of ashramas are very clearly mentioned, and the duties of various varnas within various ashramas are very clearly given. Right, similarly. The food restrictions also start appearing. It's still not against each Varna, but it's very clearly shown that meat eating was allowed in the Brahmana Varna at that point in time. The concept of outcast and untouchability is very clearly mentioned. It talks about Chandalas who are not supposed to be touched, not supposed to be spoken to, and not supposed to be seen. Right, and there are prayaschittas that are available in case you happen to do that. Similarly, the householder, Grihastha Ashrama is given most importance, and all the duties are very clearly explained, along with describing the rights, the inheritance laws, the marriage rules. And Rajadharma is very clearly, and separately described. Not much content is there in that, probably because Dandaniti and the Niti Shastras and Ardha Shastra texts already were in existence at that point in time, which probably handled that material and content in an extensive fashion. Next slide, please. One thing I wanted to mention about the previous slide is that even Apastamba Dharma Sutra very clearly talks about the adjudication process, the judiciary, and the process of the witnesses, and how to basically go about with the process of lawsuits around 600 BC, right? So very clearly, as we can see, there is a very clear concept of Varna and Jati that is becoming clearer. And here, what we see from this, I will describe. But one thing that we start seeing is reference to a group of people called Sramanas, right? And this we see in Upanishads as well as some of the Brahmanas. They're talking about Sramanas as a group of people who do something like tapas, right? And they have a different methodology of doing dhyana or meditation or tapas, right? We keep hearing about them. And also we keep seeing references to other regions of Bharatavarsha. Of course, the term Bharatavarsha is not yet used at that time, but the term Aryavarta is used and the term Madhyadesha is used, which is mostly referring to central northern India. And a lot of references are being made to countries to the east, like Magadha, Anga, Vanga, countries to the west, like Saurashtra, and countries to the south, like Asmaka, Molaka, Andhra, these sort of countries. And these countries are known as non-Vedic countries of mixed blood, what are called mixed blood or mixed varnas. And it is clearly written in this text that the Vedic ideal of Varnashrama Dharma is not at all followed or not completely followed in these regions, right? And so by the time we start seeing emergence of Buddhism and Jainism, or Buddhists and Jainas, the concept of mixed varnas has already come about. Apastamba Dharma Sutra doesn't specifically have a section for mixed varnas like the other Dharma Sutras have, like other Dharma Sutras like Gautama Dharma Sutra, Baudhana Dharma Sutra, Vashishta Dharma Sutra. All these Dharma Sutras have specific sections for mixed varnas, like all the other smritis later on. But Apastamba Dharma Sutra doesn't have. But it does refer to the terms which are commonly used in the other Dharma Sutras. But by the time of Buddhists and Jainas, the concept of mixed varnas was already existing. And very interestingly, the names of the so-called mixed varnas are, as you would see, either ethnic, regional, linguistic groups. So these are not, they appear like jatis, right? The word jati is also used much later. For example, in Yajnavalkya Smriti, the word jati is used. But the word jati is not used yet in the Dharma Sutras. But these groups which are being talked about in mixed varnas are actually ethnic, regional, and linguistic in nature. And Dharma Sutras also assign certain occupations to them. Of course, they all belong to the Sudra Varna only, with a few exceptions. But specific occupations are assigned to them. See, as you would notice, Dharma Sutra texts do not mention any occupations specific. I mean, they do not list all the occupations. See, there is already emergence of cities, and the civilization has really, become very complex. By the time it is around 600 BC, right? So the number of different occupations are in hundreds. And those specific occupations which are mentioned in Dharma Sutras are very few in nature, and that too only occasionally. So there is no specific attempt in Dharma Sutras to list all the vrittis. It is only listing the varnas and giving the duties, right? So probably at that time, there is no confusion in terms of mapping varnas to the vrittis or the categories of vrittis or the groups of vrittis, probably, right? So this is what we see. And very clearly, it is unequivocally mentioned that Varna is birth-based, right? And also the concept of rebirth, is also used to explain the concept of punishment in this life or the next life, or birth into a specific Varna. Okay, next slide, please. So that is the concept of Varna as it existed around the time when Buddhists were around, right? So now let's very quickly, go through what it is that we see in the Buddhist literature, happening. So the standard story is that the Shramana movement competed with the Brahmanas in redefining the ancient Indian society. They have attempted to create a casteless, egalitarian society, right? They have rejected caste completely, and they wanted equality of all classes, and it was actually evil Brahmanas, who have eliminated all these Ramanas, the Buddhists, from the country and all of this. This is the standard story. But of course, a lot has been said about it. Way back in 1930 itself, it was said we no longer live in the days when it was permissible to represent Buddhism or Jainism as attempts at social reform directed against the caste system. Very clearly, 1930 itself, it was written. So what it is that the Sramanas have actually done, if that is the case? Sramanas have rejected birth-based Varna. Sramanas have rejected Brahmin supremacism. Sramanas provided equal place for Sudras in their religious domains. And the concept of Varnashrama Dharma was actually not opposed, nor were the concepts of Varnas opposed. Their discussions were primarily around who is a true Brahmana and how do you define a true Brahmana. And of course, the Sramanas were in competition with the Brahmanas for getting royal patronage in the various religious streams that were coming up, and the huge empires that were born around that time. Next slide, please. So so the Buddhist attitude towards Varna in the recent times as well, and it was not just in 1930s, but the discussions have continued, because the wrong notions have continued and they have only becoming stronger and stronger. So in recent times, several people have criticized these notions. In 1986, there's an excellent paper by Y. Krishan that was published in the Journal of International Association of Buddhist Studies, where he says Buddha unwittingly strengthened the concept of Varna by explaining it through the concept of karma and rebirth. And Y. Krishan also provides 20 to 30 different references where Buddha actually supports and strengthens the concept of Varnashrama Dharma. Though, of course, he's criticizing it, but he's actually trying to strengthen it. Similarly, in the book Western Foundations of the Caste System, chapter 5, were Shramana and Bhakti movements against the caste system, Martin Farek beautifully defends this position. He says it is clear both Buddhist and Vaishnava Bhaktas asserted Varna Dharma as the best form of society. Even the Pali canon does not offer any evidence for the Buddhist rejection of Brahmanas and Varna Dharma as such. Right? The same is true of Chaitanya, Vaishnava teaching and all of that. So the primary discussion was around what makes somebody a Brahmana, right? And of course, we also know about Duncan Jalke's paper on important groundbreaking paper on Vachanas. Next slide, please. Okay, so Nagaraj Garu. Hello.
Please.
Sir, I started 6 minutes late, so I hope I will get.
Yeah. Sure.
Okay. I have some more slides. So there's a lot.
You have 8 minutes more.
No, sir, I have 15 minutes more.
Okay.
Okay, sir. So if you go to suttacentral.net or buddhisttext.net, there are hundreds of websites which have completely digitized versions of Buddhist texts, not just the Tripitakas, but also the complete Jataka stories and a lot of other secondary material as well. And you can actually search through this material using keywords like Suddha for Sudra, or Brahmana, Vesa for Vaishya, Katya for and also other terms like caste or Varna for Varna and things like that. And you will see that vast proportion of this material is actually addressing these concepts, right? The most important texts, including the Dhammapada, has a big section on addressing this very concept of Varna Dharma and what does it mean to be a true Brahmana. But I'd like to very quickly analyze this one particular sutta called Agganna Sutta. This is basically a competing, a version of world's first anthropological theory on human societies. It competes with Purusha Sukta in describing how the Varnas have come about. So I'll very quickly, go through the story. It is all dark. There was no time. There were no seasons, no sun, no moon. There were only self-luminous beings, right, going around the universe. Suddenly the earth emerged, and these self-luminous beings then started, taking refuge on earth, and they started eating the earth. And then when they started eating the earth, their luminosity reduced, and the sun and the moon appeared. And from eating the earth, they have developed their bodies. Some of them were good looking, some of them were ugly, and the good looking people were arrogant about their good looks. Right? Slowly, the female and male sexual organs appeared on these beings, and they were attracted to each other, and they started having sex. At one point in time, they thought, they felt more comfortable indulging in sexual intercourse inside their own homes. So they built their homes, and they were indulging in sexual activity inside their homes. At one point in time, they have turned really, and before that, they were not only eating earth, but over a period of time, several plants have come about, and even rice plants have come about. So every day in the morning and in the evening, they would go and eat rice. But once they started living in their own homes, can you please go to the next slide, please? They became lazy, and they started not going to eat this rice on a daily basis. Can you please go back one slide? I think you've come here. So they started not eating rice on a daily basis. Slowly that came down to eating it maybe in a week's time and things like that. So they started stocking rice. So they would go pick up a large amount of rice and stock it in their homes. So then people started living in their own homes, stocking all this rice in their homes. And while doing it, they realized that there's not much land where the rice is coming up, and they had to demarcate all the lands. And while demarcating the lands and getting their stocks, they started fighting among themselves. And when they started fighting among themselves, they realized that it is better to have one person who has great, charismatic figure, and who has great authority, a handsome person, as their a person who would adjudicate among themselves. They call that person Mahajanena Sammato, which is the Buddhist name for Manu, right? And that was the first Kettanampati. That is the Katya. That is, he's the first Kshatriya, right? So then they started, living in their homes, and some of them went into the forest. They started meditating, and they were thinking about all the morals, right, in the society, and they were also doing yajnas and all that. These people were called Jayakas, which is Brahmanas. Some of the Jayakas didn't want to live in the forest. They came to the cities and started working on texts. They are called Ajayakas, which are Brahmanas, right? And then some of the people, started taking up, high repute professions. High repute meaning Visuta, so which means that's why they're called Vesas. And those people who were left over, they started, leading cruel and mean lives, and they were called Suddas, right? So this is how the Varnas have come about, right? So, and those people who were, practicing meditation at home and all, they became ascetics at a later point in time, and a rebirth was instituted as an institution, and then they realized the suffering and pain of the multiple births, and eventually they cultivated wisdom, which led them attain nirvana as arahants, right? So this is the story. So as you can see, this is a competing story to Purusha Sukta. And if you analyze it a little bit, there's not much time to analyze it, but you can see Kshatriyas are the first Varna which came about, not Brahmanas. Because in Purusha Sukta, first Brahmanas came, and then Kshatriyas came, and then Vaishyas and Sudras. But here, Kshatriyas would come out. Second, you would notice that they created an ideal Brahmana and a degenerate Brahmana. The ideal Brahmana would live in forests and meditate and would beg for food. And the degenerate Brahmana would live in cities and work with texts, right? So this is their concept of Purusha Sukta. Clearly, when Buddhists are attacking Brahmanas, or when they're indulging in debates with the Brahmanas, this is the concept of how the Varnas have come about, which they have in their minds when they debate with the Brahmanas. And in their debates, they're consistently again and again talking about who is a true Brahmana. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Yeah. So, as you can see, what are the concepts that are engaging the Buddhists as far as the Varnashrama Dharma is concerned? So the concepts that are engaging them are, one, who is a true Brahmana? Two, how do you handle arrogance of Brahmanas by birth? Brahmanas who are pursuing other vocations, pursuing other activities as vrittis, but still are proud about their Brahmanatva. So how to handle the arrogance of such Jati Brahmanas or Brahmana Bandhus. Brahmana Bandhu, of course, as a term came up later on. Now, they're also talking about Varna as something which is based on character, practice, and knowledge. And it is not based on birth. They're very clear and adamant about that. And clearly, they list several occupations. And they say the particular occupation of a Brahmana is also an occupation which could be taken up by others, but it has a certain adhikara or requirements, and they have a very detailed description of the requirements, right? And most of those requirements are extremely hard to achieve and would match, maybe somebody like a Buddha, and they would say those are the people who are true Brahmanas. The Buddha is actually a true Brahmana, even though he's a born Kshatriya, right? Similarly, there are other things that they are violating intentionally. They don't give any importance to yajnas. They call them, himsa yukta, right? So they want ahimsa. They don't want Veda yajnas. I mean, Vaidika yajnas. Similarly, they're against Vedic orthodoxy in terms of all social and religious aspects, right? So the Dharma Sutras don't mean anything to them at all. Similarly, they have, from a religious perspective, they have established their own, rational doctrines, which many Brahmanas have actually joined them in, spreading across the country. And they contributed a lot to reduction of prestige of Brahmanas in the eyes of the royalty and reduction of patronage among Brahmanas, which led to a very degenerate status for Brahmanas and severe competition among these people for royal patronage. Right, next slide, please. So, I just did this quick analysis. Ardhashastra provides the complete list of all the occupations which are supported by the royalty. Not all occupations in the society, occupations supported by the royalty, and what sort of salaries are given. And, you can see the one on the right, Brahmana, Kshatriya, Vaishya, and Sudra. You can see the relative salaries and all that, right? Kshatriyas obviously are highest paid. Vaishyas are also very highly paid. Brahmanas are very lowly paid, except for magistrates. Sudras are also quite lowly paid. But as far as the those Brahmanas who are next to the royalty in terms of the royal Purohita or Advaryu, Ritvik, or the royal Acharya, they're paid extremely well as the Queen Mother and the Crown Prince. Next slide, please. So the Buddhists continued to criticize Varna system. Ashwagosha, who is a Brahmana who lived in this period of 50 BC to 50 CE, he wrote a text called Vajrasuchika. It is also called, Vajrasuchi. It is also called Vajrasuchika Upanishad, which talks about who is a true Brahmana, right, and provides a thorough criticism of Varnashram Dharma. Similarly, in 550 CE to Pramana Vartika of Dharmakirti, he also provides a criticism of the Varna and Varnashrama Dharma. And he says, the 5 marks of crass stupidity of witless men are unquestioned authority of Vedas, belief in a world creator, purification to ritual bathings, arrogant division into castes, and arrogant, Brahman supremacy, and practice of mortification to atone for sin. Next slide, please. Okay. So over the period of time, Dharma Shastras have come, and even Ardhashastra, was published in a very detailed fashion, which addressed the, the aspect of Vyavahara, which is the legal aspects in a very, very detailed fashion, much more than the Dharma Sutras. But one thing that has not changed from Dharma Sutras is the description of the Varnas and description of the duties of the Varnas. And there is no mention of the vrittis and occupations, and the description of the mixed Varnas remained exactly the same. So whether you take a particular Dharma Shastra text which was written in 600 CE or that which was written in 600 BCE, the description of duties and occupations and mixed castes remained the same, even though the society itself has become more and more complex, in these thousand years. Next slide, please. So actually, Vijnaneshwara, who is the creator of Mitakshara, which is the commentary on Yajnavalkya Smriti, which is most used across the country, he mentions that the reason why they don't mention is that you should be able to use logic to be able to derive all such data and details on why jatis were proliferating. So that is the first time they're actually talking about jatis that were existing in the Indian society somewhere around 1000 CE. And trying to use mixed varnas as a mechanism to explain jatis. Okay, so very quickly, we will come to Vemana. So just like I'll just take 1 minute to 2 minutes, Nagaraj Garu, not more than that. So
yes,
Vemana.
yes, please.
Yeah. So Vemana is a poet. Many people think probably from around 1425 or maybe around 1650. Majority of people think probably he's from around 1650. So 1650 is around the time when Vijayanagara Samraja got a big jolt in 1565. After the Talikota War, and in the next 100 years, it more or less came to an end. After that, there were some minor rulers before even Aurangzeb came at a certain point in time, but before the Nawabs actually took over, the Bahmanis actually took over. So Vemana, and this was the time when there were a lot of bhakti movements in India and in the south as well. The Veerashaiva and the Vaishnava sects were very, very popular in these areas. So the leftists and the Ambedkarites have misrepresented the Bhakti movements, just as they have misrepresented the Buddhist, and Jaina sects. And the Ghent school has already handled this quite well. But I'd like to mention, in the context of Vemana, a particular book by the name Orality, Literacy, and Problem of Inheritance, written by D. Venkatrao from IFLU. And in this 9th chapter, he addresses the whole issue of Vemana. Please, next slide, please. So, next slide, please. Yeah. So, there are around 5,000 poems that are so far available, which are attributed to Vemana. But one of the most authoritative books, it provides somewhere around 3,000 poems. And of the somewhere around 20 to 25 sections in that book, around 3 to 4 sections specifically deal with caste, Varna, the rituals, the Vedic rituals, and also the matas, of that time, the sects, the religious sects of that time, in a very, very critical fashion. So those people who can read Telugu can read, but I will just only read one of these poems. Let me read the first one. Tradu medanu vesi tanaku sudratvambu boyena nedidella buddhi koduva manusa nilakatradu mari venna dechuna vishwadhabirama vinura vema. So what he's saying is that, you are born as a Sudra. The moment you put one thread in your on your body, you think suddenly you will get buddhi and you will become a Brahmana. Will the thread bring you Brahmajnanam? See, that's one question. So he maintains that all Brahmanas continue to be Sudras, and Upanayana or the Jandya doesn't make any difference. It's just the thread. right? And he also criticizes Veda Shastras. Veda Shastramulu vinanemi gadichiri, yaridi tirigi chattur andarindlu. Brahma mahima telisi bratukuta nijamaya, Vishwadhabhirama vinuromema. He's saying, they are reading all these Vedas and Shastras and they're roaming all around the world, dying. But will that really get you Brahmajnana? Something like that. So his criticism is strident. So I've done a very quick, next slide, please. Analysis of, hello, next slide, please.
Next.
Yeah. So there's a particular book that was published, which takes around 94 poems, which are critical of the concept of Varna and Kula and Jati. And what I've done is I've taken these and I've done a word analysis to understand what exactly is happening. So what are the words it is criticizing and what are the words that it is presenting as counters? Right? So what are the words it is criticizing? Kula, Dvija, Brahmana, Jati, meat eating, Varna, Mantra, Matam, Somayaji, chanting. So Jandya, Kratu, Yajna, all these things it is criticizing. What are the words it presents on the contrary side? Untouchability, Mala, Sudra, Brahmam, Guna, Madiga, which is also an untouchable caste in Andhra. Diversity, mindfulness, Atma, Buddhi, Guru, Para, Shiva, Unity, Satya, Trinity, Yogi, Bhakta, Birth, Ishvara. So these are the things. As you can see very clearly, the crux of the criticism continues to remain the same even after 1,000 years, which is criticizing of birth-based Varna that is there. Next slide, please. So this is the conclusion, the final slide. So even after 2,500 years from the time of Buddha, the criticisms continue to remain the same. Today, we continue to criticize birth-based the Varnas. We talk about choice. We talk about Jati Brahmanas. One of the important things that is currently being discussed is who should be the Brahmanas in temples. Should it be hereditary Brahmanas or should it be the Brahmanas who are trained? Right? Dayananda Saraswati and Arya Samaj about 100 years ago, when they criticized the existing Varnashrama system, they did exactly the same criticism which was done 1,000 years ago. And of course, the advent of democracy has unleashed new forces and new dimensions altogether. The role of apologetics, like the book that was recently published by Rajiv Malhotra, play a very important role. But it is extremely important for all of us to understand the true and factual history before we get into any discussions of this nature. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Srinivas Garu. That was a very well presented, well articulated talk. There are a few questions, but I think we will take up those questions a bit later because we have to manage the time. Now the next talk is by Dr. Karanam Arvind Rao Garu. He is the retired DGP and trustee of Indica. This introduction here is very simple and humble. Dr. Karanam Arvind Rao Garu is a retired Director General of Police of the erstwhile United Andhra Pradesh, when Andhra Pradesh was not divided, who studied Sanskrit under Mahamahopadhyaya Padma Shri Dr. Sri Pullali Sri Ramachandra Garu, and studied Vedanta under Mahamahopadhyaya Swami Tattvavidananda Saraswati. This is actually very brief, but he is much more than that. On the Indica Moksha Advaita Academy platform, he has given talks on several different topics like Bhagavad Gita, Ramayana, and he has covered many topics of scriptures and epics on the Indica Academy platform and many other platforms also. With all his deep knowledge in scriptures, is going to present his talk on Varna. What do the scriptures say about it? Over to you.
Thank you, Srinivas Garu, and good morning, everyone. It is a very brilliant and very interesting presentation by Sri Udumudi Srinivas. I agree with him on several points. Maybe some slight difference may be there, but on several issues, most of the issues, I do agree. And I don't claim to have studied all the Vedic literature because it's very, very difficult. Unless we know Sanskrit, unless we know old Vedic Sanskrit, it is very difficult. I have done a PhD in Sanskrit and I have also done studied some Upanishads. So that is my background. So I will start with, because the time is, at least I'm 18 minutes behind. So I may take 10, 15 minutes more. I'll try to finish as quickly as possible. And if I am going beyond time, kindly remind me so that I can stop. So because there is not much time, I will first of all tell what are the important points which I want to make. The first point is we can't skirt around the issue because it has become such a very important issue now, which is going to define the very security of our country, the integrity of our country, and the integrity of the religion itself. So we cannot skirt around the issue, and keeping quiet would merely aggravate the problem. So that is what I think. And to the best of my knowledge, our texts have not created a hierarchy of castes. To the best of my knowledge, a hierarchy of castes. They have talked about the Varna, as Mr. Srinivas just now said. They have talked about the Varnas, but not about the castes. He was talking about independent Jatis, which came up, and then there was no great Jati hierarchy. Then Varna, as we know, it is based on the innate nature of a person. That is sattva-guna, rajoguna, tamoguna. That is the predominance of a particular guna determined the varna of a particular person. And as Srinivas has pointed out, in the beginning, there was not much of, division, in the sense that one person, if he had 4 sons, one person could be a Brahmin, another could be a Kshatriya, another could be a Vaishya, and so on. And there were intermarriages, particularly among the Brahmanas and Kshatriyas. And our books do not talk about much of Brahmana versus Shudra, etc. Very rarely there are certain cases, but many Puranas and then many of the secondary texts like Itihasas and Puranas, they talk about the intermarriage between the two Varnas, that is Brahmana and Kshatriya. Then next point is, another thing is, it is not by birth. Varna is not by birth. That is another important point which we have to see. And we have to acknowledge the anguish among the people, anguish among the educated people, particularly among the SCs, etc. And SCs who particularly ask for spiritual equality. They say we are not bothered about the social equality or anything. We are bothered about the spiritual equality. Then while addressing these issues, it is very naive to think, of course, this is beyond my subject. It is very naive to think that Hindus can be united by festivals like Hanuman Jayanti or Ganesh procession, etc. Unless we handle this issue, unless we clarify what our texts say. Here, of course, we can pose two questions one question to the traditionalists and one question to the reformists also. The questions to the traditionalists is, are you interested in preserving a particular text, and are you interested in preserving certain ritualistic aspect of religion, or are you interested in the whole society? Are you interested in the whole society, in the whole religion as such? That is one question to the traditionalists. The question to reformists is, in our anger and in our anxiety and in our anguish, we should not condemn the Hindu thought as such, the Hindu thought as a whole. We should not dismiss it. And it's like throwing the baby with the bathwater. And it would be a very great tragedy if the great philosophy is discarded and people are allowed to go to some faith-based religions. So that is another point which we have to see. And in this context, we can take Vivekananda as the greatest example of how ritualism, etc., or the Varna system can be, not even religion, ritualism. Ritual is also there in the Vivekananda school. But the Varna system can be totally dissociated from the Hindu thought. He is the greatest example. And that is what his all other people, all other followers are doing now, whether it is Ramakrishna mission or Chinmaya mission or many other missions, modern missions, all the modern Swamis. Then a few more points are that the Varna is different from Kulam. I am going to explain it. Then caste is not created by the Smritis. Manu merely used those castes to put people who are born from the inter-Varna marriages. That also I will just briefly explain. And another point is, our scriptures, they provide for amendments. It is not as though all our Smritis are inflexible. In fact, the Upanishads themselves say, whenever there is a need, depending on the time, depending on the place, Kathayadite, Dharma Vichikitsava, Vrutta Vichikitsava, Syat, it says, our Taittiriya Upanishad says, depending on the time, place, and the situation, Dharma Shastras can change. So, after so many thousands of years, it is necessary that we have to change our Dharma Shastras, and we need not stick on to that Manusmriti only as the identifying factor for all the Hindus, and we need not flog ourselves. So, that is what I feel. And another point is, in the initial days, Brahmins were created out of other castes. That also is we find in several books and Puranas, particularly books like Brahmanotpatti Martanda or Chaturvarnya Bharata Samiksha, which are both in Sanskrit and written by very eminent Swamijis. So they talk about how people like Parashurama, how people like Rama, and many other later kings also created certain Brahmanas whenever there was a need for some people. In fact, Brahmana is somewhat like a pastor or a Maulana. So religion requires some people who dedicate themselves for that and then who propagate. So they created not many people. And in the later days, we also see that many Dvijas, they became Shudras. Several Dvijas, they became Shudras because of the invaders. And if we read books like The Valley of Kashmir by a British ICS officer, he is that Walter Roper Lawrence, W.P. Lawrence. If we read The Valley of Kashmir, it gives such a horrifying picture of about how thousands and thousands of people who were wearing janus were killed, and then mounds and mounds of janus were burnt. So a British writer, an ICS officer at that time, if it were to be written by somebody, some Indian, it would be very greatly discounted. But it is written by an ICS officer, and that book is still very much available. And another point is, we have to take any decision, or rather our leaders, our religious leaders. There is a great burden on our religious leaders to clarify these points. It is not as though I discuss with some Udumudi Srinivas, I may agree with him on some points, he may agree with me on some point. It's not like that. In fact, this issue has been right from the time of Mahabharata. Even in the Mahabharata times, there is a debate on who is a Brahmana and who is a real Brahmana. So the same thing is we see in Buddha also. What Buddha has in what we saw just now, it is exactly the same thing which we find in the Mahabharata. And that is the reason why people debate, no, Mahabharata came later, or Buddhism came later. We did not go into all that. But the debate has been there all through society. And there is a burden on our religious leaders to clarify the issue, to clarify and say that Varna is something which is totally different and Jati is not something which is created by the religion. Then that is basically we have to keep the civilizational wars in mind. Otherwise, we are going to all of us are going to go down the drain. Then another point is the concept of Dvija. The concept of Dvija, in my view, it has to be revived. And what is a Dvija? As Srinivas pointed out just now, Dvijas are the Brahmana, Kshatriya, and Vaishya. And Vaishya, Brahmana, we have some clarity about who is a Brahmana. We also have some clarity about who is a Kshatriya. Among the Kshatriyas, there are certain sub-castes or Jatis. And among the Shudras, we have got several. That is the reason why, as Srinivas was pointing out, though there are only 4 Varnas, there are hundreds and thousands of castes. And who are these Shudras? Vaishyas. Vaishya is Krushi, Gaurakshya, Vanijyam, Vaishya Karma, Swabhavajam, says Bhagavad Gita. Krushi is what? Krushi is agriculture. Gaurakshya is cattle farming. And again, Vanijyam, all types of trade. So many traders are there. All those people, they were all wearing this thread, they were wearing genu, and then most of us, even today, we find several castes wearing this genu. And so, if we take this definition of who is a Dvija, in those days, more than 80% of the people were covered by this definition of Vijati. And then they were all eligible for the study of the Vedas. And about 20% of the people, probably they were the people who were belonging to servant class. Of course, on the percentage, we may differ. But then Vaishya comprised of a whole variety of castes which were there in the society. And another point is, here I will stop, and then I will go into the text. I have spent about more than 5 minutes on this. So, as Srinivas was pointing out, Purusha Sukta is an example. Vedic studies, of course, Purusha Sukta is there in the Rig Veda, in the 10th mandala of the Rig Veda, and it is there in other Vedas also. And if we take this, the Rig Vedic version, I will now share the text because I have to read the Sanskrit. Yeah, here it is. It is Sahasra Shirsha Purushaha, Sahasraksha Sahasrapad. What does it mean? It has to be slightly explained. Kindly bear with me. It is actually, it does not talk about creation. It is not a hymn about creation. It is something about a meditation. A person who is trying to meditate on the whole universe as one organic entity. And Sahasra Shirsham is all the 1,000 heads. What are them? It does not mean 1,000 only. Sahasra means infinity. That means the Purusha or the cosmic person who is described in this particular sukta is the aggregate of all the living beings, not only the human beings, all living beings. That means Sahasra Shirsham is head, the head of a mosquito, the head of a lion, the head of a snake. All these heads, they do have some intelligence. All the intelligence which is there in the Antahkarana of all the beings is shown here. That original, that Sahasra Shirsha Purusha is referring to the Hiranyagarbha, who is the cosmic subtle body. And from that cosmic subtle body, the cosmic gross body, what is called Virat, emerges. So Hiranyagarbha and Virat, the cosmic subtle body and the cosmic gross body, they do emerge out of that. And they don't emerge, they are visualized like that. I'm sorry, they don't emerge, they are visualized like that. So it is actually a sort of upasana. And upasana is what a meditation on the oneness of all beings. So that is what it is. And in the middle of the mantras also, we find the words like Katidhavya Kalpayan Yat Purusham Yadadhu Katidhavya Kalpayan Vyakalpa. How did they visualize? Kalpana. Every time it says Kalpana. Something later also we see. Then Mukham Kimasya Kaubahu, what was the face, what was the mouth, what were the shoulders, and then what were the thighs and what were the feet, etc. Now comes the most controversial line. This line, Brahmanosya Mukhamasit Bahu Rajanya Kutah. If we see the sentence, Brahmana was, Asit in Sanskrit means was, Brahmana was the head. Or mouth. In Sanskrit, Mukham has two meanings, that is both head and also refers to mouth. Quite often it is referred to mouth. He was like a mouthpiece. Bahu Rajanya Krutaha. Bahu Rajanya, that king, was made. Krutaha. Krutaha means he was made, the shoulders. And Uru Tadasya Yadvaishya. Vaishya. Srinivas was referring to one word called Visha. Visha is the plural of wit. Wit is a singular. Wit is any citizen. Visha is the plural of it. Uru is the Dvivachana, that is Uru, the two thighs, were the Vaishya. And Padhyam Shudra Jata. Here there is a complication. Here Padhyam is Panchami Vibhakti for those who know Sanskrit. But Padhyam is from that, it means one. And commentators have also said it should not be read from that. It has to be read like in the other first three lines. In the first three lines, it has not said from mouth, from shoulders. It has not said like that. He became that, he was made that, like that. So the last line also, it has to be read accordingly. So that is what it says. So here the Sayana Bhashya, which says that it is a upasana. It says Sarva Prani Samashti Rupaha Brahmanda Deho Viradakyo Yah Purushaha. The Sarva Prani Samashti, he is the aggregate of all the beings, not only human beings. Then again in the last line of this Purusha Sukta, this Rigveda last line, Teha Nakam Mahimas Sajante Yatra Purve Sadhyas Santi Deva. So the Sayana's commentary is very significant. It shows how it is a upasana. The word upasana is mentioned 3 times in this line. Atha upasana tat phalanuvada karma phalanuvadaka bhagartha sangruhyate. Upasana. Now we are trying to explain how it is an upasana, he says. Then yatra yasmin virat prapti rupenake, then virad upasti sadhakaha. That means the people who are doing upasana of this Virat Purusha, they attain the world of upasya devata. That is, they attain the world of Virat Purusha. What does it mean? It is actually attaining the world means being in that state of mind. Loka does not mean a particular physically a three-dimensional place which is hanging somewhere in the on somewhere in the space. Loka means a particular frame of mind. Lokyate anubhuyate iti lokaha. That is the commentary for the word loka. Lokyate anubhuyate. He is in that experiential state where he realizes everybody as part of that one single entity, and that is actually it is a upasana for achieving what is called sarvatma bhava. So here he says, Virat Prapti Rupam Swargam Te Mahimanaha Tad Upasakaha Mahatmanaha Sachante Prapnuvanti. So that's what he writes. And this is supported by all other texts, all other later texts like Bharatam or Bhagavatam, in Mahabharata, Bhagavatam, Srimad Bhagavatam, in Skandha 2, chapter 1, it says, Brahma Ananam, Kshatra Pujo Mahatma, then Viduru Ranghishrita Krishna Varnaha. What exactly is there? What was in the same tense and also in the same vibhakti? It is describing. Then here again it says, Yasya Yaha Avayavair Lokan Kalpayanti Manishana. Here again you see the word Kalpayanti. Kalpayanti means what? Visualizing. How did they visualize? The great people, this is the translation by Prabhupada. Great philosophers imagine. That means visualize that the complete planetary systems in the universe are displays of the different upper and lower limbs. Then again, this is again another line, Purushasya Mukham Brahma, Shatram Etasya Bhahavaha. That is Mukham Brahma, etc. The same structure is mentioned here. Then again, another shloka, in the very next shloka tells, Bhurloka Kalpita Padhyam. This underlining, that red underlining is highlighting is by me. That is Bhurloka Kalpita Padhyam. Bhurloka visualized as though it has come from the feet. So Bhuvarlokosya Nahitaha, just as the human beings, Brahmana, Kshatriya, Vaisya, Shudra, is visualized as different parts of the body. Bhuloka is visualized as the feet. Bhuvarloka as the Navi. And then again, Hrudaha Swarloka, the heart portion is Swarloka. And Maharloka is above. So like that, the upper and lower regions, or rather the worlds which we talk about in Puranas, they were all visualized. So this is very repeatedly we see the words like Kalpayanti, Kalpayanti, Kalpitaha, etc. It shows the visualization for meditation on the whole cosmos as one organic entity. Now we come to Brihadaranyaka Upanishad, which Mr. Srinivas also mentioned. That of course, Srimad Bhagavatam, we also see how Rishabhadeva's sons, some people they become Brahmins and some people become Kshatriyas. And in Mahabharata, we see that one brother becomes a Brahmana and another becomes brother Shantanu becomes a Kshatriya. Then Vishwamitraya Kshatriya becomes a Brahmana. There are innumerable examples. Then in the Brihadaranyaka Upanishad, if we see that first chapter and fourth Brahmanam and 11th mantra, 1-4-11, it says, Brahmava idamagra asit ekameva tad ekam sannavyabhavat. So Brahma, in the beginning, there was only one, that is all Brahmana. There was no differentiation. Of course, Buddhist version seems to be different. However it is, this is one visualization by one Rishi. Brahmava idamagra asit, it was the only Brahmana. Brahmana was the only Varna. And that Varna did not flourish, did not make an effective society. Tad ekam san na vyabhavat. There was no vaibhava. Now vyabhavat is there was no vaibhava. There was no glory. It did not excel. So tat shreyo rupam atyasrujata kshatram. Tat shreyo rupam atyasrujata kshatram. That created another shreyo rupam, a very more powerful rupam called kshatram. Kshatram is something that becomes more powerful. So that is why he says, Tasmat Kshatrat Param Nasti, Tasmat Brahmana Kshatriyam Adhastad Upaste Rajasuye. It says, Kshatrat Param Nasti means there is nothing beyond Kshatriya. Kshatriya is above everybody. Because all the gods also, for example, the gods like Indra, etc., Indra, Varuna, Soma, Parjanya, etc., they are all the Kshatriyas among the Devatas. So it's again a visualization. It is not as though there is one person sitting there. So that is why it says, Tasmat Kshatrat Param Nasti. Kshatriya is supreme. And Tasmat Brahmana Kshatriyam Adhastad Upaste. That is the reason why Brahmana stands on the ground and then he respects the king who is sitting on the throne. Adhastad Upaste Rajasuya, particularly in Rajasuya. Then again, it goes like that. Then again, even these two categories did not make the society full. So, Sanaiva Vyabhavat, Sa Vishamasrujata, Yan Yetani Deva Jatani, etc. Again, among the gods who are all the Vaishyas, it says, that's a different thing. Even that two categories did not suffice, so they created another category called Visha. Visha is the plural of Vit, that is Vaishya. Then again, even that was not enough. Even that did not excel because we need workers. Sa Shaudram Varnamasrujata, Pushanam Yam Vai, Pushayam Hida, Sarvam Pushyati, Edidam Kincha. They created another category called Shudra. He is also called Pusha. Pusha means Pusha Yam Hidam Sarvam. Pusha means one who nourishes. Poshayati, iti Pusha, Poshana. We say Poshana, we know. That is one who nourishes. So then again, we see one interesting thing. The Sankhya doctrine of Kapila has been adopted by sage Vyasa. And we don't see that in the initial portions of the Vedas, we don't find the Sankhya doctrine. Sankhya doctrine has been adopted in the later period. And then probably Sage Vyasa. Sage Vyasa was among the first revolutionaries, we can say. Revolutionaries are a great reformist, we can say. We can tell so many things about Sage Vyasa's reformative steps, including things like Ahimsa, etc. But here, what he did was, he adopted this system of gunas. And then he said, Brahmana is one person who has these gunas. And if you don't have these gunas, you are no longer a Brahmana. So then we come to what we see in the Bhagavad Gita, the very famous sloka, Chaturvarnyam Maya Sistam Gunakarma Vibhagashaha. Then again, the commentary is very, very clear that it is not birth-based, it is something which is based on the guna. Based on the guna, karma has been allotted. Karma means the duty. Based on his character, it is somewhat like an aptitude test. Based on your aptitude and ability, you are allotted. The job profile is given. Then again, in the 18th chapter, we find another line, the 18-41. Brahmana Kshatriya Visham Sudrananja Parantapa Karmani Pravibhaktani Swabhava Prabhavair Gunaihi. Again, Swabhava Prabhavaihi Gunaihi. Swabhava. That is an innate nature, the nature with which he is born. Swabhava Prabhavaihi Gunaihi. What is the mix of Sattva, Rajas, and Tamo Guna in a person? Because these qualities, it is not as though Brahman is 100% Sattva Guna and Shudra is 100% Tamoguna, etc. In Shudra, there is Sattva-guna, Rajoguna, Tamoguna, probably less of Sattva-guna. And in Brahmana, there may be less of Tamoguna. I don't mean to say that all Brahmins, they do have a lot of Sattva-guna. A person who has a lot of Sattva-guna has to be called a Brahmana. That is what repeatedly the sage Vyasa says. So the commentator Nilakantha, one of the important, Nilakantha is one person who has commented on the entire Bharata. We know that Shankaracharya has commented on only a few portions of the Mahabharata, that is Sanasujatiyam, then again Vishnu Sahasranama, and also Bhagavad Gita. Whereas this gentleman, Nilakantha, has commented on the entire Bhagavad Gita, Bharatam. So he gives the whole context. So he says, Yasmin kasmin varne, tasmad yasmin kasmin varne shamadayo dushyante. In whatever varna you find these qualities like Shama, Dama, Titiksha, Ahimsa, and all these qualities. Sa Shudropi etaihi lakshanaihi brahmana eva jnatavyaha. Even if he is born in a Shudra Jati, he has to be treated as a Brahmana. And yatracha brahmanepi Shudra dharmaha dushyante. And in the case of a person who is born in a Brahmin varna, Shudra dharma drishyante. If these Shudra characteristics are seen, he has to be treated, he is a Shudra only, sa Shudra eva. Tathacha aranyake sarvabhutam nahusham prati. So, of course, I am not going to elaborate on what is this Nahusha Prashna and all that. You may just kindly see what are the lines in that Nahusha Prashna. Nahusha is a great king who was temporarily made a king, Indra. And then he became very vainglorious, and then he became very arrogant, and then he was again kicked out, and he came down and fell on earth as a huge python. And he happened to grab Bhima at some point of time, and Dharmaraja had to go and he had to free Bhima. And in order to get Bhima freed, he had to answer the questions of that Nahusha. So that Nahusha, again, there is an interesting discussion on who is a Brahmana. It again tells how the purity of a Brahmana was in question even at that time. So this Manusmriti, again, if we come to Manusmriti, Kaman Mata Pita Chainam Yadutpadayate Mithaha, the man and woman, out of sheer bodily, physical, say, need, they do meet and then they produce a baby. And Acharyasvasyayam Jatim Vidhivadvedaparaga Utpadayati Savitriya. Then probably there was a system. The commentators, they say that there was some system. We do not know. The Acharya, he used to examine the boy. Maybe when he was 7, 8 or something like that, because at the age of 8, a Brahmin boy was supposed to go to a Gurukula and then spend his time there for about 18 years or so, 18 or 12, we don't know, depending on at that time what was the period. So for that time, at that time, the teacher had to, a guru, a competent acharya, Veda Paragaha, a person who was an expert in the Vedas, he had to test the boy, and then he had to put him in whatever in Jati. Here in the word used, Jati is used to refer to Varna. So this we have to note. Acharyastvasya yam Jatim Vidhivad Veda Paragaha. Utpadayati Savitriya. Savitri is the same as Gayatri Mantra. Sa Satya, Sa Ajara, Amara. So the Jati, which an Acharya who is well versed in Vedas and also following the injunctions of the Vedas brings about for him, that is the Jati which is real and eternal for him. So that is what he says. So here the word Jati is used synonymous with Varna. Then again, Mahabharata, I'll skip this portion. Who is a real Brahmin, etc. There are Satyam, Jnanam, Shama, Sheelam, Anushamsam, Tapo, Damo, Bruna, all these characters, wherever they are. In fact, Srinivas was referring to this Brahmana Varga in Buddha. Buddha, we know this Dharmapadam, if we see, the last chapter is Brahmana Varga. Who is a good Brahmana? Who is the correct Brahmana? So the same shlokas, almost the same shlokas are found in Mahabharata. And we can't say who copied from whom. We need not go into that. But here, an interesting thing is, in this Sarpa, that anaconda, that python, that is King Nahusha, he says, Yadite Vruttato Rajan Brahmana Prasamikshitaha Vyartha Jatistaya Tada Ayushman Krutiriyavan Drishyate. As long as a good conduct is not there, mere Jati, Vyartha Jati Tada Ayushman, hey Ayushman, oh my dear, you Ayushman is addressing him, oh you long live, so something like that. Krutihi yavan nadrishyate, yavat paryan, that is, as long as there is no good character in him, Jati is vyartha, Jati is of no use. And Yudhishthira says, yes, it is right. Jati ratra mahasarpa, manushyatve mahamate, sankaras sarva varnanam dushparikshiyati me matihi. Jati, that is here referring to the Varna, whether the person who is born to a Brahmin father is really a Brahmana, it is something which cannot be determined. Of course, he has not refuted the point that a person who is really born to a Brahmana will have Brahmin characteristics. He has not refuted that. He is referring to Varna Sankara. So it is possible that Varna Sankara might have taken place. So a person who is treated as the son of a Brahmana may not be a Brahmana. So he says, Jati is something which cannot be decided. Sankarat Sarva Varnana. All the Varnas, they have so intermingled that it is very difficult. Dushparikshiyati meva. Dushpariksham is something which is difficult to examine. You can't pariksha. Pariksha is examining. Then again he says, Satyam Danam Damastapo Yogaha. All these characters, Sadhakani Sada Pumsam, Na Jatir, Na Kulam Rupa. Then again he says that the Sarpa, that serpent says, these are the qualities which have to be, which decide the Varna. Na Jatihi, na Kulam Rupa. Here there are three words we come across, you see, Varna, Jati and Kulam. Varna, he is saying, Jatihi, Sadhakani Sadapumsam, na Jatihi, na Kulam Rupa. Jati and Kulam are not going to describe the Varna. It is the character which is going to define the Varna, he says. So he is using the words Jati and Kulam. And Jati is quite often used as a sort of synonym for Varna. So that is what we also see. And Kulam is something which is almost like Jati. Kulam are various family groups. For example, in the same Kshatriya Varna, there can be various Kulams also. Then we see, then again, this is another line. Brahmana Kshatriyo Vaishya Trayo Varna Dvijataya. So this is again from Manusmriti, 10th chapter, chapter 10 and shloka number 4. Brahmana, Kshatriyo, Vaishya. Manu says there are only 4 jatis. 4 jati. Vaishyas trayo varna dvijataya. Chaturtha eka jatistu. The 4th jati is Shudra. Nasti tu panchamaha. There is no such thing as 5th one, he says. That is, he is Manusmriti is specific, is clearly identifying jati as varna. Brahmana, Kshatriyas, Vaishyas, Trayo Varna, Dvijataya. Dvijati only means 3. That three jatis are only the Brahmana, Kshatriya, and Vaishya. Chaturtha Eka Jati. The 4th one is that is Shudra. The 4th Jati is Shudra. There is no such thing as Panchama. But there are certain lines here and there that there is one Panchama Jati is also there. And in fact, Srinivas was sharing one note. In that there is a Panchama Jati which is called Nishada. And that Nishada also, if we see, Nishada was eligible for Yajna. Nishada Stapatim Yajayet. That particular line we find in Srimad Ramayana, where that tribal person, Guha comes, and then when Rama was exiled, and when Rama and Lakshmana and Sita, they were sitting under a tree, this Guha, an old friend of Rama, comes, and then he goes to him, and he himself embraces Rama. So the commentators are wondering, how can a tribal go and hug Rama? Then the commentators, they come to the rescue. They again say, yes, tribal chief, he was a tribal, and then he is also entitled for yajna. And this tribal army was also there, part of the royal army. It was there were 6 divisions in the royal army, and one division was the tribal division. So that is what we find in the Ramayana. Then again, Manusmriti also says, Kshatriya Jataya, it uses the word Tapo Bija Prabhavaistu Te Gachanti Yuge Yuge Utkarshancha Apakarshancha. So because of this tapas, by virtue of tapas and by the power of the seed is that bija. Bija is the father. The bija is from the father. That was what was the theme, the idea earlier. The bija and kshetra. If we see the old text, there is a big debate about bijapati and kshetrapati. Who is the kshetrapati? Means the actual husband. Bijapati is the person who actually impregnates. So Bijapati, Tapo Bija Prabhava, by virtue of tapas and by virtue of Bija, somebody from a lower jati can go to an upper jati. So Shanakaistu Kriyalopad Ima Kshatriya Jataya. Yeah, here again we get an important point. Kriyalopad, by giving up various practices, by giving up all these rituals and then by giving up what is their assigned dharma, many Kshatriya Jataya Vrushalatvam Gata Loke Brahmana Darshanena Cha. So Vrushalatvam Gata means they became Shudras by discontinuing the Vedic regimen. That is the Kriya Lopa. Their expected dharma they were not performing, and that is how they became Shudras. So of course, this, as I was saying, many people were created as Brahmanas by people like Rama and Parashurama, and many people also, they gave up after right from the 10th century onwards. We know that particularly I request you, those who have not seen that book called Valley of Kashmir, it gives a very horrifying picture of what happened in that place. Of course, very recently also we saw in Kashmir. So anyway, again Sri Rudram. Yeah, this is again a very important thing is Sri Rudram. Sri Rudram is again.
It is so unpleasant on my part to come in the way of such a beautiful, excellent discussion.
Yeah,
very useful, very necessary discussion.
If I cross my time, I will stop in a couple of minutes. I'll stop in a couple of minutes. Exceeded time. I wanted to complete.
Please take a few.
I wanted to
minutes
complete it at 10:55. It's already 11:08. 10. Yeah, I'll complete in 2-3 minutes.
Yeah.
So Sri Rudram again mentions various castes. Various castes means at that time, what were the caste means whatever kulams. No, let us not use the word caste. Various kulams, various occupational groups which were available in that, which were present in that society. And again, Chandogya Upanishad, to my knowledge, it uses the word Chandala. Chandala is not there in the Vedic literature, the early Vedic literature. It is there in the later Vedic literature like Brahmana and Upanishad portion. Chandogya Upanishad uses the word Chandala. Then again, there are certain things which Srinivas also explained. There are many things of Manusmriti which we don't even know, which we don't even follow. Then again, there are other passages in Mahabharata like Bhrugu Bharadwaja Samvada in Shanti Parva that also I request you to read. Bhrugu Bharadwaja Samvada. So in that discussion between Bhrugu and Bharadwaja, there is a mention of how these castes are not castes, the Jatis. These people they degraded and then they fell from one Varna to another Varna. So something like that. Then the people who were interested in Kama, Bhoga, Priya, Hatikshna, so such people among the Brahmins, they became Kshatriyas. Some other people who were doing trade, they became Vaishyas. So something like that. It tells like that. This is the chapter number 181 of the critical edition of Mahabharata. Then again, 182, we have similar passages. So, Chaturvarnya Bharata Samiksha, these books also for those who know Sanskrit, I request you to read these two, Chaturvarnya Bharata Samiksha and Brahmanotpatti Martanda. Then, yeah, this is my summary. These are the one more point is there were no demeaning duties like scavenging, etc. Nowhere mentioned in our books. Probably they were product of invasions. And many Dvijas became Shudras and discarded the sacred threads. And in the action suggested, I said, the traditional religious heads, they have to clarify that caste is not a creation of religion. This is very much needed. It is not as though we just keep quiet about it. Keeping quiet would only harm us. So there is no hierarchy among various columns. They were all independent verticals which evolved as per the needs of the society. So there are certain things which we have to clarify. So with this, I think I will close. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you very much. Actually, we are so much indebted to you, Dr. Ravindra Garu. This is such an important information in textual studies. People need, actually, this paper has to be published and people need to read so much of this other view about textual ideas about Varna. There are a few comments, not many questions, I think. Let us take up those one or two questions afterwards because we have to take up the other papers. Let us move on to the next paper by Sri Nitin Sridhar. He is the chief curator of Indica Moksha. He is an author who has published several books. Sri Nitin Sridhar is a practicing Hindu, author and a public speaker. He has authored 6 books on a variety of subjects, including much acclaimed books such as Menstruation Across Cultures, A Historical Perspective, Ishopanishad, an English commentary, and Samanya Dharma. His upcoming book is a commentary on Manusmriti. He regularly contributes articles and essays on subjects such as religion, spirituality, social issues, development, politics, and ecology. He is the chief curator of Indica Moksha, dedicated to the dissemination of Advaita Vedanta. Earlier, he served as the editor of Indica Facts, a portal on Indian history and culture. He is based in Mysuru, Karnataka. Sri Nitin Sridhar, over to you.
Thank you very much, Nagaraj. Thank you for the invitation. I'm happy to present my views on the subject. Let me begin with a small prayer. Vakratunda Mahakaya Koti Surya Samaprabha Nirvignam Gurume Deva Sarvakaryeshu Sarvada Sarvamangala Mangalye Shive Sarvartha Sadhike Sharanye Trayambake Gauri Narayani Namostute Sadashiva Samarambham Shankaracharya Madhyamam Asmadacharya Paryantam Vande Guru Paramparam Shri Gurubhyo Namaha Hari Om. Let me share my presentation. Is this visible?
Yes, please.
Okay. Thank you again for inviting me. I'll be focusing my presentation is on the ritual dimension of Varna Dharma. I think it is very crucial. The Varna is such a controversial topic, and it continues to be so, and it will be so for some time to come. In modern discourse, while it is sometimes conflated with categories such as Jati, Kula, Caste, etc. Today, largely, there are two camps, you could say, but one of them is that Varna, as enunciated in Hindu texts, is basically about either a social grouping based on division of labor, or it is a conceptual grouping, as a psychological grouping based on temperaments and character traits. Or of course, and there is other Indological perspective we saw in the earlier presentations about how this system, the birth-based aspect of a system, it was hierarchical, oppressive, and many other things. So, however, this narrative is all this narrative is incomplete and problematic on many counts, but most importantly because it ignores the ritualistic aspect of Varna Dharma, the ritualistic dimensions, thereby reducing the Varna designation to a mere mundane, secular, and transactional categorization of human society. And it is this reduction which in turn gives rise to a certain kind of reading of the basic text, such as be it the Upanishads or the Smriti Granthas or the Dharma Sutras or the Itihasa Puranas, which reads them in a historicistic and in a manner wherein the diversity is read as inequality, ritualistic discrimination is read as ritualistic discretion, I should say, is read as social discrimination, and many other. It's a very complicated topic with many different aspects and dimensions. But in this presentation, I will keep myself limited to. I will explore only the sacred, ritualistic, and transcendental dimension of the Varna as presented in the Shastras. So I will be focusing on providing a clarification on the Shastriya perspective and not go into anthropological or sociological perspective, because I strongly believe that one of the reasons why this confusion regarding Varna, etc., has caused is we are too emotionally invested. We are afflicted with presentism. We see many things around us, and when we read the text, we consciously and subconsciously make a correlation, causal relation where they do not exist. So the correct way to understand the Shastra is without bias, without prejudice, without presentism, to understand what the Shastras say to begin with, and then we can make all kind of inferences afterwards. So the inferences come later, the understanding has to come first. So I will be trying to present my understanding of the subject, which I have been studying for many years now, and at different levels of time I have held different positions and had to revise those positions based on my own deep understanding as my understanding deepened. I hope this will be useful. The very first slide is a very short summary of the Purusha Sukta. Arvinda ji already provided a detailed description of the Purusha Sukta. But I would just summarize and stress on a particular point that is relevant to this presentation. Well, Rigvedic Purusha Sukta is it is the earliest reference to the conceptual framework of Varna. It does not matter whether the Suktas explicitly mention the term Varna or not. It is provides the earliest conceptual framework of Varna. and it has been referred to as the basis in many texts, not just the Bhagavad Purana, but also in texts such as Manusmriti. It uses the metaphor of human body to represent the universe as a cosmic Purusha with his limbs denoting various aspects, functions, and beings of the universe. This entire manifestation, the most important point about the Purusha Sukta is the entire Srishti, the entire manifestation is situated in a cosmic yajna, the fire sacrifice performed by the Devatas, in which the Purusha himself is sacrificed as the Pashu, that is, as the sacrificial animal. And from this sacrifice emerges the 4 Varnas along with other beings of the universe from different limbs of the Purusha. So, this Purusha Sukta may be a upasana, it may be a meditation, but it is also serves a hermeneutic principle. It is the Sukta gives us knowledge about how to approach Varna and what are the ritualistic aspects. See, the very notion that the Varna came out of Yajna shows that the notion of Varna is deeply connected to the ritualistic aspect. It has deep ritualistic significance, especially with an emphasis on the notion of birth or emergence of the Varna. You know, the mouth itself became the Brahmana. From the arms and the thighs, the Kshatriya and the Vaishyas were made, and from the feet of the cosmic Purusha, the Shudra were born. These are all examples of emergence. There may be different terminologies, but they are all cases of emergence or birth of a Varna. So, this notion of emergence and birth is again connected to the Yajna, the sacrifice of the Purusha. So the whole thing, the whole imagery, or the whole cosmic incident, so to speak, has deep ritualistic significance, and we'll be seeing what the significance are. We won't be referring back to this story because there is no much time to keep referring to back, but we will be seeing ideas from here elaborated in other texts and different elements in this presentation. Okay. Yeah. So the first idea that we need to understand, which is available to us from different texts, is the idea that Varna is a ritual state. Just a second. I'm unable to see my screen fully for some reason. Sorry. Start again. Yeah. So one of the very key ideas is this, that contrary to the popular understanding that Varna is a designation for a guna or a karma, or in a very mundane or a secular sense, while those aspects are definitely there, the guna, karma, etc., but a deeper level, Varna is a designation signifying the ritual state of an individual. How do we know this? We know, for example, I have just given very few citations. For example, in the Brihadaranyaka Upanishad verse 1.4.14, in the Shankara Bhashya, Shankaracharya writes that a man identified with dharma in order to practice its particular forms. So when he says particular forms, he means the Varna dharmas, particular forms of Brahmana dharma, Kshatriya dharma, Vaishya dharma, Shudra dharma. So he says a man identified with dharma, in order to practice its particular forms, he identifies himself with one or the other of the Varnas, Brahmana, Kshatriya, Vaishya or Shudra, which is the precondition of that practice. And these are naturally the means that qualify one for the performance of rites. So this is a very, very explicitly stated, very concisely stated, very lucidly stated statement, which says that Varna is a ritual state, because he's saying it is a precondition to identify. That is that being a Brahmana, Kshatriya or Vaishya, that state is a ritual state, which is the precondition for the ritualistic practices of that particular Varna Dharma. So that Varna Dharma is a ritualistic practice, and we need to be that particular belonging to that particular Varna to practice those dharma. So that Varna then becomes a ritual state, as a designation signifying the ritual state of an individual. So we see this idea again and again across the landscape of Hindu texts. I've just quoted 3 verses here for the lack of time. Manusmriti, for example, says, bereft of the Savitri verse, that is the Gayatri Savitri verse, and of the timely performance of one's own duty, a person of Brahmana, Kshatriya, and Vaishya birth incurs odium of good men, that is, blame of the good men. And similarly, the Parashara Smriti says, Brahmanas who are ignorant of Veda and the Gayatri and Sandhya, and those who do not cast any oblation in the sacrificial fire and live by agriculture, they are only Brahmanas in name. So what this means is that if what constitutes a Brahmana or a Kshatriya or a Vaishya is that it's a ritual state, because if you're not practicing the respective duties, respective rituals, the most important of them is the practice of Sandhya Vandana, is the practice of Gayatri mantra, then you lose that state. Then you remain only Brahmana in name, Brahmana by Jati, but you would have lost the ritual state and you become Vratya. So the notion of Vratya comes because of that, that if you are born in a Brahmana family, but you are not given a Upanayana, then you become a Vratya. That is, you have fallen from your Vrata, your Dharma. And then you become equivalent to Shudra as far as the ritual state is concerned. So we have to be very careful in understanding these verses, which sometimes are classified as controversial, because we do not have this perspective. We are not taught this perspective that Varna is a ritual state. Then is it just the Brahmanas, Kshatriyas, and Shudra and Vaishyas who are which designation refer to ritual state? No. Even though for the Shudra it is the same, as Manusmriti itself says that for Shudra, as a Shudra who is free from envy and maintains the right course of conduct, that is, who performs his own duties, his Swadharma, his Shudra Dharma, he gains this world and the next world through it. So if you are attaining this world and the next world, if you are attaining a better Swarga, for example, or if that is the path to attain moksha, then that is a ritualistic action, because it is a sacred action. It is not a secular action. So in different words, in the different phraseology, in different contexts, the notion of Varna as a designation signifying ritual state is brought about. And this has the implication of is this, that when it is said that Varna designation Brahmana signifies the ritual state of a person who is competent and eligible for performing Brahmana dharma, such as Adhyayana, Adhyapana, etc. And similarly for other Kshatriya, Vaishya, Shudra designations, that is, they become competent to perform their Varna dharma duties, through which they attain the highest spiritual goal. So the Varna designation itself, when you call someone a Brahmana, when you call someone a Kshatriya or anything else, it implies, it says something about the ritual state, not their social state. All this, the social hierarchy and all this. See, these may be used in a colloquial sense, but from a Shastric perspective, it is a ritualistic designation. The social designation, everything is derivative, is colloquial, and if society is designed, is practiced, keeping in the ritualistic understanding as the core of it, as in the past Hindu society was, then the Brahmana Kshatriya could be a social designation as well. But if a society is not in line with the Shastric vision, then these designations are only a Shastric designation. It cannot be a social designation, right? So this Varna is a Shastriya concept. So we have to understand Varna as the Shastras reveal us, and it is not up to for us to speculate as we want, right? So going further, we just said that Varna is a ritual state, but what exactly is it in Varna that makes this a designation of ritual state in an individual? So we find an answer to this in Taittiriya Brahmana and Brihadaranyaka Upanishad. Brihadaranyaka verse was already quoted by Arvinda Rao ji. I will just take the portion that is relevant to us. It may, it says that Brihadaranyaka Upanishad says that he, the Viraj, that is Purusha, became Brahmana among the gods as fire and among men as the Brahmana. He became a Kshatriya through the divine Kshatriya, a Vaishya through the divine Vaishyas, and a Shudra through the divine Shudra. So this divine Kshatriya refers to Indra and other devatas. Divine Vaishya refers to some Maruts and other devatas. Divine Shudra refers to the Pushan or Poshana. And Agni is the Brahmana among the devatas. And we have similarly Taitira Brahmana, so similar verse. Through Brahma, one attains Brahmana. Through Rajanya, one attains Kshatra. Through Marut, the Vaishya among the gods, one attains Vaishya. And through Tapa, one obtains Shudra. While some of these verses is definitely used for Upasana, I repeat this, but this does not mean that we can reject this as merely a visualization or imagination. They have philosophical significance, they have theological significance, they have significance with respect to how the discourse, how the interpretation of dharma and varna has to be taken. Just like in the case of menstruation, there is a story in Yajurveda which dictates how the menstrual practices have evolved, how have been designed, etc. So,
Nitin Avare, if you don't mind, let me just remind you that we are already running late. So, keeping in mind how many more slides you have in mind, if you can calculate how much time you can spend on each slide, that I think you will be able to plan your entire talk in a very shorter.
Yes, I'm rushing through it. Please give me some time. Okay, thank you. So Sayanacharya, in his commentary on these verses, he clearly says that the Brahma, etc., the Brahma, Marut, etc., this refers to Abhimani Devata of the Brahmanas, and people who have this Abhimani Devata in them, they attain those particular Varna. So Brahma is the Abhimani Devata of Brahmanas, and people who have this Brahmana Abhimani Devata in them, they attain Brahmana Varna characterized by Brahma Tejas. That is, they can be classified as Brahmana. So what is this notion of Abhimani Devata? It refers to deities which identify themselves with reference to a particular object or a phenomenon. In this case, Abhimani Devatas are deities which identify themselves with the four Varnas. So basically, Varna Devatas. So for a person to be called Brahmana, he must have the divine essence of that Brahmana Devata, Brahmana Abhimani Devata, the Varna Devata inside him. So that is what makes Brahmana, Kshatriya, etc. designation a Varna, a ritual designation. So, and Varna is a ritual state because it refers to this divine essence of Varna Abhimani Devata. So I'll just rush some more quickly. If Varna refers to emergence of Varna Devata in the human body, how and when does a Jivatma attain this? Very quickly, we know this from Chandogya Upanishad, which says that those who live a good conduct in life after death, they are born in a Brahmana yoni or Kshatriya yoni or Vaishya yoni. That is, they are born as a Brahmana, Kshatriya, Vaishya. So basically, after life, when you take new birth, through that birth, you attain this Brahmana, Kshatriya or Vaishya Varna. So in the Manusmriti, we have a verse which is important but not widely quoted. It says that among all the Varnas, those only who have born of consorts wedded in natural order as virgins of equal status are to be regarded as same Varna as their fathers. Basically, mother and father has to be of the same Varna, and when they are married in a Shastriya marriage, then their child will be the same Varna as their parents. If the Varna of the parents are different, then it will the child will not be of the same Varna. Apastamba Dharma Sutra also says this. I will not read it again. So basically, what the verses imply is that a Jivatma attains this divine essence of Varna Devatas through taking birth from the parents belonging to same Varna, and hence were endowed, because the parents have same Varna, they are endowed with same divine essence of the Varna Devatas. And this the Jivatman inherits through conception and birth, and as a result of its own previous karmic punya. This idea is again stressed in the Vedic idea that the father through his wife is born again as the progeny. This idea is very prevalent in Aitareya Upanishad and Manusmriti, wherein the idea is that the son becomes eligible for Varna duties of his father that his father had performed, because it is the father himself who takes birth as the son through the wife. So that is, the father and the mother transmit the divine essence of the Varna Devata to their progeny through the act of conception and subsequent pregnancy and birth, which is what makes the progeny eligible for Varna duties of the parents. Now, that portion of the discussion, that Varna is a ritual state, and this ritual state is connected to the notion of birth and emergence, and an individual, because of his good karmas and tapasya, etc., when he is born again in next life, through that birth, through the Ishvara makes that Jivatma to be born to such a couple, wherein if he is designed to take the Brahmana or Kshatriya or whatever his Punya states, he will be born to that parents, and through that parents he inherits the Varna Devatas, and it is this attainment of the Varna Devatas that makes him belonging to that Varna, that gives him the adhikara or the competency to perform that Varna Dharma. So Varna is a ritual state. Going further, we do not find this phrase as Varna Vyavastha, etc., at least to my knowledge, in any of the primary texts. But we find the phrase of Varna Dharma, Varnashrama Dharma very well. So Varna is connected to the Dharma. Varna is a principle of Dharma. What does Dharma mean? One of the basic definition of Dharma is that it is from which results the accomplishment of Abhyudaya and Nishresa. All kind of material happiness and well-being in this world and next is Abhyudaya. And supreme good or moksha is Nishreyasa. So dharma by definition refers to actions which are non-secular, spiritual, otherworldly, and transcendent as their end result. Stated differently, dharma constitutes the mode of a spiritual pursuit, and thus dharmic actions have ritualistic dimension embedded in them. Since Varna is a principle of Dharma, in fact, it is a type of Dharma. There are two types, Samanya and Vishesha Dharma, and Varna Dharma is Vishesha Dharma. So as a type of Dharma, a practice of Varna Dharma is by nature constitutes a performance of a ritual which has Abhyudaya and Nishresa as its end goal. So this means that even something as what we consider as a Laukika activities, for example, teaching, which is said to be a dhyapana, duty of a Brahmana, or protection of the subjects, which is said to be duty of a Kshatriya, these today are classified as a secular activity. But when it is done by the rightful person, as the Shastras say, then that action itself is a ritual. That action itself is a dharma. It is able to lead one to Abhyudaya Nishreyasa. Now, the ritual aspect of Varna Dharma, as I mentioned, we have another notion in the text, which is that Varna Dharma as a tapasya, as a austerity. So we have very clear enunciation of it in Manusmriti, which says the tapasya or the austerity for a Brahmana is gnana, knowledge. The austerity for Kshatriya is rakshana, protecting. And the austerity for Vaishya is agriculture, varta, agriculture and business, etc. And austerity for Shudra is service. So service here means seva, poshana through various service industries, various ajivikas, and not just as a role of a servant, but as a role of a service provider. That is known from even the text like Manusmriti, which says that Shudra can do ajivikas such as art, sculpture, and many other things. So basically, these are the means by which one can attain Abhyudaya Nishreyasa. It is not speaking about financial empowerment and not keeping people as excluding them from all those things. Here it is purely speaking about how to attain punya, how to attain Abhyudaya Nishreyasa. So through the practice of Varna Dharma. So this Varna Dharma practice is an austerity in itself. And Manusmriti praises this austerity as what is hard to traverse, what is hard to attain, what is hard to reach. All of them can be accomplished from austerity. So everything has its source in austerity, and austerity in the middle, and austerity in the end, right? So Varna Dharma is a tapasya. This has to be kept in mind. Varna Dharma is a principle of Dharma. Varna is a ritual state. Varna is a tapasya. And this is something interesting I found in a very wonderful book written in 1933, The Hindu Ideal by Sri Ramananda Saraswati ji. The translation, of course, is it was written during the colonial times, so they translated Varna as caste. They were not aware of the ideological baggage the word caste commits. But this quotation, this and the next slide is very important. He says, Swamiji says that the purpose of Varna Dharma is to remove the maladosha that a Jivatma has accumulated in his past lives. I'll just quickly read this excerpt. Maladosha, which is an effect of the antecedent bad karma, is the accumulated impurity caused in this and the previous lives by the hardening of one's nature into either incorrigible dullness or harmful active selfishness, the work of the lower qualities of tamoguna and rajoguna. So basically leading to, all this dullness, indolence, and egoistic thoughts, all these are maladosha. Human nature has to get rid of its dull inertness by its being hammered into activity. But care must be taken that this is not substituted by selfish activity, which is another kind of maladosha. So in order to annul the mischief of both kinds of evil qualities of tamas and rajas, sorry, in order to remove maladosha completely, a good shastriya activities, that is sat karma, have been prescribed, and these sat karma are nothing but varna dharma and ashrama dharma. So he clearly says this: unless and until the varna and ashrama duties are, which are themselves called as dharma, are duly performed, maladosha will cling to our nature as a dead weight and will not allow us to rise spiritually. The first principal step in spiritual progress is this removal of maladosha through satkarma anushtanam, which is nothing but varnashrama dharma anushtana. So this is very, very important. He gives a 3-stage layer of spiritual progress. The first stage is maladosha nivarana through varnashrama dharma practice, which includes practice of samanya dharma. And the second stage is vikshepa dosha nivarana through upasana or bhakti. And then higher Vedanta practice comes. Again, I'm rushing through it. So we saw that Varna is a principle of Dharma, Varna is a ritual state, and Varna is tapasya, and Varna Dharma practice removes maladosha. Now in the Bhagavad Gita, we see indirectly implied. It is implied, it is very clear if you read it closely, that it is a reference where the reference to Swakarma, Swadharma, these are all reference to Varnashrama Dharma. There is a notion of Varna Dharma as a Karma Yoga and as a worship offered to Bhagavan. See, this Swadharma and Swakarma, see, the Shastras gives 2 types of instructions about Dharma. The Samanya Dharma, which is applicable to everybody. So there is no Swa and Para in them. But it is only in the Varnashrama Dharma, the Vishesha Dharma, there comes the notion of Swakarma, Swadharma, and Paradharma, right? So, Bhagavad Gita says, you perform the obligatory duties for actions is superior to inaction. And then he says, then it says, this man becomes bound by actions other than the actions meant for God. Without being attached, O son of Kunti, perform your actions. Therefore, remaining unattached, always perform the obligatory duty. That is Swakarma, obligatory duty, Nitya Karma, which is, the Sandhya Vandana, etc. It depends on the people and condition, etc. That is why it is Vishesha Dharma, a Varnashrama Dharma. And by performing this once obligatory duty without attachment, a person attains highest goal. So the key to performing Karma Yoga is the performance of Vishesha Dharma, Varnashrama Dharma. So you cannot simply say that I will perform Karma Yoga, detached action on any kind of action. It has to be a dharmika action. It has to be a Vishesha Dharma. It has to be a combination of Samanya Dharma and Vishesha Dharma, which is performed in a detached manner. Then those actions, that is those karmas, the Vishesha, Varnashrama Dharma itself becomes Karma Yoga. And then again, in 18th chapter, Bhagavad Gita says, being devoted to one's own prescribed duty, Swakarma, man attains complete success. Here, how this success is attained. He says, a human being achieves success by worshipping through his own prescribed duties, Bhagavan, from whom is the origin of the creatures and by whom all this is pervaded. Basically, the Ishvara, who is the creator and sustainer of the universe, you have to worship that Ishvara by the practice of your own swakarma. And what is this swakarma? It is a combination of samanya dharma and varnashrama dharma. And one's own swadharma, though defective, is superior to another, paradharma. So all this very, very clear. The Bhagavad Gita very clearly says that the way to perform this varnashrama dharma is to offer it to Bhagavan as worship. So varnashrama dharma, varna dharma is a offering to Bhagavan. And this idea is very, very explicitly brought out by Vishnu Purana, which has this very beautiful excerpt. I will just quickly read it out. The Supreme Vishnu is propitiated by man who observes the institutions of Varna, Ashrama, and purificatory practices. No other path is the way to please him. He who offers sacrifices to him. He who murmurs japa, prays to him. He who injures living creatures, injures him. Basically, it's saying that Janardana therefore is propitiated by him who is attentive to established observances and follows the duties prescribed for his Varna. The Brahmana, the Kshatriya, the Vaishya and Shudra. I will take just 5 more minutes, Nagaraja. I'm coming to conclusion. Yes. Who attends to the rules enjoined by his Varna, best worships Vishnu. Keshava is the most pleased with him who does good to others, etc., etc. So he mentions both in this verse, both the Varna dharma, Brahmana, Kshatriya, Vaishya dharma, and then he also mentions about never utters, abuse, calumny, untruth, which are Samanya dharma. So this is very, very, very clearly he is speaking about Varnashrama being Varna dharma, practice of Varna dharma being a practice of bhakti to Bhagavan. At the end, he again says, the man, O Muni, who conforms to the duties enjoined by the Shastric authority for every Varna and Ashrama, is he who best worships Vishnu. There is no other way. So if somebody thinks that they can discard the Varnashrama dharma and they can discard the understanding of Varna dharma and anything goes is a mode of worship, it is not so. There are, of course, different methods of worship, and each method is equally valid, and different methods of worship spoken for different people. All that is okay. But if you're a Brahmana, if you're a Kshatriya, if you're a Vaishya, if you're a Shudra, then you have your practice of Varna dharma is the best form of worship that can be offered to Bhagavan. So the above discussion, the whole discussion clearly establishes that Varna is a ritual state and Varna dharma is a upasana paddhati. So the notion of tapasya, removal of maladosha, the notion of karma yoga, notion of bhakti, all this basically gives us the broad idea that practice of Varna dharma is a upasana paddhati. That is a ritualistic, a spiritual, a devotional practice through which one attains abhyudaya and nishreyasa. Therefore, Varna is a ritual state. If Varna is not a ritual state, it is merely a secular social designation about division of labor or some form of psychological grouping, or it is a creation of some oppressive evil Brahmanas to discriminate people. If that was what Varna is, then it cannot be a ritualistic system. But if it is a ritualistic system, as the Shastra says, it cannot be those. I'll just conclude with last conclusion. 2 slides are there. As I just mentioned, the discourse on Varna is severely handicapped without understanding of the ritualistic dimension of Varna. On one hand, we have a discourse based purely on Janma, but one that does not anchor itself in the ritualistic dimensions, thus reducing Varna into a hierarchical social organization whose sole purpose was to discriminate and exclude segments of society from social and economic empowerment. On the other hand, we have a discourse purely on Gunakarma, which is not only dishonest because it cherry picks quotations from Shastras convenient to the discourse, while ignoring, sidelining, and discarding what is inconvenient. It also reduces Varna into a mere mundane, secular, and transactional categorization of human society based on occupation and or character traits. Both these positions are problematic as they're ignoring, sidelining, or discarding of the ritualistic dimension of Varna Dharma as enunciated Hindu Shastras has caused them to misrepresent the purpose, mode, and structure of Varna. So what is this purpose, mode, and structure? From a Hindu Shastriya enunciation of Varna, the purpose of the Varna Dharma is to facilitate each and every individual of the society to work towards their overall well-being, both material, abhyudaya, and spiritual, nishreyasa. The mode of operation of this Varna system or Varna Dharma is it is through the aligning of one's life to Dharma by the practice of Varna Dharma and Samanya Dharma to the best of one's abilities. Everybody cannot do everything. This argument that if you do not do 100%, then you have no right to speak is all nonsense. You can only do dharma to the best of your ability because you have so many obstacles in your life, so many limitations and capacities and everything else. So this implies that recognizing the ritual state of an individual and where they are currently in their long journey towards moksha that happens over many lives is an integral part. The structure that that facilitates this ritualistic structure of Varna, the structure that facilitates this whole thing is a ritualistic structure of Varna, which integrates diverse social identities and institutions such as Kutumba, Kula, and Jati into a ritualistic framework through which it achieves two things. It provides a ritualistic spiritual path to each individual based on his current ritual state and their current station in the long journey towards through multiple lives through which they can work for their abhyudaya nishresa. Second, importantly, it facilitates one to transform one's own kula practices, one's own jati practices, one's own kutumba practices, one's own ajivikas, the occupation, into a karma yoga. So basically what I'm trying to state here is, today we have everything upside down. We are approaching, when we are approaching the issue of Varna and when we are reading the text, we have a lot of prejudices, a lot of preconceived notions, a lot of presentism in it. We connect it to social identities. We see something around us and we directly connect it to text, even if there is no causal relationship between them. Instead of doing that, we should understand the Varna as enunciated as a ritualistic system in the text and how this ritualistic system was able to integrate the Kutumba, Kula, and Jati identities into it. Perhaps if we allow it, it can integrate even the caste identity, the modern political identity in it. But that for that to happen, the modern political identities have to open up themselves to integrate a ritualistic, a religious aspect into that identity and not be just a political identity that it is today. Unless that happens, this integration is not possible. Final comment, in short, the ritual dimension is the connecting link that connects the guna karma based discourse to janma based discourse and uplifts the entire Varna Dharma from being a merely secular social order to a ritualistic and spiritual based vision for material and spiritual well-being of all humanity. Thank you very much for this opportunity. I don't know, I think I took a lot of time. Thank you very much, Nagarajji and others, for the patient hearing. Shri Gurubhyo Namaha.
Thank you very much, Nitin Avare. This is Nitin Avaru helped us to understand a past word Varna, and he is asking us to avoid present and only be in the past of the book. So, okay, thank you for that.
I think just sorry, I'm not saying we should be in the past. I am saying that we should understand the theologically what is the correct meaning and implications.
It's a past book. If the book is a past book, if we consider that we are able to understand the past while being in the present, our assumption is that we are able to go to the past using some time machine. Okay, thank you very much. There is a question from one person that what is your Sanskrit word for ritual state? Is there if you have a one word quick answer, let us then move to the next.
Dharma itself is that abhyudaya nishresa siddhi sadharma.
Ritual state Sridhar Nitinji says that dharma is the word for ritual state. Okay, let us debate that later.
Who is next?
Yeah, I think it's me. Namaste.
I'm sorry. I was muted, right? Okay. Thank you. Mailavarapu Sudhamohan is an aviation professional by trade whose true passion lies in Hinduism, its history, and its legacy of colonization. In the past, he has authored 2 books and several articles on the challenges faced by the Hindu community of today. His latest book, Shivasya Kulam, talks about the colonial narratives and distortions along with the actual dimensions of caste, untouchability, and Dravidianism, exposing the Christian onslaught on Hindu society. Sri Mailavarpu Sudhamohan Garu, if you have a copy of your book, you might even display the cover page, front cover of the book, and then start your talk.
Sure, sir. I put it in my presentation. It is in the last slide. So I'll bring in my presentation.
Yeah, please. Okay.
Om Vagardhaviva Samprukto Vagadha Pratipataye Jagatah Pitaro Vande Parvati Parameshwaro Sadasiva Samarambham Shankaracharya Madhyamam Asmadacharya Paryantam Vande Guru Paramparam. Namasarvebhyaha Swagatam. This is a disclaimer. My earlier speakers, Sri Arvind Rauji and Sri Nitin Sridharji, did an amazing job in presenting Shastric point of view on Varna. In this presentation, I would like to discuss colonial caste theory and Varna, Kula, Jati. By the end, you will understand the differences. So let's begin our presentation with by understanding the European society and caste. In European society, a single unit classification called caste was used to identify materialistic hierarchical divisions. Europeans used this term caste to identify race, occupational divisions, and guilds, tribes, and so on. The Spanish Sistema de Casta is a hierarchical ordering of racial groups according to their proportion of Spanish blood. The 1901 Census Commissioner H.H. Risley says that the term caste came from Latin castus, which meant purity of breed. Several prominent Europeans of the past used caste to identify race. This race-based class or caste system was a crucial part of Christian society, and it existed until mid of 20th century in Western countries like USA. Abrahamic religions practice not only race-based racism, but also religious racism. The believer and non-believer dichotomy and the subsequent persecution of non-believers is the best example of Abrahamic religious casteism or racism. During the colonial period, British did everything to prove that they are a higher race. And this caste or class structure reflected in their social behavior in all spheres. For example, in trains, Indians were not allowed to travel in the same coach with the white people. The job recruitment policy heavily discriminated Indians. Another important facet is that they imposed a British feudal taxation model on Hindus. Thus, its related terminology created serfdom and slavery in Hindu society. During this process, they did not consider the impact of Islamic governance on Hindu society. For example, during Shah Jahan's regime, when rites could not pay taxes, their wives and kids were sold in the market. All these ills were attributed to Hindu society. Thus, a slavery or serfdom was created. In India, Europeans used caste to identify family, religion, occupation, tribes, etc. Finally, they narrowed down their usage. Initially, they said Varna was caste, and later they settled down with Jati. They used this negative term caste to identify Varna, Kula, Jati of the Hindu society. According to a few books, it was Garcia de Horta, a newly converted Christian or a lower caste person, who first used casta to identify a few jatis in 16th century. In the same century, Duarte Barbosa also used this term in a different way. Later, it was the Jesuits and missionaries who popularized the Hindu caste. Since the 16th century, Christians tried to define Hindu caste. In that pursuit, each one of them came up with a different definition. Till date, there is no common consensus on the definition of caste pertaining to Hindu society. By 1820s and 30s, the Spanish Sistema de Casta and the French system were abolished. It was at this period the Hindu caste system gained prominence. This, in a way, justified the British colonization and its subsequent need to civilize and enslave Hindus and Hinduism. Since then, the Europeans wrote many books describing caste, but they could not define what precisely caste meant, which means they don't know what they're talking about. They selected a few aspects of Hindu society and inserted them into the European experience and history. Thus, a caste was constructed. This caste was officially institutionalized in 1901 when British enforced a hierarchical caste framework on Hindus using a relative social status method. Regarding the hierarchy in Hindu society, colonial reports themselves suggest that many sects did not accept a Brahmin superiority. British conflated these various sadhana paths into their understanding of European caste system. Hindu systems were built on diversity such as Kala, Desha, and Kriya. So most of these systems were decentralized. But to convert these systems as centralized systems and to create an oppressive caste-like structure, hierarchy is necessary. So for this conversion, British came up with various methods. One such method was Brahmin-centric hierarchy model. Many viewed Varna model through the Kshatriya-centric hierarchy also. Be as it may, while British were creating Brahmin-centric hierarchy, many Jatis opposed to keep Brahmins in the superior position. British ignored these objections and went ahead with their choice of hierarchy. Thus came up with Indian version of British caste system. This pyramid format is a wrong depiction of Hindu Varna Kula Jati systems. This model pretty much imitated the 1901 census arrangement. This hierarchical model used Varna and Saucha, which means it was the sadhana and Saucha coupled with colonial poverty that was depicted in a hierarchical manner at par with the racist Christian caste. This skewed model ignored all contrarian evidence. For example, many Jatis opposed the sacerdotal authority of Brahmins. Each Jati had their own version of hierarchy. And the caste categories such as low, high, or untouchable, Panchama were also created by the British. None of the Jatis felt inferior, including the so-called low caste. A version of Achara Bheda was selectively portrayed as untouchability. This depiction ignored Achara foundation of the Hindu society. It overlapped the poverty resulted from the colonial misrule onto the respect given to various Jatis and the Achara, and thus created a Hindu caste system. A few aspects of Jati was selectively used to construct a racial Hindu caste. In this process, mobility mechanisms were suppressed or ignored. In India, colonial administration was heavily centralized. On the contrary, many Hindu systems were decentralized. These decentralized systems were forced to become centralized to serve colonizers' needs rather than serving the individual's needs. In this forceful conversion, Varna, Kula, Jati's complex matrix of multiple systems and identities were reduced into a single centralized alien grouping called caste. Let's now briefly look at a few meanings of native institutions. Amarakosha gives various definitions to Varna, Kula, Jati. Varna is part of Prakriti. Varnashrama Dharma is part of eternal Dharma. Varna is part of Rita, or Atma, and Prakriti, and thus Varnashrama Dharma is part of eternal Dharma. Varnashrama Dharma is also is divided into Samanya, Vishesha, and Apad Dharma spheres. So in order to get the eligibility to the Vishesha Dharma, one must fulfill the obligations of Samanya Dharma. Parashara Smriti talks about Chaturvarna and the importance of Achara to these 4 Varnas. Texts like Bhavishya Purana, Chidgagana Chandrika, etc. say that Kula means a group of people in a common spiritual pursuit and Achara. Kular Navatantra say that Kula means Shakti, which means a group of people in the spiritual pursuit of a Shakti. So it is this that I used as the title for my book. Shivasya Kulam means Shiva's Shakti. So at the same time, Jati has the term Jati has several meanings, of which 2 are very important for us. One is birth and the other is commonalities. As we can see, Kula is attached to sadhana, achara, vritti, and education. In spiritual sphere, Jati denotes either dharma or achara or sadhana. Colonial reductionistic approach converted a natural, spiritual, dharmic, sadhana-based categories into materialistic racial castes. This equated the indigenous spirituality with race and racism. Importantly, it ignored many spiritual mechanisms that were in practice in the society. For example, achara-based social mobility, obtaining Kshatriya occupations and vocations, various types of interjati hypergamic marital relations, Vamachara practices, degradation, excommunications, and so on. And thus, it colonized Hinduism with caste. This incomplete information-based view presently causing confusion, harm, and in turn helping the Hindu divisive forces. The colonial caste system closed the window of claiming the Kshatriya occupations and a change of achara. Thereby, various jatis lost the incentive of showing their akshatra to protect Hindu society. This blocked the social mobility of the so-called low caste. Now let's understand the relation between the Rita or Atma to the individual. Everything in the universe is filled with Atma or Rita. As we see in this picture, Jivatma is a replica of Paramatma. Being covered with Prakriti, Jivatma is filled with Trigunas. These 3 gunas are represented with 3 Varnas. Intermixture of these gunas are represented in 4 Varnas. Skanda Purana addresses the Varna and Jati as Prakritis. It says each Prakriti is divided into Uttama, Madhyama, and Sama levels. And it lists 18 such Prakritis. A few other texts address these Jatis or Prakritis as Ashtadasha Praja. So in order to attain Swaswarupa Jnana, purity of mind is essential. To attain this purity and Jnana, yogic sadhana, karmakanda, etc. are prescribed by the Shastras. Vedanta also agrees with the importance of yoga, yoga sadhana for attaining purity of chitta. Jnana and moksha are nicely explained in various texts. For example, Vedanta Dindima talks about moksha and says there can be no difference between the individual and Brahman in terms of name and form because the latter are unreal. It also says there can be no difference between the individual and Brahman because of the difference between the universal bodies and because both of them are one and the same. This is another illustration detailing Purusha and Prakriti. Shaivites call them as Shiva and Shakti. The layout of Varnashrama Dharma is mainly aimed to guide the individual towards moksha or aparoksha anubhuti. Jivatma Paramatma relation is very clearly explained in 4 Vedic Mahavakyas. Tattvamasi Aham Brahmasmi, Prajnanam Brahma, Ayamatma Brahma. According to Hinduism, each person must fulfill his 4 Purusharthas, Dharma, Artha, Kama, Moksha. Hindu texts understand that each individual is longing for happiness. And this happiness or ananda is of 2 types, Kritrima and Akritrima. Thus, they encourage the individual to strive for Shashvatananda Sthiti, which is moksha. Bhogavada gives importance to Artha Kama, but the crude Bhogavada is nothing but pure materialism. This can lead the mankind towards self-destruction. West currently is fully immersed in this process. Karma is of 2 types, Sat and Asat Karma. And Sat Karma leads to Dharma and Asat Karma leads to Adharma, which means Sat Karma leads the individuals towards Rita and Asat Karma leads to Anrita. Therefore, Ardha Kama must be earned by doing Sat Karma, which leads the individuals towards Rita and Moksha. We know that Dharma Shastras guide the Hindu society. Along with Smritis, we also have so many Agamas and Tantras that prescribe various methods of sadhana to attain Purushartha. Smarta path followed Smriti and its related Vidinisheda, i.e. Sat and Asat Karma. The Smritis are actually divided into three spheres. They're called Achara, Vyavahara, and Prayaschitta. Smarta path follows these rules as part of their Achara, and this is generally called Vedic Achara. Hinduism understands that men are different and the Prakriti is filled with Deshakala Bheda. Therefore, Smritis allowed various types of sadhanas to suit the needs of this diversity. As men and their chitta vrittis are different, so does the sadhanas. So due to which, in Achara and Prayaschitta sphere, all jatis were given their own space. So this is clearly recorded in history. Since the time of Adi Shankara, many Hindu sects belong to Agamika or Tantrika paths, had their own methods of sadhana, and some did not believe in Vidinisheda. Many sects had their own acharas and prayaschitta. At Vyavahara level, it may appear that Smritis are enforced, but in reality, they are not. Since the past 2 centuries or so, British removed the legal base to Smriti-based institutions. They replaced the inheritance laws to suit the Christian conversion. Marriage and divorce laws were replaced to enforce Christian ideology of Bhogavada. British laws and reforms destroyed the Mitaksharas giant family system. It is very unfortunate that in independent India, there was no study took place on the plight of Smritis in Rajadharma sphere. These sadhana methods start to the sadhaka on the basis of Adhikari Bheda Siddhanta. Guru gives diksha to the individual into a particular sadhana. Importantly, the sadhana is divided into Vaidika and Tantrika paths, and also into Antaranga and Bahiranga sadhana modes. These 2 methods are again divided into various bhumikas. Vaidika method of sadhana involving strict Indriya Nigraha are given to Dvija. The rest have Adhikara in Agamika and Tantrika paths of sadhana. This means Agamika, Tantrika mode of sadhana and Achara are influencing the Shudra Varna Jati's social behavior with a lot of leniency in habits. We can see slokas detailing such layout in European writings also. In 1893, Gustav Oppert wrote a book called Original Inhabitants of Bharatavarsha, in which he cited a sloka from Parashara Grama Devata Pratishtha. The sloka says, Brahmananam Shivo Devaha, Kshatriyanam tu Madhavaha, Vaishyanam tu Bhavet Brahma, Shudranam Grama Devata. Indeed, Parashara Vaidikagama Sutra consists of Grama Devata Pratishtha Paddhati. It is important to note that according to Parashara, Grama Devatas are part of Dharma. But according to the missionaries and the colonial government, Grama Devatas are not part of Hinduism, and they concluded that Grama Devatas belong to Dravidian religion. Grama Devata pujaris are mainly from present Dalit groups. Early 20th century, Bishop Henry Whitehead elaborately explained why and how Christians must destroy these Grama Devata temples to convert these Dalit groups into Christianity. It is this we are witnessing in today's Bharata. The present endowment department is doing its best to kill all Grama Devata traditions also. These Grama Devatas and Bhuta Vaidyam are linked to the so-called Dravidian religion. Importantly, Grama Devatas are intimately connected with Ayurveda and Tantrism. For example, Sitala Devi is considered as a goddess of chicken pox. In Bengal and Orissa, there used to be a native Tika system, native Tika vaccination system. A Britisher named Holwell in 18th century wrote a book about describing the greatness of the Hindu Tika system. But this system was attacked by colonizers who copied, modified the native medical methods and systems. It is important to note that the tradition of Sati Sahagamana was also linked to the native medicine, diseases, and the Grama Devatas. Colonial propaganda popularized that only women kill themselves, but Hindu men who were suffering with diseases such as leprosy were also burned themselves alive. And not only Hindu men, but Muslim men suffering with diseases were also buried alive too. So going back to Grama Devata Pratishtha Paddhati, this text talks about installation of Grama Devatas by Sampradaya. For Shaktas, the Grama Devatas are to be installed outside the village. For Kapalikas, in Smashana. And it also talks about other traditions. We can see Vaidika Tantrika layout in various Saivite and Vaishnavite texts. The point we must remember is that Agamika and Tantrika mode of sadhana or achara is influencing the Shudra Varna Jatis or kulas. As observed earlier, The term Jati has many dimensions and meanings, of which two are important to us. One is Jati means birth, and the other one means clubbing things based on commonalities. Some say that Jati was used to identify territorial, worship, occupational groups. A shloka in Sarvolasa Tantra and Vishnu Gita says that Achara Mula Jati, which means Achara is the key to understand a Jati, and this Achara includes various types of medical practices. In spiritual sphere, Jati either denotes Varna or Kula. In order to understand the Shudra Varna Jati's spiritual functionality, it is important to understand various Agamika and Tantric rules. Many traditions proposed non-birth-based theories. For example, a Agamic or Tantric ideology at times asks the sadhaka to renounce his Jati. And a branch of Tantric sadhana is mainly aimed to remove the Ashtapashas. For example, a shloka in Kularnava Tantra says, Gruna Lajja Bhayam Shanka Jugupsa Cheti Panchami Kulam Shilam Tada Jati Rashto Pasha Prakirtita Pasha Baddo Pashugneyaha Pasha Mukto Maheshwaraha Tasmat Papaharo Yastu Saha Paramo Mataha. Each Sampradaya defined Bandha Moksha in their own way and prescribed their sadhana methods on these terms. The purpose of this sadhana is to attain jnana and moksha or aproksha anubhuti. Those who got Atma Sakshatkara are transcended the Varnashrama. To them, Varnashrama rules do not apply. But the colonial caste system did not take this into consideration. Buddhism also honored the Jatis. Their mythology have references to Bodhisattva coming from Varnashrama background. They believed in high birth and low birth. Thus, it becomes very important to understand Buddhist influence on Jati systems. Not many people can practice strict Indriya Nigraha. Therefore, different Sampradayas arose to address this. In fact, various Buddhist Sampradayas evolved because many did not want to practice strict rules set by Buddha. Because many wanted Bhoga-centered religion. Thus, slowly Hindu Tantras were exported into Buddhism. It was the Vamacharik Vajrayana that accelerated the collapse of Buddhism. Islamic colonialism also contributed to its decline in multiple ways. The same pattern of Bhagavada can be seen in Hinduism too, which means in the past, strict Indriya Nigraha based Brahminhood was not an appealing position to many in the society. Adi Shankara's debate with various Vamacharik sects gives us a snapshot of what happened in the past. So in the past, many also avoided Brahminhood. So given that situation, it becomes, it was the Jati structure that helped the Hindus to transfer the knowledge, arts and skills.
Sudhamohan Garu, are you close to your winding up? I think we are.
So I got 2 more slides, sir. So another 5 to 10 minutes.
Not 10 minutes, sir, please. For the remaining 2 slides, I request you to take altogether just 4 minutes, 2 minutes for each slide and wind up.
Okay,
please.
so the Jati structure that we are seeing, we're only seeing it through the racial point of view or the secular point of view, but we need to also see this through the lens of medicine, because there was various contagious diseases and various types of sexual intermixture that occurred in the past. And the Jati structure helped us containing these negative effects which arose from these kinds of diseases. And another condition is that there is no racial intermixture in Hindu society, which is not entirely correct, because the 1901 Census Commissioner Risley himself says that the custom of hypergamy to be of a great antiquity and to prevail across India. That means many of the Jatis practiced anuloma marriages. So that's so the argument of endogamy is not entirely correct. And also the K.S. Lal in his books talks about Kshatriya women marrying the other Jatis, and during the Islamic destruction of Bharata, many Chamars also promoted to the Kshatrahood. And also many South Indian South Indian Boya Jati, there were inscriptions that say that tell us the Mahamandaleshwars and the polygars are from these Jati, and they also worked in Tipu Sultan's army, but they fought against the British, and today they are considered as a scheduled caste and scheduled tribes in few states. And the same thing with the village police system. And many of the Taliaris or the village polices were they were given in Hindu kingdom, they were given jobs, but these jobs were taken away by the British. So they pushed them into poverty. British land reforms and all these things, they pushed these various present low caste or backward caste groups into various types of poverty. So Jati structure needs to be understood from this context also. And the British imposed caste system stopped the social mobility. The 1901 census removed kula varna social mobility. It ignored various aspects of mutual untouchability and fixated upon one version of Saucha, thus created a version of untouchability. It removed the achara-based social mobility. It ignored various types of hierarchies existed in society and fixated on one-way pattern of colonial hierarchy. It is this we get to see in present-day caste studies in the form of a pyramid. Each Jati social status depended on various factors such as social relevance, contribution, character level of the representative individuals, respect gained, and capital generated, king's decision, achara, and so on. All these were replaced with one-way pattern of colonial centralized hierarchical caste system. Kshatra activities and vocations were more open to various Jatis. Many present-day Dalit Jatis were once into army and native police system. They thought of themselves as Kshatriyas, but the colonial government denied this status to them. It imposed permanent birth-based low and highness in various Jatis, which can to various Jatis, and the status can't be changed. And importantly, British destroyed the spiritual sampradayas of the present-day low caste, due to which currently they are in an identity crisis. During Hindu rule, many Jatis tried to attain a better yogic and varna position, and this resulted in upward social mobility. But in colonial and post-colonial constitutional governance, many Jatis are trying to register themselves as oppressed or lower caste, which means the society is moving towards lowness and towards bhoga or materialism. With this, I finish my presentation. Thanks for watching. Namaste.
This is the last slide. Please keep the last slide. Sudha Mohan Garu, please keep your last slide. Yeah. This is the book written by Sudha Mohan Garu, in which you may find a more detailed discussion of this wonderful, excellent, very comprehensive and advanced analysis of his argument. It is available on Amazon also, I think, Sudha Mohan Garu?
Yes, sir, it is available.
Yeah. Okay. So now we'll move on to the next speaker. It is Professor M.S. Chaitra is the next speaker. Professor M.S. Chaitra, before I introduce Professor M.S. Chaitra, may I suggest that because we are left with the 3 more speakers for the pre-lunch session, those of the audience who might want to, because all the videos are anyway off, they might like to use the time that is available now for taking lunch while watching the symposium also, so that we can reduce the time for lunch later and quickly move on to the post-lunch session. So Professor M.S. Chaitra is Associate Professor of Practice. Professor Chaitra's work involves reconceptualizing Indian intellectual traditional traditions. Most of his research is an attempt to access and reconstruct the extraordinary understanding of the experiential world that the Indian intellectual traditions have offered to humanity. This endeavor involves comparing Western and Indian cultures using the framework called comparative science of cultures. He started his professional life as a biologist and who specialized in molecular genetics, ecology, and evolutionary biology. Before starting his work in social sciences, he worked with Wildlife Institute of India, Dehradun, the Center for Ecological Sciences, and the Indian Institute of Science, Bangalore. He is one of the founders of the initiative called Arohi Research Foundation, and he served as a senior fellow at the India Studies Unit at CES, Bangalore. What I personally know is that he is deeply influenced by Professor S.N. Balagangadhara's approach to these issues. Professor M.S. Chaitra, over to you.
Thank you, Nagaraj Garu. You are right. I mean, my work is certainly part of what Professor Balagangadhara has initiated as his research program, which is called Comparative Science of Cultures. And so what I will be doing today is I will not exceed my time. I will try to stick with the time period that I have. So there is a lot of discussion that has already happened, insofar as Jati, Varna, Kula, and many other issues are concerned. So there is already previous since there is a history of previous discussion that helps me sort of not to get into the details of some of the quotations, etc. Now, what I would want to focus on is that I wanted to come from today's problem about how do we engage in the discussion on caste, jati, and varna. And by looking at it, because see, the issue of caste has become very important and crucial because we have to somehow solve the problem of today. And everything that we discuss is centered around caste for some reason or the other. Therefore, it is important to go back and sort of take a break and then try to figure out, is there a way in which we can understand, start from the contemporary discussion and then try to link them with our past. Now, if you want to do that, it's something that we must keep in mind. I mean, all of us know that you can't really begin this discussion without taking an explicit reference to what is considered to be caste system. For a strange reason, there is a broad structure for caste system, that there are some units called caste, and there is a hierarchy that actually binds this, which makes it into a system, and which has been part of something called Hindu religion. I mean, this has been a standard story that we have been hearing for quite a long number of years, at least for at least 2 centuries that we know the story. And one of the central feature of this discussion is the Hindu religion and the Brahminical control, either through textual or through certain kind of actions that they have done, etc. And for this system of caste that is being actually described, many people have different accounts, even though there are minor variations within it, but there is a broad structure that is being preserved. And there is this reference to hierarchy of Brahmin being the top, and as there was earlier pointed out, some even propose the Kshatriya being in the top, and there are some other models, but there is basically a hierarchy, and this hierarchy leads to certain kind of discrimination, inequality, social and economic, and so many other things. Now, in fact, if you look at least about 40 to 50% of social scientific research today, now is dependent on examining some of this question or not. In fact, you can even say the problem of caste system actually gives livelihood to a large number of people. I mean, if you to put it crudely. Now, when you invoke the question of hierarchy and the question of discrimination, inequality, social, economic, and political inequalities that you wanted to refer to, Varna becomes to the center of the conversation. So there is this discussion, for example, sociologists would talk about the book view and the field view, Varna model, and so many other modes within which some of these ideas gets actually discussed at great length. And then there is this question of Jati. Now, there is something very peculiar. In our daily life, for example, as Indians, we are part of some Jati or the other. We have this experience of being part of some Jati or the other, and we deal with it. But it is unclear, for example, what is the nature of this group, what exactly constitute Jati. And then you have all kinds of moral questions. For example, there are people who would say this Jatis had to be eliminated from 19th century. India has witnessed this bigger movement on Jatpat Todak Mandal, to a whole range of other annihilation of the caste, etc., which Nagaraj Mathuriji from the beginning, they have pointed it out. And then you have daily life to politics. There is this discussion on caste system, which seemed to be a heart of Indian society. And there is something very strange about this debate, is that academic debates talk about caste system. There appears to be different groups. They seem to be contesting on each other's claim. It appears that they are irresolvable, but yet all of them seem to agree on certain position. At least a majority of the people who discuss whether they're post-colonial, structuralist, post-structuralist, whomever they are, or village studies, part of village studies, etc., they seem to be recognizing that there is something common about it and there is something agreeable about it. Now, in this set of things, if you look at the term caste, for example, now it is unclear, for example, what is this term referring to? I mean, if you look at any technical term in both caste system, caste become a very important point to discuss. So we talk about, in English, we make this conversation, which caste, in election analysis, in newspaper, caste becomes a very important kind of a point that we talk about. Even though it appears to point something, it is unclear, for example, what caste refers to. Now, if you are familiar, in Karnataka now election is happening. Now, there are a lot of discussion on caste that is happening that gets written both in Kannada, etc. It appears that caste is translated in Indian languages sometimes as Jati, sometimes as Biradari, etc. In Karnataka, for example, in the contemporary conversations that you look at it, now, for example, they refers to say when they use the word Jati, they have caste in the background, and say Lingayat as a Jati, for example, Brahmana as a Jati. And then you say Banajiga, then you have, Panchamsali and so many other Lingayat groups as Upajati, Upajati, and so many other things. There is an attempt to kind of vaguely classify them. So one is unclear, for example, whether this Jati refers to Lingayat as a Jati, or, for example, it is unclear whether it is about this caste. Panchamsali becomes a subcaste. Why it should be called a subcaste? Why not? It should not be called caste, etc. is unclear. Now, therefore, there is some kind of a lack of reference to what it exactly points to is unclear, and it also has a whole range of other things as part of what we today talk about caste system. Many sociologists, political scientists, journalists talk about it. As I pointed earlier, there is this discussion of Varna, Jati, some kind of a system, and there is a moral, the whole range of moral claims around that comes as part of this caste. Now, it is unclear, for example, whether the caste really points to Varna or Jati, and sometimes it appears to be both. So if you look at the last 200 years, now whether, Abhay Dubois to, you can come to Wendy Doniger, to anybody else, for example, there is this recurrent reference to, one of this key point, saying that there was one point in time in 18th century, caste was a word that was used to Varna, and later it was used to Jati at some point in time. Now it is interchangeably used. So therefore, there is unclear usage. That is exactly the point that I was trying to refer to as the loss of reference to this particular, concept called caste. And now there is this bigger issue that, okay, I can understand that Europeans, when they have come, when they were trying to understand diverse groups that were existing in India, when we Indians talk about it, we also actually make a lot of judgments, a lot of claims, a lot of evaluative claims about, this group called caste. Therefore, we really can't make sense of what the caste is. Now, if you go back, as my previous speaker was pointing out to, that there is a deeper relationship to an attempt to classify the caste, as part of the census activity, and the way that we today talk about caste, there is some kind of a deeper relationship. That is why Indians seem to have picked up through sociology, political science, and various other domain, and now it has become more or less a common sense kind of a conversation. Now, as our earlier speaker has pointed out, that it is British who actually started looking at it, but there are also other people who point out there is something called collaborationist thesis, that some would even allege that the munshis or the upper caste Brahmins, they put together, some kind of a system which did not exist, and they created something called caste. And there is also this description of saying how Portuguese people used, etc. But one thing one can certainly say, irrespective of whatever dispute it is, we cannot really pinpoint and say what caste is really pointing to in Indian social reality that we have, the way that we live. Second, it seemed to be making sense to Europeans for more than 2 centuries. This discussion on caste appears to make sense to them. They can refer to it. I think They have taken centuries of investment in thinking about it. Therefore, one can actually very clearly say that it may or may not, it actually won't refer to anything that is Indian, but there is some kind of an European experience that is involved in when you look at the discussion on caste and caste system. Therefore, the whole foundation, rightly so, the title of the book that Duncan, Prakash and others edited is The Western Foundation of the Caste System. In the sense, the whole discussion that we have about the caste and caste system is fundamentally derivative of what Europeans have thought about. In the sense, whenever we actually engage in the discussion on caste system in India, even if you replace that with some Indian word like Jati, kula, etc., we more or less reproduce European experience. And this is true insofar as Europeans' experience is concerned, and it actually doesn't tell us anything about what we have. For example, if you go and ask, is Lingayat a caste, for example, we don't even know how to ask, and we don't even know what kind of an answer could be a good answer and what kind of an answer could be a bad answer. So in that way, it is almost not possible to make any kind of an inquiry about this notion called caste. But certainly Europeans saw something, and whatever that they might have seen, it's certainly an entity within the European experience. Therefore, it is true insofar as they have experienced India as some kind of a caste system group, whatever they are. Now let's come back now to the discussion on Varna. Now, I have not added because I saw there are a lot of other discussions which were there. There were reference to Dharma Shastra, Dharma Sutra. Already, 2-3 people actually have looked at and greater details described about it. Even though the discussions were very nice, some of them are actually not compatible with each other. Whether there is a difficulty in today formulating what Varnas are really. Now, because these Varnas have become backbone of what is considered to be the story of the caste system that we have today. Now, there is a large body of system, and Varna is very essential because this Varna gives this hierarchical structure to the alleged caste system that we have in India today. In our story that I follow with Professor Balu and others have built, there is no caste system. Therefore, we treat it very differently. Anyway, I will come back to that position. So there are multiple positions that people have. For example, there is this position that the Varnas are birth-based, or Varnas are not birth-based, but they are based on guna and karma, etc., etc. Now, there is also another kind of discussion that exists that whether, for example, there was once upon a time, there was this Varna model, which was an ideal model which was there. And this got degenerated and Varnas became multiple Jatis. Therefore, you can actually map the contemporary Jatis into Varna. So therefore, you have this Brahmana, Kshatriya, Vaishya, Shudra. Within each group, you can actually start referring to various Jatis. And there was also reference to Sankirana Jati. So there were some Jatis which have actually moved from one Varna to another. There were mixtures, etc. So many things have happened. But see, none of these stories can be defended because you can always have a counter evidence for every story that you have. Now, the social scientists actually have ran into a lot of problem holding on to Varna system. There is something very peculiar in the way that the contemporary social scientists in India actually looked at the Varna model. So one of the best case that you have to understand this is the sociological studies in the caste that emerged. So there is this Louis Dumo, M.N. Srinivasa, Veena Das, Dipankar Gupta, Nicholas Dirks, Quigley, and there are a range of other scholars who have been engaged with it, and they ran into these various problems. For example, if you look at M.N. Srinivasa's work, M.N. Srinivasa has spent a lot of time in doing the village studies, wherein he was trying to understand certain elements of the caste as part of the village. So one of the things that you can recognize is he is looking at certain groups. For example, he studies in Rampura village and so many other village. See, he is looking at the Vakaliga group, Lingayata group, Brahmana group, etc. There are various other subgroups within that. So he broadly classifies them as caste. And then he tries to make sense of hierarchy. He presumes that there is a particular kind of hierarchy that is available within that. Each of the study he recognizes, for example, this Brahmana, Kshatriya, Vaishya, Shudra, this hierarchy that you have Brahmana at the top and the Shudra at the end, this is something that is not helpful in accounting local level hierarchies. In fact, there are many scholars, for example, if you look at the studies on hierarchy, you would realize that how to even decide hierarchy. Some people would even say there are difference in ritual hierarchy, economic hierarchy, social hierarchy, etc. The people actually debate about it. People also debate that this Varna, for example, does not have a serious implication when you actually empirically study a particular society in a given place. In fact, M.N. Srinivasa to any number of scholars and sociologists have repeatedly, given a plea saying that you have to leave this Varna model in order to make sense of the society. So if you hold on to this Varna model, now you can't explain the society, but at the same time, they all come back and say Varna is very important. Otherwise, you can't actually give a national level phenomena or a regional level phenomena. There is a broader regional level hierarchy that requires this Brahmana, Kshatriya, Vaishya, Shudra. There are some people who said, as earlier speakers have pointed out, that sometimes Brahmana is considered to be the top of the hierarchy. Some have actually found out that Kshatriya is a hierarchy. Some have even proposed multiple complicated models of hierarchy. But nonetheless, Varna models appear to serve as the backbone of this hierarchical system, which is actually responsible for all kind of discrimination, all kind of ills, immoral things of Indian society, etc. But the same sociologists invariably come back when they want to actually study hierarchy at the local level. Now, they find it very difficult to use this hierarchical model derived out of Varna and then account for the kind of hierarchical structure that exists. In fact, there is also discussion about there exists hierarchy and heterarchy at the same time. They work in a very different way. The way that we talk about Brahmana to Shudra model of hierarchy doesn't exist anywhere, is one important position that large number of sociologists used to say. But what happens is that when they were actually trying to make bigger claims, all these inferences that they were drawing actually disappear from that. You can read, for that matter, M.N. Srinivasa, to Vedadas, to Deepankar, any number of scholars who have looked at hierarchy. You will understand, and they try to give account of why this hierarchy comes into being. But one thing is very clear that you can understand. You get hundreds of papers which say that Varna model cannot be used to actually make sense of hierarchy when you actually look at a living society. This is one of the very key important issue. But they all invariably agree that this is useful at national level, pan-India level. You need some kind of a model. Now, see, this is a kind of a crux. When you know that this kind of a model doesn't work, you need to make some correction, you need to do something. You are sustaining this model of caste system when you know that it is inadequate. It cannot account for what happens in our world, what is running in our part of the world. So therefore, there seemed to be a crisis, and now this crisis seemed to have disappeared over a period of time, that now this Varna, Brahmana, Kshatriya, Vaishya, Shudra, the Brahmanical hierarchy model, seem to have more or less from late 90s onwards, it has been settled. So therefore, more or less everyone agrees with that. Now, this leads to another important, there is this discussion about the immorality of the caste system. In order to talk about the immorality of the caste system, it is fundamentally important to sustain and retain this Varna as the backbone of the caste system. Otherwise, it is almost not possible to account for the kind of discrimination. To give you an example, for example, see, there are any number of instances of alleged discrimination, rape, murder, so many other things that happen. But the moment, a Dalit is involved, then suddenly it looked seen as a different phenomena than the normal kind of a crime that happens in the world. Now, if you try looking at, for example, a crime is a crime, irrespective of who is party, and then can caste system account for that? Is a very difficult phenomena to do it. We can keep showing anomalies, saying that caste system at an all India level cannot account for all this immorality, immoral claim that makes. Of course, there are a large number of instances which are there at local scale. For example, let's say there is the X Jati, which is treated as something, say, untouchable and not allowed into the temple. The same X Jati, for example, you travel 200 kilometers, go to another temple where they play a very central role inside the temple. So there is all kind of diverse way in which the achara and social transactions function, and to define an all India structure in the name of caste system is almost inadequate. I mean, you cannot demonstrate it, and you have more anomalies, more problems to this model than anything else. But yet the Varna model, though, despite the fact that it doesn't help us to understand something that is operational at a living society, yet is sustained. Now, the most significant part, if you look at in sociologists, for instance, Indologists and other Sanskrit scholars, for example, refer to this book view. Sociologists refer to this term book view and field view. Indologists actually talk about the book view. They draw this Varna model from something in various texts. Now, there is something extraordinary about the way that they look at this book view. Now, as you have already seen, the previous speakers have pointed out, Udumudiji, Nitin Sridharji, all of them, there is a huge body of the text. There are texts, the reference to Veda, reference to Varna begin at Vedas, and then you have a clear-cut formulation of these kind of discussion taking shape in Dharma Sutra. There are 4 Dharma Sutra, and then comes the Manu Dharma Shastra and the Yajnavalkya Smriti. Now, if you look from the 4 Dharma Sutra to Yajnavalkya Smriti, there seems to be a very consistency in which there is this discussion of Chatur Varna that is happening very clearly. You can cognitively point it out how ideas actually evolving. After that, they seem to be changing very drastically differently. And then you have a whole range of other kind of texts which are coming up, other class of texts, and then you have Vakhyana Sampradaya and whole range of things. Now, this process has taken roughly around 2,500 to 3,000 years, within which the textual corpus has evolved. But it appears that when you are actually dealing, when you are trying to examine, what is Chaturvarna, how the idea evolved, etc. Somebody quotes, Apastamba or Bodhayana or somebody, and suddenly comes to Shesha Krishna or somebody else, they come to some latest text of 16th century, 17th century, and put all of them together as though there is no time change that has happened and there is no refinement has happened. This kind of an attitude of saying simply clubbing all kinds of texts together to arrive at some kind of a conclusion is not a disciplinary practice. It is not a knowledge practice. But this is considered to be a kind of a standard practice that exists, number one. Second, there is some point in time, there is this idea that Varna, a social class, became a common sense. By 19th century, it was already a kind of a common sense by the British, and now we all talk about Varna as a social class. Now, one of this question is that what is a social class, for example? And do we have social classes in India? If you ask this, if you ask any good sociologist in India who's saying, can we talk about social classes in India? It is very difficult to talk about social classes in India. Now, in order to, why I'm saying this, because this is the social class is a very technical word. There is a specific kind of, understanding of what constitutes social class. What make a particular class into social class is something is technically strict. People have engaged with. Europe has a particular notion. There was some reference to various estates, etc., etc. And I will take 5 minutes. I am at the end of it, so I will close it. So I'm just moving towards the conclusion. So therefore, how did Varnas become social class? So if you look at Dharma Shastra text, etc., you certainly know that it is pointing towards the classes, but we really don't know whether they are social classes or not, because one of the consequences that we standard use that we have today is that we wanted to say that every single member of the society has to be part of this Dharma Shastra reflection. But how do we know, for example, that Dharma Shastra was referring to every human person which was there in its period, but rather it was for specific groups of people. It appears that not everyone was a member, every member of the society was member of this Varna. That is how, at least for example, Dharma Sutra 2, Yajnavalkya Dharma Shastra, if you look at Chaturvarna's definition, so a large number of people have nothing to do with Varnas. They were different kinds of group. And what kind of groups were there? Why these groups were dealt with? Manu has a very detailed discussion of various groups. So, and these groups also had some kind of interaction with various kinds of Varna. And what is its nature is very confusing and not clear. And insofar as Jati is part of our experience, there is huge confusion about what Jatis are. Now, there is something very interesting. If you, just to give you an example, see in the section on Jati, for example, take for instance P.V. Kane's History of Dharma Shastra, you would start seeing that though there is reference to Jati, but actually the discussion is from Dharma Shastra. Now we have found one of my students in our research group is actually, he is a Vyakarni. He is trying to actually keep Vyakarna as the center, because there is an illustrious discussion from Mahabhashya to Nagesha and how to understand Jati. And there are Buddhists, Nayayikas, and whole range of other people who have contributed to this kind of conversation. There is pages and pages of literature. And that would be more helpful to understand Jati than actually bringing the discussion on Varna. So, and as I pointed out, is Lingayat Jati or Banajika Lingayat, or, any other group, Hoysal Karnataka Brahmana, and, and then you have Babur Kame Brahmana, are these are Jatis, or Brahmana are Jatis? We are unclear. There is also kind of a claim that there is this Jati. I mean, I have used the word caste because this is derivative of caste. We keep imposing it on Jati. There is some kind of an association that there is a claim to be made, but it is not demonstratable. Why should the Jati and occupation have to be related? So if you look at sociological literature, there could be some Jatis in which there could be some association, but in general, Jati and occupation is not very clearly associated. Same with one of our colleagues, Santosh Shetty, has worked on. Is there social status and Jati interrelated? The answer is no. And what kind of groups are Jatis? As earlier speakers have pointed out, is it by birth? Maybe sometime, but there are any number of instances where people become member of a particular Jati without being born to that Jati. And endogamy, it is absolutely, very ridiculous to talk about endogamy. There are different kinds of restriction on marriage, but there are also, they are not there. In fact, one of the most striking things that you get in colonial archives is that these groups, which are allegedly what we are pointing to as Jati, were constantly changing. New Jatis were getting formed, Jatis were getting they were broken, all kinds of fluid structures were existing, and there is now enough evidence on that. Even whether it is marriage relationship, shifts from the ritual, what happens, we have a whole range of archives in Karnataka. We have looked at, for example, empirical evidences in the field studies that now we are conducting, where 4 generations back, they were one Jati, suddenly 4 generations later, they belong to different groups. But now with the legal status, with the entry of constitution to every village, I think we ran into the problem that we are actually trying to freeze Jatis. As if you belong to this Jati and you have to freeze, and we are unclear. For example, Brahmana becoming one Jati. And we are Hoysal Karnataka are a different Jati, Baburkama are a different Jati. And tomorrow you should, if they want to change, they should change. I mean, these properties are simply disappearing this because we don't have proper conceptualization of what Jatis are. So going further, just to conclude quickly, now, one thing is very clear from the outline that I have made, from the research that our team also has built, Professor Balu has actually developed on it, Prakash and others have done it, that caste system and caste is a European experience. It is not going to explain anything about India. In fact, if you study that, it will tell you more about why Europeans experienced India that way. It will give you more insight into European culture. Now, in order to go further, we need to have a hypothesis on Varna and various methods of studying text, because we carry a lot of assumptions. They may not be suited to study text. And we need to do a lot of exploration in reflecting upon Jati, because which is part of our experience today. We need to reflect about it much more deeply. And it is a comparative work because the existing stories, existing narrative that we have has to be dealt with. Therefore, a European description of various entities that we wanted to deal with, we have to first show that what Europeans and the standard story of social scientific research has been telling is not that. And then you say in experience how alternatively it is very different, and then start theorizing is what is the task ahead in front of us. With this story, I hope I made sense. With that, I stop here. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Chaitraji. That was really comprehensive and wonderful. And that explains why the word comparative study is used in Professor Balu's approach. And with the very good examples, you brought it home very well. There are a few comments and questions, but let us take them.
Stop sharing the screen.
Okay.
Let me repeat the announcement that audience might keep taking their lunch during their lunchtime. During the lunchtime of the symposium, as announced also, the talks will keep going on. You may attend to the talks while taking your lunch at home, because there is not going to be a lunch break as such. Thank you very much for the cooperation. Please keep taking lunch and watching the symposium. Please keep participating in the symposium while taking your lunch. Thank you. Now we'll move on to a professor who has made a very big sensation through his book called Caste as a Social Capital. When the book was published, it created a big sensation, and now Professor R. Vaidyanathan is being invited to different forums to talk about this new idea of caste as a social capital. Professor R. Vaidyanathan is retired professor of finance at IIM Bangalore, a graduate of Loyola College Madras and a master's from the Indian Statistical Institute, Kolkata. He obtained his doctorate from the Indian Institute of Management, Kolkata, where he also taught for 4 years. He is 2 times Fulbright Scholar and a Fellow of ICSSR, visiting faculty at various universities in USA, UK. He has been selected by Business Today as one of the 10 best professors at all IIMs. He has the rare privilege of being in various committees of regulators like SEBI, RBI, IRDA, PFRDA. He is consultant to many organizations and is on the board of many corporates. He has been conferred Life Contribution Award by Asia Pacific Risk Insurance Association and Kaibo Life in 2019. His book, India Unique, a role of non-corporate sectors in India, which focus on Indian Asian value systems, has been well received by planners and policymakers. His other book on black money and tax havens has been acclaimed by experts. His recent book, Caste as a Social Capital, has been well received by the market. He is on the advisory council of Vivekananda International Foundation. He is a member of National Security Advisor Board and the National Security Council. Currently, he is Cho Ramaswamy Chair Professor in Public Policy at Shastra University, Tanjore, Tamil Nadu, and Emeritus Adjunct Professor of Rashtriya Raksha University, an institution of national importance at Ahmedabad. Professor R. Vaidyanathan, over to you.
Thank you, Dr. Nagaraj, for that kind introduction. Actually, I should be completing my talk by now. Anyhow, I am starting it. I would like to, keep it within the time frame, maybe 20-30 minutes. So my talk is, around this book, Caste as Social Capital, which was published in 2014. The Westland, who were the publisher of the book, unfortunately got closed. Not because publishing my book, independent of that, they got closed. Now Penguin is bringing a new edition around July. You will be getting it revised with more contemporary data and other things. That's a brief thing. Now, so much, my earlier speakers have analyzed and gave an excellent exposition of, the issue of Jati, Varna, and as well as how it is related to Dharma and other things. I'm not going to go into any of those things. I'm going to take caste as what we all know in India today as by birth. And then I have argued in the book that it's one of the major engines of our economic growth. Without the caste and caste formation, we might not have achieved this level of economic growth in our country. One or two quick points. Sardar Vallabh Patel merged something like 561 samasthanas in India. You will be surprised, or you may be knowing it. Almost all of them were ruled by SC, ST or OBCs. 20% by SC, STs, remaining all by OBCs. As my colleague used to jokingly say at Atlanta, India is the only country where the erstwhile rulers are now enjoying reservation benefit. Not in any other part. Anyhow, that was Patel's thing. And one important point many people forget is we didn't have any idea of slavery in our civilization. It was not one of the points compared to Islamic civilization as well as that of the white man. We never had any slavery. And of course, it is told that 1500 years there is oppression, and 2000 years. And I was always puzzled, because if 2000 years there has been oppression and suppression, there should have been large number of caste wars in India, actually. One caste fighting the other caste. And like in Europe, for instance, every 25-30 years, there were severe amount of wars between different tribes and clans and other. Including my Marxist professors, they could not identify any caste wars. This is something very puzzling, that for 2000 years, people were oppressed and there were no type of rebellion or no type of war or anything. This whole thing is funny. The hierarchy of caste was established in 1881 only. Before that, I could not at least locate. I have done a lot of studies in this, research in this, of hierarchy in the sense 1, 2, 3, 4, ABCD. Many people mentioned about Kshatriya, Brahmin, Kshatriyas, and this hierarchy was introduced in 1881 census by the British. And much later in 91 census, they explained why did they introduce. They wanted to have a mirror image of the British society. British society had in those days ICS or then other type of officials, clerical cadre and peon cadre. 4 type of categories were there. So they thought in India also they should have a neat category of 4 types. And kindly note, I am not telling caste didn't exist before this. Caste did exist, but this ranking or this hierarchy was created. And they were not very happy because they collected in first census only 1920 caste and in 1881 census. And, and of them, roughly 1100 were less than 1000. So they were very unhappy actually that what is this? We are not able to have a mapping of the population of the country. And so in the next census, they gave the enumerators the right to put somebody's caste. This is the first time in world history, I can tell you, that the census enumerators are given the powers to decide who should be put into what. If a person is having a mush and he is slightly FT, he was considered as a Kshatriya. If a person is having a tuft, he was immediately considered as a Brahmin. Like this, they created these categories. And even then, there was a huge number of caste actually, large number of caste. So what I call the differentiation. And much later in the post-independence period, we have integration of caste. Like we use, as an example, there are 403 subcaste of Jats. And now all of them are called Jats. In Tamil Nadu, there are 3 major subcaste of a caste created recently called Tevar. It is Agamudayar, Maravar, and Kalar. But suddenly they have all become the Tevar. These are political creation, aggregation, I call it actually. Anyhow, 1931 was the last caste census conducted in India, based upon which this entire Mandal reservation was formed. 1941, we didn't have any census due to Second World War. 1951, Nehru decided that we are a casteless society, so that column in the census table was removed. So, so there is no, so all discussion about the population based on caste is based, if at all, 1931 census only. All other data is all what they call POTA data, pulled out of thin air. In a TV discussion, somebody told, oh, in this constituency, there are so many Yadavs. And much later, I asked him outside, what is this? How did you know? He told, no, sir, the anchor is Yadav, so I didn't want to, So all the talk about all, just exaggerated, and attempts were made. 2011, there was a demand to have a caste, and that time the census commissioner Chandramouli mentioned that no, it would not be easy. The reason is different people understand differently about what is their caste. This is the basic thing. But it was considered as a socio-economic survey. P. Chidambaram was the Home Minister. So the collecting data comes under them. He allowed for the socio-economic survey. And they ended up with, believe me, something like 330 million households. That itself is a puzzle with 4.6 million entries. That means 72 households per caste. This is chaotic actually. Because, to what caste you belong, if you ask a person, it's not going to talk in terms of the, modern, media or newspaper or anything. He will, go into the sub caste of his thing, and then he will mention that only. Anyhow, this was all handed over to Niti Ayog in the center to, sort of clean up the data, because 65,000 entries were not clear. There are some NAIK, NAYAK, NAYK, hundreds of these type of entries are there. So Niti Ayog is, of course, looking at it when you know what it means by looking at an issue. It's roughly nearly, this was 2011, we are now in 2023. There is again a demand for caste census without knowing that the individual perception of caste is totally different than what is written in newspapers and talked about in TV studios. There was one, Karnataka has been a good state in the sense, as an example. They have done a lot of socio-economic census. 2017, they did an exhaustive study of all the caste in Karnataka. And that has not been released. That is kept in the cold storage, coldest possible storage. Because the common, feeling is Linkayat and Okkaligas are the dominant groups in Karnataka. But according to leaked data, it seems that they are not actually. They are less than, Linkayat constitute not 19%, but they only make something like 12%. Okkaligas make less than 10%. Anyhow, the Muslims scheduled caste account for 20%. And Muslims account for another 17%. So this is a type of a leaked data, and then the government decided that we are looking into it. And so it was never released, and every opposition demands it should be released, and nobody wants to release it. It's like a hot potato. Basically, after 1931, we don't have any proper caste enumeration. And each caste, subcaste, sub-subcaste, sub-subcaste has got its own sampradayas pertaining to Namakarna, birth, Mundakam, betrothal, marriage, food habits, method of preparation of food, dress habits, hundreds of things are associated. What basically you can call in terms of a sampradaya. But we have economic census done in 398, 2005, 2013. The NSSO has done exhaustive 30.4 million. The households were covered, basically having certain amount of enterprises in terms of own account enterprise, or in terms of own account is without any hiring any labor. And I'm not getting into all the technicalities. 30 million. In 2005, it was 42 million. 2013, 58 million. Recently, there are some, it has not yet been released. It could be 70 million. Anyhow, 45% in 1998 were owned by SC, ST and OBC. 51% in 05 and 58% in 2013. And now it is suggested it could be as high as 70%. SC, ST and OBC. Some of you might know there is a SC Chamber of Commerce, which is invited by the finance minister for discussion and other things. So what we are basically telling is huge amount of Vaishyavisation of India is taking place. Everybody is becoming what you may loosely call Vaishya. And it's not a bad thing because government should be doing only the Kshatriya job, not that of the Vaishya job. Anyhow, so almost all of the people are becoming Vaishyas in our country. And there is a book by Harish Damodaran. If you have time and inclination, you must buy and read it. He is the grandson of E.M.S. Nambudribad about modern capitalist. How different type of areas people are coming into the market or into what you call the stock market and other, and what type of changes they are bringing about. And so he categorizes into three major categories. One category is in terms of the office to factory. That is all our modern IT, BT people. You know, Koramangala as a pin code, you may call it. It's a huge number actually. And 100 billion is their export from India. Another category is very, very traditional. Trade to industry, which is your Bankur, Tapar, and Birla, Tatas, and other things. And what is happening? Birla, Tata, and other thing. And the third pathway is field to factory. That is the, you know, very interesting modern, your Marathas, Patidars, Kamas, you know, Velamas, and Reddy Garus, Ramgarias. So many of these groups have become what you may loosely call industrialist. So this is how he tries to explain it in terms of the categories. I got interest in this when I visited Coimbatore because it was a drought-prone area and agriculture area, and the founders there are extremely cooperative and providing finances between themselves, and they have made it into a major textile hub in the whole world actually. Their export last count was more than 15,000 crores. And there are individual entrepreneurs there. Of course, all of them mostly less than 10th standard. Many of them will be, you know, sort of 8th fail, 9th pass, and that type of thing, like our political leaders. But they are extremely good in terms of business and commerce. And they have done remarkably well. So this gave me a incentive. And when I went to US, I found in the West Coast, almost all the motels are owned by Patels. They are called actually Patels nowadays, not even motels. You know, small inns where, you know, the family runs the show, and the rooms are breakfast and bed and breakfast, basically with, you know, with one cot, one, you know, what one can call your, this ceiling fan and or your air conditioner, and common area, you have the television and other. And these have phenomenally grown in the west coast of US. And most of it is owned by what you may loosely call the Patels. And another thing, I was visiting a place called, you know, what you may loosely call the, in Amsterdam, near Amsterdam, which is the one of the major, what one can call diamond centers. No, I didn't go there to buy diamond. I just went for some other seminar. In the ground floor, when I came down, I saw one board called Jain Meals. I was puzzled. I have seen veg, non-veg type of boards and sometimes halal, and but this Jain is. So I checked with the manager, what is this? He says, most of my clients are Jains. Then I began to inquire and found out Palanpur Jains, who are, you know, very, very small, microscopic minority in India. They control significant portion of the diamond trade there. To that, I'm talking about the 90s. To that extent, once Wall Street Journal wrote, this is the first time Jews have been defeated in business without violence. This is something very, very interesting. There, again, you know, huge amount of advantage in terms of a community, lending, borrowing, risk assessment, new market penetration, as well as in terms of labor requirement. So many things are plus points in terms of the caste units. The raw diamond is imported from Russia or from South Africa in Surat, and then it is polished another thing, and then it's sent back to for sales. This is the type of a business. And again, when I came to Tamil Nadu, I saw the Sivakasi. In the 30s, some Nadars were having a major issue of drought. So 2 or 3 of them went to Calcutta. In those days, Calcutta used to be the magnet for attracting people from drought-hit areas, not Bombay. Calcutta was the major commercial center. They got employed in Vimco and learned something about matches making. They came back to Sivakasi, and with financing by one of the other Nadars in Trichy, they started a small level matches making industry. And it has grown such a huge one. They are now something like 80% of the matches in India is by them. They went into diversified into these crackers, and then crackers required a lot of paper, so they went into printing. They are one of the finest printing art, to the extent when Obama wanted to give a gift to his close friends, something like 500, 600, not official. The diaries in that time was brought from Sivakasi. It's not very highly advertised or known or anything like that. It's such a excellent type of a print technology they have developed. And then I visited Surat, I visited various Ramgarhias. I went to something like 35, 40 centers all over the country. All the economic clusters, I can assure you, sir, are caste clusters. And the government, none of their reports till late 80s talked about this. They made it appear as if these are all, sprung up on its own. No. And only in the 80s, when they were preparing a report on leather industry, they talked about the role of Muslims in leather industry in both Agra as well as in Ambur in Tamil Nadu. Till then, there was no mention of any community or caste or anything like that. It's something very, very peculiar, and not very peculiar to us, because we have uncanny knack of denigrating our positive things and our plus things, and then focusing on immaterial and inconsequential things. Almost all the reports of Planning Commission and various agencies till the 80s never talked about caste. World Bank in 2002, they brought out World Development Report. 2 pages they spent on this Coimbatore Gounders and how they helped each other and how the entire thing developed. And, obviously when a white man says something, we are very, immediately very happy about it. And then because, we are, genetically tied to the white. Then there was some discussion, and then there are some articles and other things, how caste played. And caste has always played a very major and positive role in terms of economic development. Caste in politics divides. Caste in business unites. This is something which we should keep in the back of the mind. When you are in business, you have all type of people who are material suppliers to you, who are the market also to you. So it's not something which you would like to lose or you would like to. So this is what is. So there has been an enormous amount of efforts which have taken place. And, some of you who are more interested can buy my book. It's getting released by July, revised edition, right? That I always say, you buy my book, you need not read it. That's not my headache. Okay, buying is enough for me. Okay, so this is the type of development which is taking place. And wherever there is a caste consolidation in business, and that has given rise to very, very positive economic cluster. So we have something like 800 clusters as per UN, but more than 13 to 1400 clusters in this country. And all the clusters are caste clusters. And all of them are engines of our economic growth. Whenever we talk about economic growth, we talk about the Sensex or, what is that called? Nifty and share market. The listed companies in the share market may not have more than 5 to 6% of the GDP. What I am telling, these cluster areas, they have more than 50% of our GDP. And they are really our, what one can call major engines of growth. Anyhow, I should close this so that I don't exceed the, already I have exceeded. Swami Vivekananda says, when he came back from, some of you would recall that 1893 gave that famous lecture, and then incidentally, he was funded by a group of Chettiars from Madras to go to, they were also a business group. He came back, and then that time he was felicitated. And again, unfortunately, once a white man recognizes, then he becomes a hero in our country. Till then also he was a major, but he was not so much known. So he had a lecture tour from what is called Sri Lanka. Sri Lanka was also part of the Greater India that time, up to Almora. So Jaffna to Almora. And he says in Jaffna in 1897 in the talk, the older I grow, the better I seem to think of these caste and such other time-honored institutions of India. There was a time when I used to think that many of them were useless and worthless. But older I grow, he says older, he was hardly 37, 36 that time. Older I grow, the more I seem to feel diffidence in cursing any one of them. Each one of them is the embodiment of the experience of centuries. Incidentally, when I was teaching at IIM, I used to offer a course on this issue. Anyhow, one of the assignment was to my boys to buy a bulb, electric bulb, in South Bangalore from a shop not owned by a Rajasthani Mewari. Very important. You should buy the bulb from any shop, but should not be owned by a Rajasthani. Most of my students used to fail the task actually. The point is, it's a good network in terms of sourcing of material, in terms of identifying. I asked some of them, why are you not expanding? Why are you not having multiple shops and other things? No, sir, our relatives are coming, and Bangalore, many of you may know that is expanding very fast on the Mysore side and various sides. They say they will take care of it. Same thing about Muslim. According to, if you read my book, you will know Muslims also, I treat them as another caste. Christians also another caste. They have several subcaste and other things. They bring labor, the retail trader, provision trader, Muslims, they bring labor from their own place, from Kerala, and then they actually train them. And this Satyarthi and others who is supposed to have liberated 72,421.6 UP laborers, all big frauds, according to me. He has not shown even 1,000 people. He has got Nobel Prize, and I think he is settled in US. Anyhow, it's all right. By and large, in our country, if you are a big fraud, you thrive. If you are a genuine researcher or something, you give some talk in some university, and that's all. Why I am telling is, the so-called child labor is actually a training place for labor. Many of these Muslim shop people, I know personally, those who are working, they go and put up another shop after a couple of years, after learning the tricks of the trade. Same thing about hotel industry, where of course now you have huge number of influx from other part of the country, Northeast, Bangladesh even, and maybe Burma also, one doesn't know, who come to various towns in South to act as laborers in this hotel industry and retail industry and other things. Earlier, it used to be mostly people from northern part of Karnataka who come in the construction industry and other things. gain some tricks of the trade, and then they set up their own activities. The point I want to stress is caste is an extremely important institution. I'm not going into the background and the difference between this Jati and all past thing, because India, according to me, is the only country in the whole world where past has to be forecast. Every other country, future is forecast. In India, past has to be estimated, because if you say X thing about a past event, there will be several people telling why is that and other thing. I was, as a student of Sanskrit, I'll give you an example. We used to have a major question on the date of Kalidasa. It's a question paper BSc where we have to write some 4 pages, 5 pages. It varies from first century AD to 16th century AD. Different fellows have to be quoted, another thing. Same thing about date of Adi Shankara. And even a very recent one about Rabindranath Tagore, there is a big debate going on. What is his date? And communist parties are fighting. CPI is telling we founded in 1925. CPM is telling 1920. 2 major parties. So for us, we measure time in Kal, in terms of Yuga. Broadly, Kali Yuga has it taken place. Broadly, has it taken place in Treta Yuga, like that should settle our issue, instead of trying to focus on particular Gregorian calendar and other. Anyhow, so that is the past has to be forecast. That is, so that's a task I will not like to venture in our context. Future, everywhere in the world, future is forecast. That they do it with all the econometric modeling and other thing. Not that they succeed, but they do. So, important point I want to stress is caste is a very major social capital and engine for our economic growth. Let us celebrate caste, and let us try to, now, of course, some caste have done much better in terms of, in the functioning of the economy. Redigarus and Kamas have done enormously well, actually. Somebody told Chandigarh was built by Corbusier, which is not true. Chandigarh was actually built by Telugus. Not many people are. While I was moving around there, I saw several places in the camps people talking Telugus and other. So this is something very, very important. We should celebrate it, if you ask me, the idea of caste. And caste unites in business, and caste divides in politics. So this is what, and July you will get my revised portion of my book. Thank you very much. Hope I have not significantly exceeded.
Thank you very much, Professor Vaidyanathan. There are not only comments of applause from the audience, even from the co-panelists, there are words of applause for you. Everyone
I can also give here, my Gmail is rvaidya2000 at gmail.com. So if anyone is more interested, they can send me the Gmail. I would definitely respond to each one of those Gmails, right? Because of the time limit, right?
Wonderful, wonderful, Professor Vaidyanathan.
That's the only reason. Our Ishwaran is already there from Kungunadu, and Kungunadu is going to become a separate union territory or a separate state from Tamil Nadu. Welcome that. Okay. Thank you all. Kindly send to rvaidya 2000. Very sorry I could not respond to each one of you. You send, you would get a response. You may not be very happy about the response, but you will get the response. I'm very sure about it. Right? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor. Now we move on to Professor Kanakaraja Ishwaran. Kanakaraja Ishwaran is a a professor and teaches social work and community development in Mizoram Central University since 2004. Apart from social sciences and social work, he is interested in Indian philosophy and spirituality. He is a devotee of Lord Shiva since his childhood and initiated to Veerashaivism. He is one of the advocates of Bharadiyakaran of social work and integration of Indian knowledge systems and spiritual traditions. I met Professor Kangaraj Ishwaran in Delhi during Jnana Sangam. And from then onwards, I have been meeting him frequently. I am getting opportunities to invite him to Indica symposiums and conferences. He's a very, very passionate and committed scholar from Indic perspective, and a pure-hearted, plain personality, childlike personality. You're going to see how passionate he is. He is a specialist in the Kerala saints of yogic and Advaitic side also. He talks about the new yogic movements and how during modern times they liberated communities and they did progressive work and all those things also. Narayana Guru and all those aspects. But that is for another context. He is now going to talk about the practical, empirical study of the Kongu region, inclusiveness in that area.
நமஸ்தே. கல்லாலில் குடலம் குழையமர்ந்து நான்மறையாரங்க முதல் கற்ற கேள்வி வல்லார்கள் நால்வருக்கும் வாக்கிறந்த பூரணமாய் மறை கப்பாலாய் எல்லாமாய் அல்லதுமாய் இருந்ததனை இருந்தபடி இருந்து காட்டி சொல்லாமல் சொன்னவரை நினையாமல் நினைந்து பவத்தொடக்கை வெல்வாம். திருச்சிற்றம்பலம். I pay my respects to all the acharyas, my gurus, in the past, present, and future, in this birth and earlier birth and future births, in our day-to-day life as well as in academic life. We have learned so many things from so many people, so many acharyas have encouraged. For all of them, I pay my obeisance, namaskaram, pranamam, vandanam, vanakkam, whatever the great words are there. Namaskaram to all. Namaskaram to all the dignitaries here, especially Professor Nagaraj Paturi, who is one of the great inspiration for our national resurgence in academia. Especially, in academia we need civilizational and cultural resurgence, and Professor Nagaraj has been working on that, and he is able to mobilize a lot of scholars across the country. And I have been very much inspired by his work. And at this juncture, I am very thankful for him for this invitation. So let me go to the topic. Actually, I begin with the question, why integration? And then come to the brief overview of the Kongu subcultural region and my reflections on Jati, Varna, Samaya, and then come to the actual role played by Samaya, Marga in social integration, and then come to the conclusion. Very simple, Actually, a few days back, Dr. Rajiv Malgotra, a distinguished Indologist, actually Swadesi Indologist, he calls himself, he has raised a serious question, actually. I have watched his video in the YouTube. why there is no social theory. He refers why there is no Vedic social theory in India. Have we failed to develop a Vedic social theory? So these were the two questions he has raised, and he had interaction with the scholars like Madhukishwar and another professor from JNU. He has raised the question, and the answers. Actually, we have concepts, we have ideas, but we don't have the theory. So that was the answer by and large. But, as a student of social work, also as a student of sociology, I have reflected on this question myself. Then, I looked at sociology, and, why sociology per se originated? What is the basic question this sociology ponders about that? What is the crux of the sociological theoretical issue? So when we ask that question, ultimately what we come to know is that actually the idea of integration was the main question. How society, whether there is integration in the society, and what are the factors are contributing to the social integration, that was the main question. Actually, these were the main questions. And why they have raised this question, further we ask, in the wake of industrialization and urbanization, West has experienced the social anomaly, social disorganization, family disorganization, community disorganization, higher level of poverty, all happened there. The sociologists were, sociology as a discipline emerged to answer the question, why there is disintegration, how to integrate, how to promote integration. That was the main concern. And, there are two major schools emerged in sociology itself. One believed there is social order, and we should work on how society, different institutions of this society work together to promote this integration. And there was another school, there is no integration. Actually, there is conflict, there is a contradiction in the society in terms of class, caste, and all. That school, conflict school, Marx and all. Now we talk about Wokism and all, they are from that school. And again, when we look at my own discipline, social work also has originated in the West to address this particular issue of social integration, social anomy, as well as this poverty and human suffering in the West. So the question is that actually, very, very important. And why in India it has not happened? Emergence of, so many people are studying sociology. We have been working on the development of theories. No, most of us are not actually working on the theory development. Across the social science disciplines, if we look at theorization, very rarely our people have done. Our people are trying to supply data to them. So that is the thing. I will come to this issue. So why we are not doing the theorization, and why are we not able to even critique or not even able to test the Western hypotheses or models of social integration and whatsoever. That kind of thing is my question. I got this question. So I looked at again my own place where I have come, I have emerged, I was born and I have grown, and in the cultural sphere, though I studied social sciences, I have not lost my moorings. I have lost my roots. I have been listening to my grandmother and my senior, my grandmother's brother on Timaya, who were all teaching about the history, the legends of our area, cultural region, and what were happening here, the different stories. Of course, I learned Mahabharata, Ramayana, and Vikramaditya stories, all those things from my grandfather actually. So other than that, in my own exploration, I have been looking at this. So later when I joined social work, I continued to work on the Adivasis mainly in the Nilgiris, and I came to Mizoram, and I continue my sadhana along with searching for the quest, with the quest for truth. That was always there. So with that, I have looked at my own region and how integration is happening, and what is the Jati, Varna, and how are they working, how this very important element, very important dimension of social life, this Samaya. I don't want to use the Western construct religion. I want to use rather than Samaya and Marga. Vedaneri Talektonga Migu Saiva Turai Vilanga. So Vedaneri, Veda Marga, and within that actually Saiva Turai. Turai means branch or bank. In the river bank, we call, there are many banks, in accessing water, there are different Turais. In Kannada it is Turai, in Tamil it is Turai. Vedaneri Talektonga Migu Saiva Turai Vilanga. So I look at how our Veda Marga, Samayas, different Samayas within the Vedic or Sanatana fold, how are they contributing to the integration? That was the question. And, I have been contemplating on that because, I did work in Nilgiris. My PhD work I did there. My work was basically on social exclusion. From so by my exploration into social exclusion only, I could know about, lot about the history of Kongu also. How Kongu and Nilgiris are related, all those things I understood. And how Jatis are working also. As an insider, I have my own understanding and experience. I am going to tell about this. This Kongu Nadu is one of the 7 Nadus or Mandalas of Tamil Nadu. From Sangam age, we have references of Kongu. Kongu means actually honey. And this is a geographical area in between Chera, Pandya and Sola kingdoms. Actually, it is subcultural region also. Nationally, it is acknowledged as a subcultural region. The Tamil dialect called Kangi is spoken here. It has been divided into 24 nadus. There are arrangements, political arrangements also. So when we come to the borders, the northern border, Nandigiri, which is near Kolar and Tumkur, it was extended during the 17th century. It was actually, this is based on Kongu Mandala Sadakam. Until Tumkur, the area was part of Kongu. Then southern Varagagiri. Varagagiri is Pandrimalai, is Palani. Tirumalai Vaigavur. Palani was the Murugan temple, famous, known for that. Palani was the southern border. And eastern border, Kudagu and Vellikundru. Kudagu is in Karnataka. Then Vellikundru is our Velliyangiri hill. We call southern Kailash, Dakshina Kailash also we call. So that was the border. And western one, Kulitalai, Karur district. And it is approximately 7,500 square kilometers area it covers. And contemporary districts of Tamil Nadu, Coimbatore, Namakkal, Erode, Dharmapuri, all these are there. Some parts of Karur, Madurai and Dindigul districts also are included in the framework called Kongu. So I am more interested in the cultural and social structural dimensions rather than political dimensions. These Kongu region shares the boundaries with Karnataka and Kerala, and it is called, Western Tamil Nadu. We can call otherwise Western Tamil Nadu. This is the region. And, now I come to the real thing, Jati and Jati organization. 3 concepts we are contemplating today. Jati, Varna and Caste. I reject totally the caste. As a social scientist and social worker, the existence of caste and caste construction as such, it doesn't exist. Actually, it is colonial construction and it is based on European experience and transposing of estate system. I see caste as transposing of estate system from the Europe here. So that has all colonial missionary motivation. So we can reject that. But Jati is the practical category. And Varna is the textual or sastric category. It is these two categories. And I want to see how they are there in Kongu. I want to give my understanding, share my understanding on the Jati. Family is the ultimate unit of, all of us are aware of that fact that in our Indic or Hindu context, the ultimate unit is not individual, it is the family. Family is the unit of the social order. And again, next to family, there are very many layers in the society. It's not that actually atomic conception of society we have. We don't have the atomic or atomized concept of society. We have, rather than that, actually multi-layered concept of society. So when it comes to families, next level in social organization, we have called gotras and clan, gotras and kula. This gotra is there generally with the Brahmins and people who are Sanskrit, who are well aware of the Sanskritic lore. Ordinary, kula is part of the gotra. Actually, kula devata is there across the country, everywhere. So kula is actually very popular and it is called exogamous clans. Even in the among the tribes, there are called kulas. These clans are there. Different organizations, different classification of kulas and clubbing categorization is there in the tribal areas. You could see across the tribes there is, so much variation in the social organization. And when you look at the clan, is the kulam, kutam is the next level of organization. And you could see this kula is basically patrilineal or matrilineal. And people generally marry outside the clan or kula. Gotra exogamy is there in the Brahmin communities and other communities. But ordinarily, when you look at the jatis here, each jati is comprised of a number of kulas, and within the jati fold, endogamy is happening across the kulas within the jati. And if you look at, there are jati clusters rather than singular jatis across the country, particularly when you look at in Kongu region, so many jatis are there. I will come to that different jatis that are existing next. Each jati, one more special thing is that each jati is very much tied to a specific occupation, by and large. Of course, people have freedom to change the occupation, and there was not much restriction. Even ownership of land and other things are all permissible. It's free. But still, each jati, one particular jati, if you are able to, a smallest unit, what next level, I'm not talking about cluster, even cluster level also you can see it is linked to a specific occupation. And then always each jati is, every jati is confined to a particular geographical territory. And and overall, if we take in any particular region or geographical area, the jatis are there, and how these jatis are ordered, there is an order or rank. Definitely it is there, but that is pertaining to particular time and space. It is not that across time and space it is fixed. No. But at a particular time, what I see is that over the period, this distance between the jatis come down and it decrease. I mean, due to the social, economic, political operation of forces, they decline. That the gap between the jatis also decline. So there is a rank, even if hierarchy, definitely this, but this hierarchy is not always accepted. Not always accepted. Some people whom you consider low.
Professor Kankarajan, I think you are calculating how many more slides you have and how much more time it is going to take.
I don't know. Actually, I will finish. How much time I have?
Maybe another 7 minutes.
Okay, I will finish, sir. No problem.
Yeah.
So the main thing is that Jati is this problem. Jati is having a rank in any particular area. Of course, we have, and one important thing other than the hierarchy, one more phenomenon, one more aspect we often forget is this Jajmani relations. Jatis are interrelated, mutually related. Earlier we have occupational interdependence was there. You know, in course of commercialization, we lost that. Now, in the sphere of rituals, you know, practicing, you know, throughout life, we practice rituals where we have this hierarchy is, is not only hierarchy is there, but also the interdependence, you know, is very much there. And when it comes to the Kongu, you know, there are many Jatis speaking Tamil, Telugu, Kannada, mainly these languages, you have lot of Jatis. And, you know, when we have Kongu, original settlers, you know, probably the Irulas, the Adivasi community even today. And I have met people also, they said we were originally living in Erode, in Coimbatore, the Koniamman temple is also ours like that. So later, the where to a counter, they came from Kalagasti, from Kannapanayana's descendants, they claim, and they have come from Kalagasti and settled in Kongu. So other than that, you know, Vellalas came later after them. Vellala Gounder, which is very popular and dominant community in the Kongu region today, they came to the Kongu and settled. And, you know, they have a list of 18 Kongu Jatis. You know, they have a classification of 18 Kongu Jatis, and almost there is a rank in that. Above them, above the Vellalas, they keep Shiva Brahmanas and Smartha Brahmanas. So that is there. And, you know, below that Chettiars are there, Pandarams are there, you know, like that least level Kongamadaris are there. So when you look at, there is a hierarchy, and when it comes to other Jatis, you know, Canary speaking cultivator communities almost on par with the Kongu Vellalas, Telugu speaking Naidus, Kamma Gavara Naidus and Reddis. I mean, similar to the Gounders, they are all sharing the same level. So there are differences, and, you know, when it comes to Jati hierarchy is there, Jati interdependence is there. At least in the ritual sphere, we have the Jati interference, the interdependence. Coming to the Varna, whether Varna exists or not, that is my question. We have to take subjective and objective aspects. Subjective is how do they say, whether they believe, whether they see like that. That is objectively whether they follow the dharmas, whatever they say pertaining to the Varna. And another thing, in the day-to-day interactions, whether they are following. That is objective. When I take into account these two things, both in objective and subjective terms, Varna rarely exists in the Kongu region, excepting a few, generally people are not conscious of Varna, they are conscious of Jatis. You know, when it comes to Varna, Brahmanas, Vishwakarma, Devanga, Vanya, these three communities, these three groups are conscious of their Varna status. Brahmanas, you know, they know well. Vishwakarmas, Devangars, Vanyas, they have done social mobility movements and they wanted to construct higher status. Vishwakarmas wanted to consider themselves Brahmanas. Then Devangars wanted to be Vaisyas. Then Vanyas wanted to be Kshatriyas. So there were movements for that identity, of course, in the wake of the census. So they are conscious of the Varna identity. But other people, the dominant groups, Vellala, Vetuva Goundars, Kamma, Reddy, all these cultivator communities, they are not conscious of the Varna, but they are conscious of Jatis. And within the Vellalas, not one endogamous group, over 30 endogamous groups are there. So in every community, there are endogamous groups. Every Jati, even Vakaligas, there are endogamous groups. Among the Kammas also, we have seen the diversity in terms of the endogamy. So coming to the Mata, last point, the main point is this Samaya. In Kongu, very much it is part of the Vedic, Sanatanic, Dharmic culture. And Saivism, Vaishnavism, Smartham, all the three exist. And again, within that, Saivism is the prominent, because most of the people still worship Shiva as their personal thing. Because I don't say ritual thing or initiatory things as the primary one, rather than the belief in Paratva Viveka. Who is supreme? That is the question. If you ask, people will tell. So that is the thing. And Vaishnavism coexist, and they go to each other's temple, excepting a few who have got the ardent devotion. So Smartham exists also. For a long time, Brahmanas were patronized in the temples, Vedic learning and all those things were there. And even among the Brahmanas are also not part a monolithic group. Among the Brahmanas, it is not only the Smarthism, but also Vaishnavism and Saivism exist. So that is the point. And again, Saiva Samaya, it's very much Kongel, Talangal. There are two great Nayanmars, because Samayacharyas, they visited Kongu temples and praised Lord Shiva, and they have contributed. So very much Saivism is prominent. And Kartikeya worship, Muruga worship, because Palani is the major center, and everyone, in every village, you will have most of the names after Lord Muruga. In every class, you could see the prominent names. You see, if you come to Kongu, you will see Lord Muruga's name. Palani Sami is the most popular name. You could see again in Tamil Kongu Tamil region, you could see Siddhanta Saivam and Veera Saivam. Both are there. Veera Saivam very little. Jangamas are there, and some other Veera Saiva followers are there. Lingayat followers are there, because Karnataka, migrants from Karnataka has contributed. One more beautiful thing I have found is Kula Guru system among the Saivas, particularly Vellalas, Vetuvars, and all the 18 communities. Kula Guru system was there. Mostly Adi Saivas, Shiva Brahmanas are the Kula Gurus. That is what the integration, the role that contributes. Then Vaishnavism is also there. Sri Ramanujacharya's stay in Melkote has contributed to the spread of Vaishnavism. And again, coming of Telugu, Kannada speaking people from Mysore and Andhra has also contributed to the development of Vaishnavism. So many Vaishnava temples are there. One important temple nearby my place, Karamade. Karamade is well known, and there you could see Dasa system. Across the communities, they belong to the Dasa. They became the Dasa, God, Diksha, Mudra, all that they became. And people worship them without bothering about the caste. Dasas are being worshipped on every Saturday, particularly Protasi. This during the Brahmotsavam in Tirupati, there is a 1 month fully, all 5 Saturdays they assemble there, and people worship them and offer all devotion, money, all those things, rice, vegetables, all they offer and get Asirvadam without bothering about the Jati and all that. And other than the next layer, Saivism and Vaishnavism, if you go to ground, village level, you could see Grama Devata worship. Devi worship is prominent in almost every village. There is a Devi temple. Kali and Mari, prominent. One deity is golden deity, another one the dark color deity, denying the Aryan Dravidian kind of racist narrative. You could see worship is there, blood sacrifice is offered. And ancestor worship, hero worship, Veeramasti, Veera worship, all are there in the villages. And very important thing, Kul Devata, each community within that they celebrate. But Grama Devata, all Jatis, communities join together and celebrate. And big festival, car festivals in Avinashi, Shiva temple or Perur Shiva temple or Karamadai Vishnu temple, everyone join once in a year. And in every Thaipusam, that is Pusya Purnima, we celebrate this Murugan temple car festival. Everywhere, you know, hundreds of places in Congo, they say in hundreds of places we celebrate this car festival. So you could see this, they are all integrating people across the jatis, across the different linguistic groupings. And again, one more point, what I see is that emerging thing, other than the traditional pre-existing, you know, these things, you know, Ayyappa and Melmarotur movements, this bhakti cults are very popular in Congo region, and mass participation is there. And again, yoga organizations like Vedatri Maharishi, Isha Yoga, Yeval, they are all Art of Living, all are catching. I mean, people are able to learn yoga, Vedanta, Bhakti, all those things, Indian thought, spirituality, going deep into, when they want to go deep into that, they also do participate in it. So this is the main thing, you know, different levels, and according to the taste, preferences of people, our dharma, our samaya and our margas are providing, you know, providing space for participation and that integration. And, you know, this integration is not only integration among the people as West wants to see. It is integration of people with the land, with the nature, with ultimately the cosmos, and bringing people, you know, towards Satya and sustaining people in dharmic life. I mean, responsible. Dharma, I see responsibility towards all others who have contributed, different social, natural, cosmic, everything our responsibility. That instilling that actually the dharma, this samaya and marga are doing actually. And naturally, of course, this integration, we have lot of onslaught from the Dravidian and before that, you know, European thing. West, I mean, Congo has declined as a society because of that particularly oppression, heavy tax on land, you know, appropriation of wealth from the farmers, that has resulted in poverty, and particularly scheduled caste people all suffered because of that. Famine, plague, you know, after that, Dravidians, Congress came, and for some time there, Kulaguru system was actually under a lot of attack. In fact, one Kulaguru of Vetua Gounder was driven out from his place called Kaundapadi. And, you know, now our people, you know, Vetua Gounder youngsters are trying to revive the Kulaguru system. And Kulaguru system is very vibrant across the communities. Even Vaishnava, those who follow Vaishnava, they have their own Kulaguru. Saivas, they have Kulaguru system. And this resurgence of Kulaguru system is one thing I am seeing. So now I am trying to conclude. Rajivji's basic question is that why there is no Vedic theory. And, you know, Vedic theory, we have not developed a theory because already practice is there. Our society has not experienced disintegration. Of course, Dharma, Satya, and Samaya, Marga are uniting the people. And, you know, already Rajivji's two works actually, Being Different and Indra's Network. These are the two frameworks. Already he has come out, and they are towards building a Vedic theory of social integration. Because again, with all difference, with all in philosophy, in our day-to-day life, we can remain united. We are not worried about diversity. We are very comfortable with diversity. That is the thing. And, you know, and Samaya, Marga, both are, I mean, ultimately Marga, that is contributing, which
Thank you. Thank you, Professor Kankaraj.
Contributing to
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor.
Thank you very much. That was amazing. That was really a very great contribution. True to your sociological training professionally, you have done a very good job of creating an emic perspective of how to look at the Jati system and integration through Samaya and other frameworks. This is the social theory that for which people are looking at now. You are able to build that social theory. Please build it into a true theory. Thank you very much. Then we will move on to the next speaker. It is actually post-lunch session is now beginning. I hope all of you had good lunch during the sessions. Now, Shri Hale Kalyanji is going to present his talk. Shri Hale Kalyanji is an inquisitive Hindu trying to understand Sanatana Dharma. He has a BTech in computer science from IIT Hyderabad and also holds an MBA degree from IIM Lucknow. He works as a product manager in the IT industry for livelihood. When not busy with work, he is busy reading and engaging with the world via social media on the following areas: modernity, tradition, continuity, religion, ecology, economics, technology, society. Some of his talks are hosted on the Atharva Forum on YouTube. He was a speaker at Indica's Symposium on Jati Puranas in the past. Sri Hale Kalyanji is going to talk about the onslaught of machines, understanding machine Vad before putting Manu Vad in the dock. Thank you very much. Over to you, Hale Kalyanji.
All right. Thanks, Nagaraj Garu. I'll just share my screen and then I'll get started. All right. Okay. So thanks for the intro, Nagaraj Garu, and then thanks to Indica for inviting me into this conference. I'm not an academic, neither I'm like a published author or an activist. So I'm just interested in these topics, and I believe it is a topic that definitely needs to be brought forth into public discourse, given everything else that is happening around us in terms of the knowledge politics, in terms of narratives and agenda system. So the topic I have chosen is understanding machine Vad before putting Manu Vad in the talk. So just to explain what that means. So typically, if you look at the discourse today, there's a lot of blame that is put on this whole marquee term called Manu Vad, and Hindus are supposed to feel guilty and feel accused because of perpetrating Manu Vad, whatever that means. And then the mainstream discourse pretty much ignores this whole idea of machine Vad, which is to explain what that means. It is really the impact of the changing nature of machines, changing nature of technology on a live and functioning society. So what I try to do today in this session is to really emphasize on that aspect, which is on understanding how machines have or technology, industrial revolution, all of this has impacted us, how it has impacted other countries, taking examples, a couple of examples from United Kingdom, and then England, United Kingdom, and then also USA. And then I'll try to conclude it by bringing in some thoughts from Dharampalji in terms of understanding how we can respond to all of this. So the title is a reference to this line from D.R. Nagaraj's book called Flaming Feet. It's a popular book in the 90s. It's called Flaming Feet and Other Essays. It's a commentary on the Dalit movement in India. And the coinage of machine Vad is taken from an essay or review in the book by D.R. Nagaraj of Kancha Ailaya's book, Why I Am Not a Hindu, a Shudra Critic of Hindutva Philosophy. So this essay is called The Pathology of Sickle Swallowing, where D.R. Nagaraj offers a critique of Kancha Ailaya's book. Now, in case it matters to people, D.R. Nagaraj is not a Brahmin. He's traditionally not seen as an upper caste thinker. So he is considered as a representative, at least in the 90s. Scholars like Ashish Nandi, they've all written a lot of good commentary around him. So he's seen as a respected voice from, let's say, it is a voice that is different from the traditional upper caste or Brahmin dominated narratives, as some opine. Nevertheless, and that has nothing to do with the reason why I am inspired with the D.R. Nagaraj for this lecture here today. So the passage that really piqued my interest, I've read this perhaps a decade ago or more, but it keeps coming on to my thinking whenever I am referring to topics around Jati, Varna, and Caste. So the passage in question is the concluding part of D.R. Nagaraj's essay, And he says this on Kancha Ilaya's book. So he says that the theme of victims of Machine-Vad should be taken up as seriously as we take communities that suffer under Manuvad at all levels of theory and practice. And then he says if Kancha Ilaya accepts this proposition, then his book has to be substantially rewritten. So that's a concluding passage. And not much of writing is available on whether B.R. Nagaraj has elaborated on this or not. But that's a theme that has lived with me for a long time now, particularly also because by profession, I'm pretty much in the high technology space, working for a US MNC, and I do a lot of product management, technology, all of that. So I am abreast with the technology space, and hence I'm also into a lot of the philosophy of technology, impact of technology on society, and themes like that. So I do really think that the theme of victims of Machine-Vad should definitely be taken up seriously, and perhaps more seriously than what we take in the traditional Manuvad narrative. And maybe as a sequence, if we look at it, we should perhaps first do a very thorough job of understanding Machine-Vad, and only then proceed to put Manuvad in the dock. So that is a theme, I think, that hasn't been explored sufficiently enough by a lot of Hindu thinkers in the past and present. There have been attempts, but I think there should be something much more comprehensive. So this is really the broad theme that I'll be dealing with today. This is about the victims of Machine-Vad, understanding the loss of agency and livelihood in a post-industrial revolution economy. So I'll start with one example here. I know it's in Telugu and not everybody will be able to read. So this is from a friend's Facebook post of maybe like about a fortnight ago. This was also one of the triggers for me picking up this topic. So this friend of mine is a photojournalist. He runs a photo gallery in Hyderabad called Samanya Shastram, which essentially means Samanya is ordinary and Shastram is science. So it's a celebration of ordinary lives, really. That is what the photo gallery does. And this is a particular experience that Ramesh Babu, who runs the photo gallery, he has put out on his Facebook account. So this is about a journey where he has taken a foreign visitor to a bunch of villages in the handloom belt in Telangana. So we have Pochampalli, Koyalagudam, Puttapaka, Gattupal. These are all villages that are famous for, let's say, ikat and a lot of other handloom products. So a lot of them are traditional handloom people. So this person that you see on screen, it is a particular weaver called Karnati Narsimhulu. He lives in that village called Koyalagudam. And during this interaction with a foreign delegate, the Ramesh Babu Garu, who is the journalist here, he sort of asked these questions to the weaver, asking that what is it that can be done to ensure that your art survives. And then he gives this answer. So the answer he gives is that if you really are concerned about the handicrafts and handlooms, and if you think this art has to survive, then I can only think of one reason, which is perhaps electricity should just stop. Power generation should stop. There should be no electricity in the world. And perhaps only then that my handloom will have really some value. And then he also says this, that it's not just about me. It applies to several other craft persons, several other artisans, that maybe something like what happened during COVID, some sort of an event like that should happen so that the electricity and machines just stop, and then we all fall back to handicrafts and hand machines and things like that. Now, of course, as is written there in Telugu, it is not about replicating that setup or whether it is even possible or not. It is more about understanding the pain. So if you look at this traditional craftsman, he's not ashamed of his caste. He's not ashamed of his jati. He's not ashamed of his kula vritti, which is his livelihood. He is proud of his craft. But then he also understands the age. He also understands the fact that the age that we are in, there are forces that are making his skill redundant. There are forces that are making his livelihood redundant. So in this case, this particular weaver, he's not ashamed of his craft, and he's really putting the blame elsewhere, which is not on Manuvad, it's really on Machine-Vad. So that's one example. Again, just to caution, I'm not really advocating that starting tomorrow there should be like a shutdown and all of us need to go back or something like that. But it is just to build some empathy, to understand the pain of real craftspeople in today's time. So this experience is not from, let's say, 20th century or like 3 decades ago. This is real. It's happening now. And I wanted to bring some attention there. Now, the next examples I have, I'll take one particular caste group that is known in my region in the Telugu states. This is on Madigas, who have been primarily into the leather working sort of professions. Of course, there are also people who have done others as well. And Madigas particularly are portrayed today as predominantly victims of Manuvad, which is that they've been untouchables and they've been oppressed and they've been disenfranchised, so on. Now, these two books here, again, they're not written by Brahmins. I just want to make that point again, because that's how the narrative is being built, that anything good that is told about caste is coming from a Brahminical patriarchy and things like that. So these two books are really research books from Institute for Leather Studies in Warangal, and they have done some documentary work just documenting the life of leatherworking people. And this particular, I have a few slides, a couple of slides here, talking about what Madigas did as a people in a village economy. So the first one here, there are about 3 examples here. The first one says that they have been pivotal for the rural agrarian economy, and they have built a lot of leather products that were useful for agriculturists. And they acted as one of the members of the traditional South Indian village body called the Ayagars. And Ayagars is similar to the Jajmani system and similar to other such interdependent systems that have been a part of our village economies. Now, in the book, they also say that the Madika's technology and services were indispensable for the water lifting method. So in the fields, when you have to lift waters, they made a lot of leather-based equipment for that. And they also made leather apparels, cases, water bottles, bags to carry loads and liquids, and stuff like that. And they also provided hides that were used to make like coracles to cross rivers and water bodies. So again, coracles are still used in some places in our at least in South India, I've seen places where coracles are used. So that part continues to operate in bits and pieces here and there. And Madika's services were also needed to the iron smelting industry for supplying bellows. And the leather tanned by Madikas was used in the native traditional iron smelting industry in the Telugu region. And it was also related to some of the export to Persia for the manufacturing of swords. So if you look at the picture that is portrayed here, it is a busy community. They were doing like a lot of work, and they had a lot of interdependencies with several other professions. I've also given the link in the presentation. So it's available on archive.org, and anybody interested can pick. And apart from these examples, they've also supplied leather products that were used by other productive castes in the village. So be it toddy tappers, shepherds, weavers, blacksmiths, barbers, carpenters, stone cutters, sculptors. Everybody needed some leather instrument or the other for various purposes. So be it a belt or be it a case to protect your hands, or something to use for a weaver's loom, things like that. There was a lot of leather equipment that was being built. And apart from this, the Madikas were also known for their contributions for preparing and building several musical instruments. They had their own dapu, which is known for the dandora and the process like that, which is about some sort of a public announcement system at a local level. And they also provided skins and thongs to various percussion instruments, which are used in public concerts and temple rituals, so on. In fact, at least in Telangana and even in parts of Andhra Pradesh, there were several Jatis which had their own musical instruments, and the Madikas played a pivotal role in terms of making those instruments. And in the arena of public entertainment, again, they were manufacturers of puppets, and they also played a role in the leather puppet shows. Again, it's very popular it used to be very popular in certain parts of Andhra Pradesh. And even now, if you go to, let's say, like a craft exhibition, you'd still see people making a leather puppet showcase, like showpiece instruments and stuff like that. And apart from this, the Madikas also supplied many things to army in forts, in military camps. They also provided a lot of equipment that is used in war, in military, like the leather vests, belts, bands, and catapults, things like that. So they were also like closely related to the English army, and they also did some service to English army around gunpowder cases and tents, so on. So the reason why I'm bringing up all this is that if you go down to a particular Jati's level, there is so much diversity in terms of what their role was at the village economy at that period in time. And all of this, none of these statements are even typed out by me. They are just copy paste verbatim from the book, because I just want to make sure that it is just presented the way it is. Now, the other part is, because they did all these activities, needless to say, they received substantial income. So the authors of this book, they cite that due to all these activities, they received substantial income and they could support not one, but up to 5 dependent castes, which is Nulakachandayas, Baindlas, Chindus, Mastis, and Dakkalis. Now, these are all dependent castes for the Madhika group, which used to be their storytellers, which used to be their historians, chroniclers, entertainers, so on. And in Telangana and Andhra Pradesh and even other parts of India, we did have this sort of a mechanism where a set of dependent castes become the storytellers and chroniclers of history and entertainers, so on. They had a pattern relationship and they used to come and do their act, receive some thing in return, and then the cycle repeats periodically. So which was this sort of an arrangement was indeed present. So the argument the authors are making is that because they had substantial income, they could indeed support all these castes. And then next line is also important, that though the Madhikas were treated as untouchables, their products were sanctified for all practical purposes. So again, like I don't want to run away and sugarcoat and say that, oh, this didn't exist, that didn't exist, so on. We can accept for the way things were, that indeed there were taboos around leather working professions in terms of skinning animals and things like that. And there were indeed that sort of practices in the past in villages. And that's true not just to India. You can find it in Europe, Japan, and the more you look, you'll pretty much find it everywhere for certain kind of professions. So in this particular example, the point here is really that though they were treated as untouchables, their products were sanctified. As you could see in the previous slides, there was pretty much nothing in the village economy that could run without any of these leather equipments. Everybody pretty much was dependent on the Madhika caste for something or the other. They just needed that economic activity to go on, because that's the livelihood for the consuming productive castes. Now, the next slide is from a related book by the same authors. So this is just an elaboration again on the fact that they were economically better off. So the substantiation here is also offered in terms of the donations made by Madhigas to temples. So there is a reference to a donation of a Purna Kumbham made by a Charmakar for a stupa in Amravati. And there's also a reference to an inscription in Nalgonda district, where along with others in the village, it is clear that the Madhikas also have contributed for the construction of a shrine dedicated to a village deity. Again, this is just a reflection of the way things are. And even if you could reject, let's say, what authors say, because authors carry bias, this is from inscriptions. And I'm hoping that inscriptions at least will deserve the sort of attention that they need on at least matters like these. Again, here the authors are emphasizing the fact that the very fact that no community had so many dependent castes that the Madhika community had, it further strengthens the argument that they were economically well off, and the large number of dependent castes will be possible only if the patrons are economically robust. Like obviously only if you can feed yourself, that's when you can part with your money with others for something else. And the fact that they could consistently maintain so many dependent castes over decades and over centuries, it shows that they were economically better off. So this is an argument made in terms of how the Madhigas were. And then there is a bit of an explanation in terms of what really happened post-industrialization. So this is circling back to the theme that which we started on Machinewad. So you had this kind of a functional interdependent manufacturing caste kind of relationship with the Madhigas. And then with industrialization and corporatization, the lot of the major occupations of leather tanning, dyeing, shoemaking, they all got hit and in some cases got destroyed. And with modernization and mechanization of agriculture, that also took away a lot of the livelihood. And the non-profitable nature of agriculture with increasing urbanization and migration of agriculturists, even this made the life of Madhigas quite miserable. And the substitution of metals, plastic, nylon, rubber for leather, that gave a death blow to the profession. So if you look at it, that what gave a death blow to the livelihood, there's not so much of the impact of machine and the impact of the technological change is very, very underappreciated and very, very under-acknowledged, that the reason why livelihoods got destroyed was because of this particular act that happened at a particular point in time in our colonial experience. And the last point here is again very specific to how importing of iron and steel destroyed the native iron smelting industry. And because the iron smelting industry got destroyed, the demand for bellows decreased, and that hit the Madhigas again. So there is always like a chain reaction of sorts whenever you take questions of technology. So that's a bit on the background of Madigas. So just to recap, I spoke about a real world example of weaver from contemporary times, where the weaver is lamenting that if my craft has to survive, if my livelihood has to survive, then perhaps we should switch off the machine, switch off electricity in his specific example. And then here we have an example of perhaps like 2 centuries of the Madiga lifestyle that got affected because of this transition to colonialism and industrial revolution. Now, I'll give one more example of another person who is much respected in the Telugu states in the themes of culture studies and the Bharatiya Drishti and Bharatiya Samaj and things like that. So this is about Guruji Ravinder Sharma, who used to run something called Kalashram in Adilabad, which used to be a repository of the craft traditions, of storytelling traditions, of the village society broadly, and of surviving Jati Vyavastha in that particular surroundings. So this passage is from a recent book that got published, which is I've given the link to Google Books, and a lot of this is taken from there. This book is called Perspectives of Work, Home and Identity from Artisans in Telangana, written by Chandan Bose, and incidentally, it refers to a lot of the work of Guruji Ravinder Sharma of Kalashram. So even here, the author Chandan Bose cites some of the discussions he had with Guruji, and then there's a mention of, I just picked a couple of paragraphs. So one part is that if people meddled with the livelihood of other communities, there were always repercussions. So there was a sense of livelihood security or guarantee, and there's also a sense of boundary. So each artist community from each region, they had their own turf, and information about an exceptionally fine artist would travel through the entire region. So artists from Warangal, let's say they were specialists in murals, but they would not infringe upon the skills of artists of Nirmal, another place in Telangana, who were experts at making toys, and vice versa. So there was a regional community which ensured a market as well. So there were these boundaries defined in the traditional Jati structure, that you had livelihood guarantee, and you had crafts, and you had boundaries, and there was also territories that you stay in yours, I stay in mine, but we both are together because we are all part of the artist community. So on. So this is another good repository of knowledge. All of Guruji Ravinder Sharma's discourse available on YouTube. You can just search for him. A lot of his talks are available, and it's really useful because this kind of discourse is not available in academia, because it sort of runs counter to the whole oppression, depression, suppression, that sort of theorization that is done. And these are all people who are proud of their art. These are all people who have who are not necessarily starving. These are people who had their own up and running livelihood, relationships, community life, so on. So this is about the perspective that I wanted to bring in terms of how things were. Now, let me just switch gears to go back to the European experience. So this is a book which is, again, quite popular in academics, where a lot of people have cited E.P. Thompson's work. And some of the Marxists also don't like him for some of the things that he has said, because he also was a bit objective in terms of the experience of industrialization overall. So in this particular examples that I've picked, E.P. Thompson is talking about the experience of weaving communities, and weaving communities in the West Country and Pennines, where he's saying that this is in the United Kingdom, and he's saying that they had about 300 to 400 years of continuous existence, and they had like living traditions. So they had about 300, 400 years of their own cultural patterns and traditions, which all got literally extinguished because of the change in how weaving happened once the industrial revolution and the whole technological revolution sort of happened. And then Thompson says that until these final agonies, the older weaving communities, they actually offered a way of life which their members greatly preferred to the higher material standards of the factory town. So the weaving communities really cherished their lives, and they were not very comfortable with the factory town, even though there was like, so to say, like a higher material standard. And he also says that some were lured from the countryside by the glitter and promise of wages, but the old village economy was crumbling. So the reason why most of these people moved was because the old economy was crumbling. And they moved less by their own will than at the dictate of external compulsions, which they could not question. So it's really that it's not that these weaving communities that were sitting in West Country, it is not that they just decided and woke up one fine day saying, I'm done with my 400-year-old traditions and lifestyle. let me just move to the city and make a life. That was not how it happened. It really happened because they were dictated by external compulsions, which they could not really question. So here Thompson again says that the process of industrialization is necessarily painful, and it must involve erosion of traditional patterns of life. And it was carried through with exceptional violence in Britain. So the violence that we are seeing today happen with weavers, and the violence that happened, let's say, with Madigas was in some sense similar to the violence that weaving communities faced back then in Britain. So here there are a few things again that Thompson says that this experience of immiseration or misery, it came in different forms. So the field laborer, it was a loss of his common rights and vestiges of local or village level democracy. And for the artisan, like the weaver story I spoke of, it is a loss of his craftsman status. And for the weaver, it's a loss of livelihood and of independence. And for the child, it's again a very interesting point. It's something that a lot of urban Indians like me can also relate, that for the child, it is the opportunity to loss of work and play in the home. Of course, with work from home, maybe it started happening again. But otherwise, if you generally look at it, people go out to work and then the children are put into like daycares or schools and things like that. So you really don't get to see a child grow, which was not the case even with.
Kalyan Garu,
Yep.
one more minute, please.
Yeah, sure. I'll cover. All right. So that's pretty much the background of how this experience happened in England. I'll just move to the experience in US as well, because that's also particularly important. So Wendell Berry is again a thinker who is still alive. He's about 88-year-old, known for a lot of his fiction and non-fiction works. So he's a representative of rural America. He continues to stay in a village in America and then write a lot of it. So here Wendell Berry talks about the transition of a fossil fuel driven economy. And then here he says that rural wealth and materials and rural people, they are caught in this gravitational field of industrial economy, and they are just pulled out into the cities. And pretty much most of them don't even come back. So here also he's talking about patterns of how industrialization affected. And this is his latest publication, last year's book. So again, here he talked about the colonial experience. So in terms of how the native Indians were treated by the then rulers of United States, the colonialists. So they had a determination to extirpate the race of Indian savages. And that was the white man's law back then. Now, I'll just quickly run through what I want to cover here, specifically in terms of this work of Wendell Berry. So here, again, he talks about what today we celebrate as progress, labor saving, creative destruction, so on. There's also like a lot of violence behind all of this. And here he says this piece that there is a lot of staggering human cost for this whole process that happens, where there's a lot of displacement and there's a loss of livelihood. And this piece is important. I just want to make sure that there's some light thrown here, which is that even in India, we do have this whole thing that, okay, all of this is past and there is nothing you can do about it. So progress is predestined and inevitable. So you just have to go that way. And this is where Wendell Berry says that progress is accounted as 100% good. And the cosmeticians of progress don't subtract, which means that you think it as a net good and you are never ready to discuss about all of this violence. So this keeps continues to happen. I'll just end with this mention from Dharampalji. That's what I wanted to conclude with. So we spoke about the experience in England with industrialization. We spoke about the current experience of rural America. I'll just move to the experience mentioned by Dharampalji. This is from a interview office in 1983. So I won't read through the whole thing. I just put it for reference. So the first part is that we all carry this guilt that India is wretched, miserable, so on. And Dharampalji answers this by saying that when a British person of that era says Indians are wretched and miserable, you also need to look at it from a religious context. So he gives a reference to a debate in the House of Commons where it was explicitly mentioned that we are wretched because we are not Christian. So it is only because Indians are in an unchristian state, they had a tough time accepting that we could also be happy and enlightened. And again, this is just a bit on how Dharampalji emphasized that pre-1800, we were not poor, and the breakdown happened later. And this is the last piece that I wanted to mention, that because that's the theme of the conference as well. So there is a question that was posed to Dharampalji that caste poses a lot of problems when we begin defending our tradition. And Dharampalji answers that by saying that never before in our history, caste seemed to have posed a major problem, which is tying back to what Professor Vaidyanathan also mentioned, that there was never a revolt of sorts if things were really so bad. And most of the kings were also Shudras when the Britishers came. So just to conclude on Dharampalji's talk, what Dharampalji mentions here is that caste was a great obstacle for the British, because it was an unmitigated evil. It was also not because they believed in the castelessness. It was because it stood in the way of them breaking Indian society. And that's really where Dharampalji says that we should also be cognizant of that. And the last line, I just conclude with this slide, which is that this is a question that plagues everybody, that people ask, what is the relevance of looking back at all this? It's all old. So, and is a reversal of this even possible? Why are we even like wasting time on this? So here Dharampalji says that if what has happened in the West has universal validity, and if you think that all cultures and civilizations must just pass through this, then what India has to do is just chart it out. You need not even talk about anything. But if you are convinced that each culture and civilization can renew themselves only through ways that have the source in their own psyche, then we need to make a great spiritual and intellectual effort to come onto our own. So that is the plea with which I'd like to end this talk, that just don't be mere cosmeticians of progress who do not subtract, understand what is happening, and understand the theme of Machinewad seriously before you put Manuwad in the dog and indulge in this relentless self-flagellation of beating ourselves, saying that we are bad, we were an oppressed society, so on. Also study the stories of various Jatis in India, past and present. Study the impact of Machinewad in Europe, US, so that you get a better perspective. And lastly, make the requisite spiritual and intellectual effort so that we come into our own. And I think we owe that much to our ancestors. So thanks to Indica for this opportunity.
Amazing, amazing, Kalyanji. There was so much resonating in your talk with my own ideas. It was really, the way you structured it also is so good, that you brought the three articulating examples from the impact of Machinewad, particularly the leather technology part on the Madigas. It was perfectly revealing to most of the people. There is this lid cap and what happened to lid cap here. All that, that's a big story. That's for another day, maybe. Now we move on to the next speaker, Sri Ashish Dhar. Ashish Dhar ji is going to talk on understanding modernity through caste. Actually, this is a reverse view. Actually, there was a word coined in US called reverse gaze. So he is doing reverse gaze of modernity from the perspective of caste. Ashish Dhar is a Kashmiri Hindu living in exile in New Delhi. He is a mechanical engineer by training and a social entrepreneur by occupation. He is the co-founder of Upward, an alternative media outlet that produces audiovisual content and commentary on socio-cultural issues like Hindu temple autonomy, judicial reform, civilizational conflicts like Kashmir, and so on. Ashish is also operations head of the Indica Collective Trust, which is a legal research and activism forum that represents Indic civilizational positions in legal cases of national and international significance. Over to you, Ashish Dharji.
Om Shri Gurubhyo Namaha. I hope I'm audible.
Yes, you are.
So thank you, Dr. Nagaraj Paturi and Indic Academy for giving me the opportunity to put forward what may be described as my rather unpalatable views on caste. I guess I'm the only speaker who has not prepared a presentation, but I hope that the talk will be engaging enough even without the accompanying slides. I'll do my best.
Professor Vaidyanathan and myself are also with you.
Oh, fantastic! I am in great company then.
Yeah.
So I'd just like to clarify at the outset that my talk is not about the history of caste as Jati Varna, nor about its ups and downs. I have read a lot of scholarly material on the matter, and some of my own views have been published as articles on Pragyata in the form of a work in progress series called Caste in Stone. But in today's talk, I am also not talking about caste-related injustices, right? I'm not denying or affirming caste-related atrocities in the past or present. My position on the matter, and I'm just giving a disclaimer here, that my position on this matter is that each case of caste-based injustice deserves a thorough, dispassionate examination to arrive at a reasonable conclusion. And my little foray into such subjects has sort of surprised me with how shoddy a job the run-of-the-mill academicians, journalists, and politicians have done just to pin the blame of all social injustices on caste, because it is an easy scapegoat. So I'd just like to start my talk with a very quick autobiographical context. For the longest time, caste did not really interest me as a subject because, believe it or not, I was born and raised caste blind. Not because my parents were ultra progressive or anything, but simply because my small and dying community of Kashmiri Pandits consists of only Pandits, that is Brahmins. So due to the lack of any other castes around us, we went about oppressing each other for centuries before we were thrown out of Kashmir in 1990 by Kashmiri Muslims, presumably for oppressing them. In 1990, the Mandal Commission recommendations were enacted as law, and reservations in educational institutions came into being. But even that did not generate any debates in our household, as we're just finding ways to survive in Delhi's sweltering heat. And plus, the evil Brahmins that we were, there didn't seem to be anyone around whom we could oppress. So I studied engineering in Tamil Nadu and worked there for 3 years after that. And believe it or not, the Dravidian casteist discourse and the politics missed my thick skull for the 7 years I lived there. And it was only in 2015 that I woke up to the beast of caste after Kanhaiya Kumar's antics in JNU. But since then, the topic has fascinated me because I believe that understanding caste makes it possible for us to grasp the decadence of the modern age and the misery all around us. Some people may judge this as a horribly pessimistic view. But when I read news reports like, just day before yesterday, I read a tweet saying that the Washington state has passed a Senate bill which affirms the rights of minors to choose their gender. So, and it does so in a way that the parental consent is not even required, right? So they made it redundant. So when you read news like that and what is happening in the world around us, I feel that pessimism is indeed the right emotion for such developments. Now, I'm no academic, yet I find that academic discourse on caste is deeply prejudiced and severely underinformed. For example, caste is often imagined and described as a social order unique to India. This is patently false because it is very clear that it existed in some form or the other in most cultures, especially polytheistic cultures across the globe, whether it is Japan or Hawaii or Iran. And at the risk of offending Hindu exceptionalism, it is clear that caste was not unique to India, but was certainly adopted with maximum vigor in this country or in this land, with a sophisticated quasi-legal framework to support it. The title of my talk is Understanding Modernity Through Caste, and these are both, both the terms here, modernity and caste, are complex enough to create a civil war. But before delving on sociological definitions, I'd like to read out a quote to sort of set the tone for my talk. And this is a quote from a very unrelated, unlikely source. This is a book that I read 20 years ago. It's a book called The Teachings of Don Juan by this author called Carlos Castaneda. And this is his teacher, who's a Mexican shaman, who tells him about his concept of freedom. So he says, to seek freedom, and I quote him, to seek freedom is the only force I know. Freedom to fly off into that infinity out there. Freedom to dissolve, to lift off, to be like the flame of a candle, which, in spite of being up against the light of a billion stars, remains intact. And this part is particularly moving, because it never pretended to be more than what it is, a mere candle. So when we speak of dharma, often in Hindi we say that aag ka dharma jalana hai, pani ka dharma gila karna hai, the fire's dharma is to burn. And we speak of dharma as nature. And when we say that the child's dharma is to take care of his old parents, we speak of dharma as duty. So already the term dharma encompasses both these aspects, duty and nature. And there is already an identity established in the term itself between duty and obligation and your inherent nature. In other words, you are required to act as per your nature. But that raises the question, what is your nature? Is it something that can be measured as the Western mind would want to do? Because the Westerner would say, what cannot be measured cannot be improved. Or is it a whim or a thought? Is it immutable or subject to change? What is the nature of males and what is the nature of females? And if nature is determined by who we think we are, then is it not right for the state to grant children the right to have their sex reassigned based on a random whim? Now, the Hindu tradition seems to deny legitimacy to individuals deciding their own nature and considers birth as the single most important determinant of nature. It could be said that birth determines your nature, but I think it would be more accurate to say that nature, in the form of samskaras, determines your birth and puts the onus on you to fulfill your dharma determined by birth, even if it may seem like a burden, just as it did to Arjun in the battlefield. So to put it very simply, dharma extracts its pound of flesh from those who would serve it. Because dharma, when it flowers into culture, is a culture of restraint and limit. Man is the apex predator in whatever ecosystem he exists in. And since his cognitive abilities transcend the limitations of the animal kingdom, he is obligated to set his own limits, or otherwise he would just destroy everything because he has the power of the gods without their wisdom, right? And that wisdom is dharma. And accordingly, culture is the line that must not be crossed. So it is with this ethical and philosophical orientation that the Hindu social order must be imagined. It is an order of restraint and setting limits, because freedom can only be meaningful once its limits are specified. Unconstrained freedom is a liberal fantasy that inevitably leads to 79 genders and other shades of madness. Our ancestors knew that caste gave meaning and purpose to their lives, and held on to it like dear life, as the colonial era Christian evangelists testify. And the speaker before me, Hari Kalyan, he's done a fantastic job. He co-wrote an article in Pragyata on Christian missionaries on caste, and he compiled a huge list of quotes and gave his own commentary on that. And I'm borrowing from that fantastic article. And I'm quoting a few names here. I'm quoting a few Christian evangelists here. So this is Bishop Louis George Milne. I don't know how you pronounce it, but he says, caste stands forth as the deadliest of all opponents which the gospel has to grapple with in India. Then there is Joseph Mullins, a missionary in Calcutta, and he says, the strong bond of caste is, in my view, the chief obstacle in the way of their making an open profession of the Christian religion. Similarly, there's a report that was compiled by Reverend William Strickland and T.W.M. Marshall, and they write, quote, it has enabled the Hindus to preserve their nationality in spite of repeated conquest, and has hindered their being absorbed by their conquerors. This is, it means caste. And finally, I quote Reverend Storrow, and he says, to become a Christian is to lose caste, to lose sanctity, honor, purity, and indeed all that is precious. And it is to become vile, despicable, and impure as well. Need we say how the Hindu turns away with loathing from the very thought? So, as we see from these quotes, the Hindus, when they encountered Christianity, which is actually the mother of modernity, rejected it for it was, among other things, a casteless religion, right? It didn't have caste, which meant it was despicable and vile to them. Similarly, when we look at modernity through the lens of caste, it appears utterly debased. Varna Sankarta, the hallmark of modernity, is dreadful to the Hindu mind. Let me just explain how and why. So, when the individual's occupation is based on his convenience, legitimized by the flimsy notion of rights, there are no longer any constraints or limits within which freedom can be exercised. Traditions and customs lose their significance, as change seems to be the only constant. We can no longer draw lessons from the past because it appears incomprehensible, and society begins to spin out of control. And as a matter of fact, it keeps accelerating as it speeds away towards the edge of the cliff. Life, in some sense, becomes meaningless. And if we go by the sociological definitions, that is exactly what modernity is. And it is characterized by discontinuities, but more accurately by the following attributes. And I take these definitions from Anthony Giddens' work on modernity, his seminal book called The Consequences of Modernity. So he defines modernity by using the following attributes, that there are three attributes that kind of put the finger on what is modernity. Number one is the rate of change of the world around us. Number two is the scope of that change. And number three is the nature of the institutions, the social, political institutions around us, to deal with the speed as well as the depth of change that is happening. So these institutions are created to deal with, and they are also created from the chaotic forces of modernity and in response to rapid and accelerating change. So they pretend to solve the problems of the day, the modern problems, in two ways, right? One is delaying the inevitable breakdown of society by borrowing time from the future, as we see in the case of ecological crisis, right? The air is getting bad, drinkable water, the water table is going down, the rivers are polluted. I mean, you name it, everything is going from bad to worse. And yet there is no serious response from any society to these issues. And number two, these institutions, modern institutions, pretend solving modern problems by encouraging the proliferation of ideological camps that blame each other for the unsolvable problem. But in reality, they happen to be, these ideological camps happen to be the same, parts of the same erroneous paradigm, whether it is state sovereignty versus private property, whether it is capitalism versus communism, right versus left, so on and so forth. And a concrete example of the blame game between two sides of the same coin is the polemical exchange between the camps of equality of opportunity and equality of outcome. In this particular debate or fight, you will notice that equality is a common ideal, and the argument really is about what kind of equality is good for society. Everyone believes in equality, and it seems to be a self-evident good. Equality of opportunity basically means equality before law or legal equality. And equality of outcome is another name for economic equality, which is, if you think about it, it's really the next logical step after the half-hearted attempt to give everyone legal equality, without ensuring that the outcomes in their lives are similar, if not the same, right? So because unlike in a caste-based social order, which has a room for intergenerational transfer of privilege in more than one way, in more than one mode, the modern world has outlawed or at least made it hard for people to transfer knowledge or their practices, their customs, their craftsmanship, their whatever, their skills and other such social capital to the next generation. The only form of privilege that can be transferred is wealth. And if you're not a good businessman or supremely talented in a field that pays good money, your future generations are as good as doomed. I was watching an interview of this author, Catherine Page Harden, who's written a book, a very important book actually, called The Genetic Lottery. And she's asked the question about how she views the debate between these two camps, equality of outcome and equality of opportunity. And she says that she finds the debate meaningless because she doesn't quite like the metaphor of society as a track and field race, and prefers to replace this metaphor of unbridled competition with the metaphor of a building. So equality here would mean that everyone has access to the staircase of the building, but what happens to the physically challenged, right? It is not good enough. The staircase is not good enough for them. They would need a ramp, right? So it's one size fit all equality does not really work. So she says that society is like a building and we live on different floors of the building and take care of different parts of it as a community. So the stress should be on community building as opposed to getting ahead of others generally. And this instinct of getting ahead of others is in fact the meritocratic ideal. So I have observed in my interactions that people who want caste to be annihilated are often the ones most impressed and bedazzled by meritocracy. And I suppose for good reason. Who wouldn't be inspired by a genuinely inspiring rags to riches story like that of say our Prime Minister? From very humble backgrounds, he rose to the level of being the head of the country, and that's something phenomenal, right? And that is really that is meritocracy in action, and that is what really attracts people to this story of meritocracy. But in his recent book on meritocracy, I quote Michael Sandel, and he has something very interesting to say about it. He says, inspired by the heroic rise of a few, we ask how others might also be enabled to escape the conditions that weigh them down. Rather than repair the conditions that people want to flee, we construct a politics that makes mobility the answer to inequality. Breaking down barriers is a good thing. No one should be held back by poverty or prejudice. But a good society cannot be premised only on the promise of escape. Note the last phrase, the promise of escape.
Ashish ji,
Yeah.
just reminding you that you may.
Yeah, I'm just about to finish.
Thank you.
So the last phrase was the promise of escape, and escaping the oppressive conditions of a society designed on the principle of ruthless competition, or what we would call Matsya Nyaya. And Matsya Nyaya is what the Jati Varna matrix evolved to prevent. Today, we live in the age of exponential technology, and one small step in the wrong direction has the potential to blow up into an existential threat for the whole planet. We saw what happened with COVID, and we are only beginning to witness what artificial intelligence is capable of. We know about how advances in genetic sciences can be hijacked in the service of social engineering and eugenics. And you know, in the current state where the scientific knowledge is, that could alter who we are as a species irreversibly. And all this will be done in the service of what exactly? Again, the promise of escape. So I don't know if caste can be annihilated without destroying the possibility of community life. I also don't know if it will make a comeback in a new form, though I hope that it does in some way, because caste as Jati is community based on acceptance of your circumstances of birth, which I will stick my neck out and say, before the current mercantile age was not, the circumstances were not universally oppressive. But I know that if modern Hindus do not engage with the past on its own terms, rather than being apologetic about it due to their ignorance and deep-seated prejudices acquired through what we optimistically call modern education, we will have no shield to protect us and our environment from the destruction that will accompany the fall of modernity, which is not as far as some of us may imagine. Thank you. Om Shri Matre Namah.
Thank you very much, Ashish ji. That was really incisive, deep, and really highly theoretical. Critique of modernity is not new in the university campuses, in academia, but they gave it the name postmodern. And under that name, it becomes a modern critique of modernity. There is no traditional critique of modernity. There is recently on Indica Facts, Professor Ramesh Rao published 2 articles from Maragadam, which are actually Hindu side critique of modernity. And there is a huge critique of modernity from, as you were rightly mentioning, ecological perspectives, environmentalist perspectives. And there is but a lot of scope for Hindu side traditional critique of modernity. And it is building up. I am very happy that it is building up, and your talk is a contribution in that direction. We have to take it forward. Now we have the next speaker. I have to check whether Professor Prakash Shah has arrived or not.
Sir,
Professor,
he has joined as an attendee. I'm trying to promote him, but unable to do so. Requested him to join as a panelist.
Okay. Please do that. Let us wait for that. Professor Prakash Shah is a professor of cultural study of law, and let me actually his introduction is very short and brief, the way he presented it, probably out of his humility. Prakash Shah is a reader in culture and law at Queen Mary University of London. He works on law, religion and culture, caste and migration. But I know that apart from these, he is a serious professor of Indic studies also. Indic studies in jurisprudence, Indic studies in Dharma, and he is also deeply impacted by Professor Balu, and he is impacted by the Balu type studies. And he is an editor of a journal also. I saw recently articles published on caste in his journal, in the journal which he edits. Srinivas Garu, could you promote him?
He's already there, sir.
Yeah, okay. So, sir, you were very humble in sending us the introduction. So please mention more things about you before you start speaking. Over to you, Prakash. You are not audible. Can you check your audio or if you are muted?
Can you hear me now?
Yes, sir.
Yeah,
Please go.
we are able
Okay.
to hear you.
All right. Yeah, so namaste, everybody. Thank you. Come and join you in this discussion. And so I'm afraid I'm not more bloated.
There seems to be some
description.
echo, Professor. Probably because
Yeah.
your mic is facing the speaker. Your speaker's direction has to be changed a little.
Is that any better?
No, it is more echo is coming.
I'm just using notes, so there shouldn't be any other.
Koti Garu, can you help the professor?
Sir, can you please try without that headphones once?
Can you remove your headphones, sir?
I can't hear you very well.
Your earphones, there is a mic inside your earphones, so probably there are two mics working at the same time.
Is that any better?
No, sir.
I will switch off my phone just in case that. Hello, everybody.
Yeah, it seems to be better now. Please go ahead.
How is that?
There is some.
How is that? Is that any better? But I will get off this. Just
Why don't you log out and log in again, Prakash?
Okay, before Professor Prakash logs in, let me just give you what is there coming in. After Professor Prakash, we are going to have Sri Shivakumar GV, Sri Sumanaspati Reddy, Sri Nikunja Trivedi, Dr. Sushumna Kannan, Dr. Raju Malhotra is going to give the valedictory address. I'm going to be there after probably Nitin Trivedi or somewhere. I'm also going to be one of the speakers.
Namaste.
Okay.
You can see me now, hear me now?
Yeah, good.
Yes, sir, it's
Very good. Okay, namaste to everybody. Yes, Nagaraji kindly asked me to give a larger introduction of myself, but I'm not sure if I'm in a position to do that. And thank you also for promoting me to a professor, because you may know that in the English system, I'm not yet a full professor, but that's perhaps a minor point. So what I wanted to talk to you about and share with the audience today is just a brief outline of what's been happening in several Western countries with respect to caste. So my discussion is not really about Jati or Varna, but just about the conception of caste, because this is the dominant terminology that we have. And so I will start with the discussion regarding the UK, because the UK is the first Western country to have any sort of legislation about caste discrimination. And this was a result of the 2010 Equality Act, in which an amendment was passed at the last minute to include a reference to caste. And the idea was to make caste an aspect of race for the purposes of that legislation. That is the main anti-discrimination law which prevails in the UK. And in 2013, there was an amendment to that very same legislation to force the government to implement that clause regarding caste, because in the original 2010 version, there was a power given to the government, but not necessarily an obligation to implement. But the 2013 amendment changed that. Now, of course, in the background, there's been a lot of activism by the different anti-caste organizations which have been gaining strength in the UK. They've also been supported by the some of the organs of the United Nations. And the UK, I think, was identified as one of the spots in quite early on in the United Nations discussions in the Human Rights Fora in the United Nations in the early 2000s, where both the United Kingdom and the USA were identified as potential areas where some sort of legal activity regarding caste should be done because of the presence of an Indian diaspora. And the idea was that, wherever Indians go, they transplant their caste system and their discriminatory practices, and that these jurisdictions would be ideal to have some kind of legal activity and legislation to be passed against that. Now, in the UK, what's happened is that the legislation has still not been enacted, but in parallel, what we had was in 2014, 2015, there was a case which was pushed through the British courts. And in that case, the finding was made that the existing provision on racial discrimination, which includes a reference to ethnicity, already covers caste and therefore caste discrimination. So what the government did was that because of the sort of concerns about electoral losses, the government at the time in power, which is more or less still the government in power, decided that it would not be opportune for them to see through the implementation of the caste provision, and what they would do rather is to rely on the existing case law. So if you think about the United States picture, recently we've been hearing a lot about the Cisco case, which has been at least partially dropped against the two managers in question. The UK already has its Cisco, right? And the precedent has already been set in the United Kingdom that the current equality law already can be used to undertake actions for caste discrimination claims. So that's as it stands currently. The obligation in the legislation to have caste discrimination implemented as a part of the Equality Act still exists, and nobody has made any move to remove that. Now, tomorrow, if let's say a Labour government should come into power in the United Kingdom, it's almost certain that they would start to implement that legislation. So you'd have the twin forces of the case law and the legislation. We can imagine a situation, which I will get into shortly, of the type that's taking place in California right now, right? So imagine the Cisco case had been successful from the point of view of the CRD department in California, and the legislation which is currently being proposed in California was also successful. Well, that's a likely situation that will unfold in the United Kingdom probably before very long. So the bottom line is that we have some law against caste discrimination already in the United Kingdom, and that has been now cross-read into other parts of the law where references to race appear. And so it is said that race can now include a reference to caste discrimination also, and therefore in our prosecution guidelines, which is not part of the civil law, which the Equality Act is, but the criminal law, we also have the possibility of prosecutions being mounted on the basis of caste harassment or caste-related violence. So if you think about the Indian situation, we are creeping closer to something like a caste atrocities law in the UK as well. So far, we haven't had any cases under that, but I don't put it out of question that somebody will try to formulate a kind of test case which will eventually be pushed through the courts. If you look at our existing case law in the UK, you know already about the Cisco case and the big scandal that's been unfolding in the United States regarding basically the put-up nature or the faked nature of that case. My argument has been that our British case has also been set up and it's been manufactured, and there was no real substance to the case, but nevertheless, the British judges bought the arguments and also accepted that caste is already part of the UK law. In other respects, the issues of caste also enter into the discussion. For example, I work at university, and in our university, when we get trained for diversity training, which is now common actually in both in America and the United Kingdom, we are told that caste discrimination is unlawful and that we have to watch out. And therefore, any student or staff member of an Indian background and preferably a Hindu background or even a Brahmin background would be vulnerable to some kind of case of caste discrimination brought against them, right? And the universities, we don't know in which way they would move, but probably they wouldn't support the person against whom the complaint has been made because of the prevalent stereotypes which exist about caste and caste system. Now, I just want to move briefly to the United States, which I've been talking about already. In the United States, the action seems to have been slightly more delayed compared to the UK. And we've seen that the Cisco case already started sometime in 2010, if I'm not wrong. And the defendants have been made to suffer for something like 3 years. And finally, we hear this month that the action by the California CRD, the Civil Rights Department, has been dropped against at least the two named managers in the litigation. And one of the things that tells us, of course, is that perhaps California were about to be embarrassed regarding the strength of their case, and it seems like, as I argued already, the case was really a manufactured one. And despite the fact that extensive investigations were being made even before the case came to the courts, the California Civil Rights Department, in its former avatar as the Department of Fair Employment and Housing, decided to press on and prosecute or to conduct the civil litigation, despite all the evidence that went actually against their own case. Now, what's interesting, of course, in the Cisco situation is that the case is being dropped more or less at the same time that new proposal for legislation has been introduced in the California Senate. And so it may well be that the caste activists in the background are calculating and saying that, well, since we may have support from the California legislature to pass this legislation, which would have a much more powerful impact than an individual case, of course, that we are now in actually a better position than we would have been had the Cisco case succeeded. So from their point of view, actually things are far from over, although there is a little bit of jubilation going on the American side, on the American Hindu side, about the partial collapse of the Cisco case. But I think that's premature because the larger battle is still to be fought, and we will see what the outcome of that the prospect of that legislation will be, whether it's passed or not. And it's almost definite that it will be passed because the Democrats in this California Senate have what's known as a supermajority. The California Democrats have also themselves committed to a policy against caste in their own internal rule book. So it looks as though the legislation is bound to get through, right? And of course, it remains to be seen what kind of pressure is being going to be brought against the legislators in Canada, in California, to prevent this legislation from taking root. But I don't see much realistic prospect of the Indian community organizations being able to stop it as yet, anyway. Beyond that, of course, we've seen the action in Seattle, and so there's been municipal legislation which has been passed in the city of Seattle. So you might say that the California legislation is sort of copycat of that. But of course, the California law applies in a much wider sense to all of California jurisdiction, not just a small city like Seattle. The question now will be what other states in the United States will see fit to introduce legislation of a similar kind. The one difference that I see between the UK and the United States is the extent to which universities have become involved in the whole campaign. I think that the caste activists or the anti-caste activists have identified universities as a kind of soft target and already converted to a kind of politics of identity, and their diversity, equity, and inclusion departments have, they have a tendency to be looking out for the next available grievance to address. And so it looks as though the universities are very much prone to taking on the kind of fight that the anti-caste activists already embarked upon. And we see that the several universities across the United States, including Brown, Harvard, the California State University system, which includes 23 different colleges, they've all taken part in this larger campaign by passing their own policies against caste and caste discrimination. So this is a very interesting difference between the UK and the United States. But I suspect that, because whatever happens in the United States, eventually we get it here in the UK as well. We might get a similar sort of activism taking root in the universities here as well. Other aspect of the universities issue is, of course, the fact that a large segment of academia is already converted to the idea that Indians have a oppressive and discriminatory caste system. In fact, this is what they've been teaching their students, and they've been producing lots of academic work with respect to those sorts of claims. And so their work really sinks into the claims of the anti-caste activists. And in fact, some of the scholars, both in the United Kingdom and the United States, are themselves
you might say they themselves are part of the activist brigade. As you see in the Cisco case, there's been several scholars who've submitted briefs to argue on behalf of the California CRD. And so they had already decided that the defendants were guilty, well before the conclusions of the proceedings. And I suppose they have a little bit of egg on their face. But as is the reality with these kinds of activist scholars or scholar activists, they rarely admit that they've actually been shown to be wrong. And so you will probably see them being very active in the California campaign from now on. All right, so this is a sort of brief review of what's been happening in the UK and the United States. Now, one of the next targets is going to be Australia. I've come to understand that in Australia already there's a review of their Racial Discrimination Act going on, and the commissioner which is responsible for conducting the review has already declared themselves in favor of the inclusion of caste as part of the Racial Discrimination Act. So I think we're going to see some of the same kinds of movements in Australia. And as with the other places, there is a strong participation of scholars in the discussion who are more or less all pro the inclusion of caste in the anti-discrimination law. So some very interesting developments which don't augur well for the well-being of Hindus or Indians at large in these countries. Now, I was going to show you a PowerPoint slide which connects the activist NGOs with the United Nations human rights organizations, with the academics and the respective governments in these countries. But I think it's without the visuals, it's difficult to get the strength of the claims across. But basically the claim is that there is a kind of ecosystem of caste activism which has been working at international level and also at a variety of domestic national levels. There is a strong coordination between these, and in fact, very often.
Can you share that with email with us? We can share it.
Yes, of course, I will do that. Yeah. Shall I do it right now?
Yeah, please do that. By the time you complete your talk, we can share.
All right. Okay. Just 1 second. Yeah, I will try to get it to you. Yes. So the basic claim is that there is this sort of strong coordination which is going on there, and sooner or later, it's the sort of blanket effect of that is going to be quite wide. My belief, which is not just my belief, but several people that I've been working with at least on the UK front, is that the coordination is also ultimately aimed at trying to push for similar type of legislation in India. Now, India is an interesting case because in many respects, the Indian legal situation and the Indian discourse has not really been very helpful. And of course, part of what we are suffering in these Western countries is an importation of the kind of toxic identity politics which has already been brewing for something like 50 years in the Indian context. And so what we are getting is a kind of outflow of that together with the diaspora population. As we know, from within the Indian communities themselves, many people do support the laws on caste discrimination, right? And some of them are, become great spokespeople for the legislation, and many of the academics are also coming from India, right? So it's not as though India is really absent from these kinds of issues. But the other striking thing is that no serious answer is coming from India with respect to these problems. As a matter of fact, when you look at the Committee on the Elimination of Racial Discrimination and the representations that India has been making to that committee, and this is for a long time. I mean, this is since the creation of the Convention on the Elimination of Racial Discrimination in the 1960s. Although India has always claimed that caste is not covered by the convention. And that's a point of view with which the committee which supervises the convention differs. India has always sent very, very detailed reports to the committee with respect to its very elaborate structure, legal structures and policy structures with respect to the fight against caste discrimination within India. So in some ways, Indians have been trying to be very goody-goodies in the international arena and trying to say, look, we are doing so much against caste discrimination. But the problem is that underlying that kind of posture is the acceptance of the colonial idea that India has a caste system, it's oppressive, and so on and so forth. I think you've heard discussions about that already. So this colonial or Christian idea of the caste system is so deeply entrenched in the Indian discourse that there seems to be no way of getting out of it, right? From the reservation system to the caste atrocities legislation to the reservations which apply to electoral seats and so on and so forth, right? No government can really be seen to be upsetting the orthodoxies which have already taken root in those arenas. And so what we get instead is the kind of toxicity of the debate which has already been developed in India, and it spreads into the areas where Indians live abroad, unfortunately. Sorry, I will just comply with the request to share it. I'm not really sure what's the best way of sharing it. Just 1 second. Just bear with me a second. Harichi, if I send it to you, is it okay?
Yes, please.
Because your email came up conveniently first, so just bear with me. My apologies for being so incompetent. I know I'm probably in a crowd of people who are very accomplished techies. Okay, done. So it should be on the way to you, hopefully. Okay, so I think I will stop there, and I'm happy to field any questions if there's still time for that.
One question from Professor Vidyasagar, Mathumal Vidyasagar. He wants to know that the legislations in these countries might ultimately result in the dropping of the cases at the end, but prosecution itself might ruin the lives of those who are petitioned against. So
yes,
probably that is the idea behind filing these cases.
Yes, we should bear in mind that prosecution is probably a looser term in these contexts, because most of the legislation that we're talking about is actually civil law legislation. It's sort of some kind of statutory tort-based legislation. This is the nature of the anti-discrimination laws in the Anglo-American jurisdictions, which includes Australia as well. So they are civil law actions. And this is the kind of thing that Shashi Tharoor wants to introduce in India. He has already prepared, in collaboration with an academic in Oxford University, a kind of draft of or a mirror which mirrors the British equality legislation, and they want to have it implemented in India. And one of the things that, of course, that legislation contains is a reference to caste discrimination. And it even extends to, being vegetarian, and insistence on being vegetarian as an aspect of caste or indicative of caste discrimination. But the larger point is well taken that, yes, of course, people can be dragged through courts. This is exactly what's happened in the Cisco case, although the prosecution has been dropped after 3 years or so. You see that the defendants have suffered greatly. And, if I suppose the one positive outcome is that defendants now feel as though, they have a dog in the fight, and they really committed to fighting this kind of nonsense because they've become direct victims of it. Harichi, I don't know who is.
Next slide.
You can continue to the last but one slide. So, but next one, that one. That's the slide. One before, yeah. This is the slide which sort of tries to get across the collusion between the different arms of this anti-caste activism, which is happening at a global level. So you can almost kind of see the connections here, right? So if you look at the part between the activist NGOs and the United Nations human rights organizations, you see that I've specifically put the IDSN, which is the International Dalit Solidarity Network. One of the interesting things is that India has been vetoing consultative status for the IDSN up to this year. And what I discovered earlier this year is that the UK and the US have been maneuvering to gain consultative status for this organization, which they've managed to do so successfully. So they used a kind of procedure, a voting procedure, which went around the Indian objections to secure the entry of the IDSN. Now, the interesting thing about the IDSN is that it's also funded by several European governments and several churches from different European countries. So, you can see who is sort of trying to set the international agenda on the on this international anti-caste activism. And they have a great deal of influence in the United Nations human rights organizations, even before they were admitted to consultative status. If you look at, I'm just thinking about one of the reports of the Special Rapporteur on Minorities a few years ago, I think 2016, she heavily footnoted the reports of the IDSN in her submission on caste and caste discrimination. So this is the kind of collusion that's been going on. If you move to the to the right-hand side, the top right-hand side, you see that I've listed the special rapporteurs and the committees. Now, that's to indicate that there is a kind of interaction between the United Nations human rights organs and the academics, because the special rapporteurs, an example of which I just gave, often tend to be academics, and the committees are also staffed by, often staffed by former academics. So there's a kind of collusion there. But of course, academics, as I've already mentioned earlier on in the presentation, play a big role as anti-caste activists anyway. And they've been trying to influence the agenda in the UK, in the United States, and this will continue to happen in Australia and other countries as well, also with respect to India. If you look at the bottom right-hand corner, you see a kind of collusion between the academics and the governments. And here I have, the Cisco case I already mentioned as an example, where academics actually took to submitting briefs against the defendants as though they had already decided that the defendants were guilty. And this is an obscene sort of intervention that they can make, because it shows that the academics have no respect for the legal process, right? They don't wait for the conclusion of the legal process to say that the defendants are guilty. But they want to add their opinion about their guilt in the briefs that they're submitting to the court litigation. So it's a very appalling sort of kind of situation. On the bottom left-hand side, you see the activist NGOs working quite closely with governments, and certainly our experience in the UK showed that the government organs were very, very receptive to the claims of the anti-caste activist organizations, the NGOs, whereas when it came to accepting briefs from us and submissions from us as in the opposing side, they tended to make life pretty difficult for us and acted as though the case had already been made, and that we were expected to kind of climb a mountain of evidence before we could say that the case for legislation is without foundation. I just want to conclude by saying that one of the things that you see across the board is a very, very serious lack of evidence. If you look at Seattle, for example, if you look at the Cisco case and also the legislation which is pending now in the California Senate, if you look at the British case law, if you look at the legislation in Britain, if one scrutinizes the level of evidence closely, you see that there is nothing that the anti-caste activists have. And yet they've been so successful in making their case. Now, this is a remarkable state of affairs, because if you had any other type of legislation, you would have thought, actually, we need to have some kind of evidence base for passing this legislation, to be able to justify that this legislation should exist. Not so in the case of caste discrimination. right? And one has to ask very, very big questions about how and why this is being allowed, right? Now, of course, partly we can turn the scrutiny to ourselves and say, well, why are we allowing this? Why have we been so ineffective in addressing and countering these kinds of maneuverings, right? So I'll just leave you with that thought. I don't know if there are any other questions.
Yeah, if there are any more questions, we'll take them up in the end. Now, let us move on to the next speaker, Shri Shivakumar GV. He is a scholar in residence Indica, and he is also, like many other speakers, from the IT field. He is an IT professional with a deep interest in Bharatiya Sanskriti. His special areas of interest are Mahabharata and Rig Veda. He writes on Mahabharata regularly at Indica today. He is deeply interested in understanding the Bharatiya Idihasa, Purana, Tattva Shastra, and civilizational changes faced by Bharatiya Parampara. He firmly believes that our Chaturvida Purushartha holds a perspective that shapes every aspect of human life, very different from modernity. Currently, he is in a research grant from Indica Academy to study history of creative liberty in Bharatiya Parampara. Apart from this, he is passionate about Kannada literature from its classical to the present times. He is a consulting editor for Indica Today and contributes to the Kannada language pieces. Today, Shri Shivakumar is going to talk about Kula Jati Varna, an adaptive societal order based on Rita for an optimal pursuit of Purushartha. Over to you, Shivakumarji.
He's also the chief curator of Arya, an anthology of Vedic women. You can mention that.
Yeah, he in his background, probably you're able to see a book called Arya. It is an anthology of significant women, Vedic women stories. It's an anthology of stories of Vedic women. It is now getting a lot of traction all over the world. Now, over to you, Shri Shivakumar.
धन्यवाद नागराज गारू. श्रीनिवास जी, thank you. Namaste, Shri Guru Bhyo Namaha. In this presentation, in the morning, actually, I saw an interesting presentation by Shri Nitin, my friend, Nitin Sridhar, on the ritualistic dimension of, Kula Jati Varna. I will present the other dimension. It's a kind of, social theory on Kula Jati Varna based on the Purushartha. We'll do a quick glance of the fundamentals. We know that Varna, it's a concept that has been throughout there, starting from the Vedas. You will find it everywhere. And we briefly know what a Brahmana, Kshatriya, Vaishya, and Shudra stands for. The Brahmana is the anchor for the dharmic path to seek moksha, while the Kshatriya anchors power and protection of dharma, and the Vaishya creates the material, wealth. The Shudra offers services, and there are various versions of it that we are all aware of. At the outset, there should have been no problem at all with this. In some sense, if you look at any society anywhere in the world, you will find these elements. Even at the level of a Brahmana, at the level of a priest, you will easily find in all ancient communities. Although the elevation of that and the ability to anchor the sacred like the Brahmana, you will not find it elsewhere. But where Bharatiya Parampara differs is the sophistication with which this was carved, the interrelationships, hierarchies, opportunities, and constraints that is associated with it. That is where we are very different, and we'll try to understand that from a social dimension. Next slide, please. So it is the birth-based dimension of the Jati and the Varna that is, of concern and controversy today. For centuries, it has been largely birth-based. Anybody trying to, say anything else is not closer to the truth. Yet, when we look at our texts, you will see that, the engagement with Varna is different. In the Purusha Sukta, for instance, and there all four Varnas are referred to, but the birth-based dimension is not pressed upon. Whereas in the Smritis, they are very categorical. The Itihasa Puranas, the Mahakavyas, present very complex narratives of Varna. Anybody who has read Mahabharata will know, the extent of difference between Shanti Parva and, Ajagara Parva. In any case, achieving consistency is not the objective of the Mahakavyas, because they are explaining various dimensions of it. And, to carve a social theory out of that may or may not be possible through that. Suffice it to say that Varna being birth-based is a significant reality. But to go a step further, we can easily say that each Varna consists of many Jatis, and Jati itself is a birth-based reality. And association with the Varna is nothing but a consequence of being born in a Jati. Anyway, next slide, please. So what are some modern problems? So let's gain a grasp of that before moving to the subsequent slides. There are several people who perceive that it is disadvantageous to be born in a specific Jati Varna and the constraints and the restrictions. So irrespective of what it was in the past, today, and whoever is responsible for it, today that perception exists, and for whatever reasons you can consider that. There is perceived injustice in the very organization. Many people think of it that way. It's a perceived injustice. Many other social evils, we have begun to explain it through Jati Varna, and that is the real challenge that we have today. Of course, the colonial narratives have played a huge role, not just narratives, but colonial changes affected have played a huge role in the development of this perception. We may not agree with it, but we have to deal with this reality today. So from modernity standpoint, it is one step further. By definition, exclusive and restricted access to anything, to anybody, is fundamentally denying, somebody something. So you have a, fundamental ideological problem that the modernity, poses, and there are associated problems with it. What is worse is all this is now getting blamed upon, a diabolical plot of the Brahmanas to institutionalize exploitation and so on and so forth. So that is the complex situation that we are in. Of course, with state becoming stronger and the communities further weakening, and professions moving out of communities into the common universal space, all the above problems stated have further escalated themselves. Next slide, please. So let's try and get a grasp of the Kula Jati Varna order, from our standpoint. So I'm using the word order rather than a strict structure or the organization for a specific reason. So in the Bharatiya Parampara, systems usually organically evolve grounds up, but gradually they evolve further through thought and design. So there is a top-down, bottom-up engagement. And there is a philosophy that is always guiding this, bottom-up evolution. So what is that philosophy that's, shaping Kula Jati Varna? Let's take a step back and look at the core concerns of our texts. The core concerns of most of our texts, whether it is the Mahakavya, Mahabharata, or anything else, is usually the Purushartha. Of course, Kula Jati Varna narratives come in that, but the larger exploration is what is the risk that Dharma stands from the, Arthakama going ori. That is the, concern, and what is its impact on moksha? And how is the Brahmana important in this context? And within that, the Varna conversation is placed. And it is not to emphasize a social order, but to protect the ability of the society to seek moksha and live by the spirit of the Purushartha. So that is how most texts will see. Some critical questions then. So is Varna Vyavastha, not the Varna as an association with the individual, is Vyavastha being based on Varna, is it so fundamental to our civilization? Is it birth-based? Why was it birth-based if that was so for a long time? Subsequent questions, is it possible to live by the spirit of Purushartha without the birth-based Varna Vyavastha? That is the real question. If so, what is that new Vyavastha that we must seek and evolve? So the perspective of this presentation I am putting forth very clearly in the beginning itself. The KJV order is a consequence of the Purushartha order. I'm talking about the social order. The KJV social order is an enabler of the Purushartha. The KJV order is the most optimal order as an enabler of the Purushartha, but it is possible to view it as not fundamental. And it is possible to at least theoretically imagine a society without a strict, birth-based order, but it's very difficult to realize that. So that is what is the, stand of this presentation. Next slide, please. So we'll take one step further backward and understand the larger Vedic cosmology on which the KJV stands. This I have explained in a previous presentation and paper of mine on Srishti Sthiti Laya, and I will briefly summarize that. So here it is necessary to state that the dynamic of the individual, which is Purushartha, needs to be married with the dynamic of the overall universe, which is Srishti Sthiti Laya, which is explained in every Purana in the beginning sections. So according to this, the universe must always be in Sthiti. And what is Sthiti? It is the state which is dynamic but in stable equilibrium. This means the universe is in constant motion, but in each motion we strive it to be in a stable equilibrium. What is Rita? Rita is that universal principles of the cosmic order that if you comply with, the universe will always be in Sthiti. So what is Srishti then? Srishti is the dynamic component of this Sthiti. So Srishti determines how Sthiti moves from one point to another point. And as long as that is according to Rita, it is going to be in Sthiti. Otherwise, it kind of goes awry and then we keep bringing back, and that's what you see in the Puranic stories. Srishti, what is Srishti is to the universe, double is to Arthakama is to the individual. That is the equivalent. The individual equivalent of the universe's Srishti is Arthakama. When we pursue our Arthakama, universe moves, universe performs its Srishti and moves from one point to another point. But as I said, Srishti can go awry. What is the role of Dharma? Dharma is that which gives us the collective of actions to comply with Rita. And moksha is that state when we are in constant sthiti, when we attain sthiti. So that is the equivalence that the Purushartha, between the Purushartha and the Srishti Sthiti line. Now, fine, if this is the overall perspective of life for the individual and the universe, then there ought to be some social architecture that enables the pursuit of Purushartha. And what is that? We'll see the next slide. Next slide, please. So what is the architecture? We'll list a set of requirements that ensure, that help us pursue Purushartha, and then figure out how Kula Jati Varna complies with that. So any architecture that pursues, that enables Purushartha must provide for an equal opportunity for everybody's Arthakama to be pursued, if not fulfilled. That alone ensures justice in the system, and the civilization does not go awry because everybody has an equal access to pursue that. So a civilization must provide for equal opportunity in critical set of parameters. You can't do it in everything. And that critical set, Bharatiya Parampara has defined it as Purushartha. Elsewhere, there may be no equality, but in the pursuit of the Purushartha, there will be equality. So the architecture must also ensure that Arthakama pursuit is bare minimum, because universe is not infinite in its resources. So while giving this opportunity for everybody to pursue Purushartha, still it has to limit Arthakama. That is the second requirement. So this translates into, with respect to Purushartha, 4 specific requirements where it enables one to fulfill the Arthakama of self. 2, it enables one to serve the fulfillment of Arthakama of others. One must contribute. 3, all of this still does not come in the way of one's seeking of moksha. 4, it does not come in the way of others seeking of moksha. These 4 requirements have to be met in any social order that seeks to enable maximum Purushartha. So fundamentally, it's what we are setting is a framework, an order that limits Srishti so that Purushartha for all is maximized, and so that there is equal opportunity for everybody to pursue Purushartha. Now, how do we achieve this? Next slide, please. So in this presentation, my emphasis is that Kula Jati Varna is that architecture that maximizes Purushartha. It has evolved from the very framework of the Purushartha and Srishti Sthiti Laya, from the cosmology and the goals for the individual within that cosmology. As a consequence, KJV order is an enabler. It is possible to view it as an enabler rather than a fundamental tattva. Although many people disagree on this, many people consider this as a fundamental as well. While my position is that it is an enabler, but it is the most optimal. There is a lot of difference between something being the most fundamental and the most optimal. So now we will explore the first 2 points. How are we saying that max Purushartha is possible through KJV, and how it has evolved from the Purushartha step by step? Next slide, please. So this is the Kula Jati. We saw that Purushartha and Arthakama and Srishti are equivalents, and this association of Srishti with Kula Jati Varna is what will bring it, the alignment that I'm explaining in the previous slides. So Bharatiya Parampara associates every single person in the society uniquely with one aspect of Srishti. What does that mean? So essentially this means that every single person indulges in the creation or the Srishti of exactly one aspect of life. Note that Srishti is an element of Sthiti, so it is fundamental. So that way we are associating every individual with a fundamental dimension of life, that is Srishti, that is creation of something that must constantly go on, which means everybody must create something in life. And the purpose of this is to build a system of creation that can be limited from within internally, so that Arthakama pursuit does not go awry. Meaning, it must be, this limiting should still be fulfilling for the self, fulfilling for the dependent, fulfilling for those who are related by blood in the vicinity, fulfilling for all who will be impacted by the process of creation. So that is people who are associated. Fundamentally, it is the first circle of people for any given person. So if the above stringent rules are to be satisfied, then it is very essential that the creating person is closely associated and is living with these people in order to minimize the complexity of what? Fulfilling the above 4 constraints. So fundamentally what we are saying is that unless people performing the same Srishti are living together, it's extremely difficult for these stringent conditions to be met. So the most efficient and the least complex way of us achieving this is that the act of creation is fully integrated to the other acts which are, dharma and moksha. So artha and kama being fully aligned for all who are performing the same srishti, and they live, within and close by. So all in the first circle contribute in a similar way to a process of creation. Next slide, please. So what is that? That is the kula. Kula ensures that the artha kama are restricted from within a community, but efficiently directed towards moksha through dharma. However, artha, which is security and wealth and everything else, by one kula can clash with the same of other kulas. Between kulas, there can be competition. Consequently, it can lead to excessive srishti and so on. So how do we reduce this inter-kula competition? And that is where the jati comes in. So the disorder due to this competition is reduced by bringing similar kulas. Note the emphasis on similar kulas into a larger aggregation. And that aggregation has always been loose in India's past. And in the post-colonial era, this aggregation has become stronger, and that is the root cause of many a problem, but outside the scope of this presentation. So the disorder due to this competition between kulas is reduced by integrating them into a single path of pursuit of moksha. So this fundamentally leads to an aggregation of similar kulas, which is called jati or a community in the Bharatiya Parampara. So thus we have a social organization basis based on purushartha and srishti aligned with sthiti for the kula and jati. Next slide, please. So now let us explain what Bharatiya Parampara achieves at a finesse level through jati and kula. So fundamentally, it seeks to achieve a social organization unit of life within which the following important things can be realized: a unique set of practices and a path, definite path of realizing moksha, so shared by kulas and jatis. A unique set of practices through which the entire unit seeks artha kama, because a shared set of practices for artha kama limits competition. A unique set of practices for a community, common community life that brings a sense of cooperation to limit competition. A unique set of guidelines to interface with the other units to contribute to others' artha and kama. And finally, a set of practices that realize beauty at every step in this life, daily to yearly to monthly and so on, so that everything else becomes sustainable. So thus excellence in srishti got translated into experience of beauty in daily life. And this efficient organization is possible only through a community, and that community has to be a smallest unit of kula and an aggregated unit of jati. Otherwise, this integrated purushartha and with these unique practices and the pursuit of moksha is impossible if you split the society into individuals. Next slide, please. Further emphasizing, it's a given that people are born in various parts of the world with geographies and climate, space and time, which means that different people are at different distances from sthiti. Imagine sthiti as a navigation in the universe, in space. Different people are at different distances from the perfect sthiti. Hence, they have to perform different srishti. Hence, all people with various different srishtis cannot be aggregated into one unit. People who are performing similar srishti alone need to be aggregated into kulas and jatis. And there will always be people performing different srishtis, nature of the universe. Hence, the aggregation cannot be too high and too low. So that is why we have kulas, which are the most tightest aggregations, and jatis, which are slightly more looser aggregations. So it must have a loose aggregation with other units and kulas that are performing similar jati. So fundamentally, whether it is a kula or a jati, the following will be uniquely shared by all members of that aggregation. What are those? What I perform to serve my own Arthakama, what I perform to serve others' Arthakama, and what I perform to seek moksha. Fundamentally, in modern terminology, you can say that a kula tightly and a jati loosely shares the following 5 components: a set of performances, a set of consumption. Consumption means not just what we eat or see, but what we possess also. A set of aesthetics which tempers these performances and consumptions, so that they are limited. A set of rituals that ensure that performances and consumptions don't go into an infinite loop, and realigns them to the sacred journeys. And then finally, a set of sacred journeys. These 5 things are shared by a kula and jati for a optimal pursuit of the purushartha. Now, these 5 are very critical. No community can be there, without these 5. In the Bharatiya Parampara, the aesthetics and the rituals are well defined to realign the performances and consumption to the sacred journey. In many societies, there are only performances and consumptions. The other 3 dimensions are very, very loosely exist. So, where does Varna come into picture in all this? Now, for all this to sustain, all these things must be built around a single thing. We saw that if our lives revolve around a single thing within a community, then everything can be organized in an efficient manner. Okay. Now, all of this still does not explain Varna, but the Varna further aggregates multiple jatis which are similar into a much higher order aggregation, and ensures that there's a greater dynamic of engagement between all of them. Plus, it ensures that the ritual dimension and the sacred dimension are differently aligned for each of those jatis that are similar.
Shiva,
Yes,
I think you're approaching your winding up, right?
Yeah. Last 2 slides.
And they will take 2 minutes.
Yeah. I will next 2 minutes, I will close it.
Okay.
So what the Varna does is that it ensures that there is a dynamic between the jati, and also ensures that the ritualistic dimension is optimally defined for similar jatis. Otherwise, with the jati explosion, it gets too much of diversity. The Varna reduces the diversity and anchors it at 4 levels, builds a similar set of rituals, builds a shared set of Arthakama interfaces, ensures that the pursuit of the moksha is significantly shared, and where the kulas and the jatis create exclusive spaces, Varna actually integrates them into a single larger unit. So thus, you have an organization, an order where at 3 different levels, the pursuit of the Purushartha is optimized and designed equally for different srishtis. Since everybody has an exclusive srishti space, everybody has an exclusive set of performance, consumption, aesthetic, ritual, and sacred journeys. Even through differentiation, a different kind of inequality is achieved. Thus, to understand the social dimension of Kula Jati Varna, it is very essential to understand why Purushartha is the most fundamental element of Bharatiya Parampara, and how Kula Jati Varna and how Srishti Sthiti Laya imagination plays a very critical role, and how Kula Jati Varna is standing on this very firm cosmology. Of course, things do deteriorate. Exploitation comes, exploitation goes, but in reality, until 1800, we have not seen too much conflict, because this has worked really very well. That's why you will see more atrocity cases, narrated post 1800 and very less, before that. Dhanyavad, Dr. Nagaraj, for this opportunity. Look forward to taking any questions. I have some more slides, but I will let go of that in the interest of time.
No, you may just briefly cover those slides also.
Okay, thanks. Thanks.
Briefly.
I will touch upon.
Yeah, touch upon the one or two sentences.
One or two sentences. Yeah, yes. Srinivas ji. It's not visible. Srinivas ji, kuch to gadbad hai. I'm not able to see.
Srinivas garu slideshow and the PPT share cheyandi. If it is taking too much time, let us move on to the next speaker. Okay. Yeah, please go to the last 2-3 slides.
Yeah, last 3 slides. Yeah, please go to the 21 or 19, 20, please. So then, we have a problem today in 3 ways. One, fundamental thing is that the communities had to own professions for the Kula Jati Varna to move forward smoothly. But modernity and the industrial dynamic has come and disrupted this very strongly. So then what then is the future of the Kula Jati Varna? So my proposition is that the Kula Jati Varna of the future will be very difficult, cannot be, while the Varna is a fundamental reality of life, that is associated with an individual. But computation of Varna will become extremely difficult, where, family traditions have also weakened and the entire professions have moved into modern institutions, which do not have the same community character that we saw in the KJV order. So this is the harsh truth that we have to face. So we are always anchoring it too much in the ritualistic dimension, ignoring that the ritual is actually anchored on a specific context. And that is why you see different Brahmana kulas also having different set of rituals. Now that the context of the home and the community has shifted to modern institutions, it is necessary for the modern institutions to acquire some, Varna characteristic. Otherwise, you will have a 80% space without any Varna characteristic. And you will anchor the society in 20% in the KJV order, thinking that you can, hold on to that for a long time. You cannot. Over a period of time, it will deteriorate further and you will have nothing. Next slide, please. So what I suggest is there ought to be an outward movement towards modern institutions. Modern institutions have to be re-anchored on Purushartha, which means a set of performances, consumption, and rituals and sacred journeys associated with modern institutions. It's not impossible to define that. And the other dynamic is that the Varna has to also fold into every Jati to some extent to increase the dynamic, which was always so. Varna is a fractal reality. Overall society would be anchored based on, the Chaturvida Purushartha, the Chatur Varnya. But within each community also, you would have, a reflection of the Chatur Varnya. And that dimension, given the fact that now we have excessive aggregation of kulas and jatis into one larger jati, you will have to bring it in so that you have a new order that emerges out of that. So without some significant reimagination, I don't think we will be able to seamlessly move forward. Otherwise, we'll just academically keep on anchoring this. This is the summary of my presentation, and there is a detailed elaborate paper on this on Indica today.
Thank you, Shivakumarji. All the talks that are presented here will be published on Indica today. Even this paper is going to be published on Indica today. Please follow it there. Indica Today is our online semi-academic journal come magazine. Please follow Indica Today there. You will be able to see this. And now we'll move on to the next speaker, Sri Sumanaspati Reddy Garu. Sri Sumanaspati Reddy Garu is a former radio broadcaster, now trying to become an organic farmer. His radio job brought him in touch with the traditional folk music and culture of the Telugu, especially Telangana region. And he had the opportunity of recording a wide variety of folk songs and narratives and other folklore at the stations he worked. They are a valuable audio archive now. His last 8 years in All India Radio were spent at Adilabad, and that brought him into gaining some knowledge and insights into tribal way of life. He was there in our earlier symposiums also on Jati Puranas and Adivasis, Hindu Adivasi traditions. There was a symposium. In that, he presented on the Hindu Adivasi tradition of Gonds in Adilabad area. And in the Jati Puranas symposium, he presented the Jati Puranas of the Gond tribal community. So this Adilabad, the tribal knowledge he is going to share with us in comparison with the Jati tradition. Thank you very much.
Namaste. Am I audible? Am I audible to you? Hello?
Yes, you are. Yes, you are.
Okay.
Yes,
Right.
you are.
Thank you. Thank you. Right.
Maybe you want to put your camera a little
Closer?
yeah, now
Yeah.
it's okay.
Right. Thank you. Yeah. After the series of excellent presentations, I think the kind of new stuff that I might bring in has become very limited. And after listening to Mr. Shivakumar, many of these things on which he touched in a very structured manner, very theoretically organized manner, I would have anyway touched them in a rather informal manner in my presentation. Nevertheless, I have once again realized how difficult it is to fix and nail down anything as an unquestionable certainty in the discussions about Jati, Varna, and caste. I would focus only on how two kinds of communities, termed as, roughly as tribes and castes, look at first themselves, and then in relationship with other communities of their type. That is how one caste views another caste or other castes in its vicinity, how one tribe views other tribes or other tribals in its own vicinity. And quite often, it's also possible that a caste may have a certain outlook or understanding or approach toward the tribal communities in its vicinity. And similarly, a tribal community as a community might view caste communities in its vicinity in a certain way because of various situational reasons, which are also changing. Yeah. So coming to how tribes or castes look at themselves, this, I think, is the most important aspect of the societies or the samaj in India. If you consider a tribe, or by tribe, we generally mean a community living in a relative isolation in a forest area. If that we take that as the definition of tribe, a tribe has its own distinct culture, a distinct endogamous purity, and it is confined to living in a certain area. It has its own culture, it has its own mythologies and things like that. And by virtue of all these things, the members of that community, of that tribe, consider themselves as distinct. that they should retain their purity and contain their interactions with other societies to a certain defined minimum only. Caste also, as many thinkers and sociologists and theorists have been writing on this for decades, probably owes its origin to tribe. We can look at castes as a number of tribes brought together for an efficient organization in a rural economic setup, in a village setup, or in a town setup. Largely, we would say a caste system works in a very structured manner very well in a rural setting, because it brings together people engaged in different kinds of vocations, organizing themselves into separate units, and so that a rural life based on agriculture can be run efficiently and in a way that is much more productive, and its wealth is much bigger and larger than a tribal community. So if we have a potter community, we will have some potters in one village, some potters in another village, and they will be living in this village side by side with a weaver community, with a blacksmith community, with a farming community, with their own distinct priestly class or a common priestly class in a village. But their interactions with other communities in this village are basically mainly for economic reasons. But as a community, they'll be more closely related to other potters in other villages. So this tribal kind of identity is split into various locations in a rural agricultural village situation. It is as if into the caste system, we have brought a tribal way of looking at life or organizing oneself, but have created a more efficient system. Of course, I agree with all the other aspects about which Mr. Shivakumar has spoken, that within the caste system, there is a very fine design of how social needs are satisfied, social relations are created in an effective and productive manner. And there is also a great possibility created for social interaction, social satisfaction, community satisfaction, as well as individual satisfaction. Moving on, if we look at how one caste looks at other castes, to get the best idea on this, one may have to go to the various Jati Puranas, which still exist in South India in a much impressive fashion than anywhere in North India, and especially in Telangana. We have bards for each community who narrate, who remember the various lineages and kinship histories of various caste communities, and they keep visiting their particular caste at periodical times to narrate this mythological story which underpins the existence of a caste. For instance, for the washing community or the Sakali community, we have a Purana called Madail Purana, which recites how this set of people got this profession. In each of these caste or Jati Puranas, a fantastic narrative is created to reinforce the importance of the profession into which they exist, and the critical importance of their profession to the society all around them. There is this caste classified as scheduled caste now, the Madiga caste, who are now, of course, largely called as untouchables, but because of their profession, which is based on leather, and the number of leather artifacts they make for different communities, they held a very critical place in rural economy, till their profession was overtaken by the kind of industrial interventions which the British colonialism brought in. The Madigas have, in Telangana, have a very fantastic Jati Purana called Jamba Puranam, in which the progenitor of this Madiga caste, by name Jambavanta, not the Jambavanta of Ramayana or Mahabharata. This Jambavanta is dressed in a fantastic dress with a very ornate head crown, and he comes onto stage in a community situation, and then starts narrating the story of how the leather profession is critical for every community, and every community is dependent on the Madigas for their critical needs, professional need, which is based on a certain leather thing or artifact which they make for them. And when he starts narrating this very proudly, various actors who act as if they belong to different castes come and start expressing their displeasure that no, we did not get anything from the Madiga caste. So when a Brahmin comes and says that no, I did not get anything from the Madiga caste, the Jambavanta gets into a florid, poetic expression, and he points it out to the Brahmin, the person acting as a Brahmin there, that the leather piece from in his thread is a gift of the Madiga. Without him, he would not have had. Or if a farmer comes and says that no, he hasn't got anything from the Madiga, then Jambavanta points out that the ropes, which used to be earlier leather ropes, used to drive the bullock carts, or a huge tube-like thing which used to be connected to the buckets which used to pull irrigation water from wells, and many such things which a farmer uses come and exist only because of the Madiga people making and supplying them. So this way, the existence of the caste and its profession as critical need, as serving the critical need of a society, and thereby that without it, society would collapse in a certain way, or would become dysfunctional in a certain aspect, is emphasized by these caste Puranas in a big way. So this is how a caste gets its self-identity, its pride, and its great sense of Purushartha, as Mr. Shivakumar was pointing out, the professional ethic and the professional competence and the pride of creating good stuff, giving quality stuff to the community around. Now compare this with how one tribe may view another tribe. By tribe, as I said earlier, is a community living in relative isolation, not in the common rural setup which exists in the country. And they probably live in some forest area, isolated from the normal village kind of life, or a caste-based village society. Like the castes, each tribe also generally has its own mythological narrative, a mythological explanation of how it came into existence, how it is unique, and how they must preserve their way of life. We have such mythological narratives for the Gonds, for the Kolams, and also the new communities which have been defined as tribes like the Lambadas or Banjaras. In essence, each of these mythological narratives are quite similar to the kind of mythological narratives which different castes have. The only thing is that they do not speak much of the, or hardly any of the particular professional activity of that community, because a tribe does not necessarily have a special or defined professional activity which should serve other members of other communities living together in the same vicinity or in the same complex like a village. But the kind of themes that are narrated in these mythologies of various Jati Puranas of so-called tribes, they also have a very significant amount of spiritual dimension to them. They also have a significant amount of practical livelihood dimensions explained to them. So, for instance, the Lambadas or the Banjaras, till not a few decades ago, were largely pastoral people engaged in rearing cows and bullocks, and also traveling around in the country looking for good pastures, and also doing transportation and some small businesses like selling salt, etc., on the sides. So the Jati Puranas of these communities explain and prescribe how they must perform these activities, like rearing cows, etc., in such a way that they do not get into friction with other communities with whom they may have to deal with when they're traveling looking for pastures, etc. In the case of Gonds, for instance, there isn't any such particular professional activity like rearing cows, but they too have a bit of crude agricultural practice. So the Puranas explain how they came to have this kind of agriculture, the kind of festivals they have, the kind of musical instruments they have, the kind of rituals they have, the kind of various kinship relations they should maintain between different gotras, etc. So the social structure, the kind of relationships that should exist between different strands of the tribal community, and the entire life cycle and the ritual patterns they must follow by which they should reinforce their special identity is very well defined and kept as a memory to be remembered, to be transferred through narration, generation after generation. Given this kind of parallels, it's easy to see that the tribal communities of this country and the caste communities of this country have a very, very similar approach towards their own identity, their own existence, and their own importance. Now, moving on to how one caste may look at another caste, we have already discussed it. And now how one tribe may view another tribe. In Adilabad area, for instance, we have the Gond tribes, the Gond tribe, the Kolam tribe, we have the Nayak Pods, and we have the newly brought in communities like Lambadas and Banjaras, who moved into this area only 100 or 200 years ago, but have been given a tribal identity. Amongst the traditional tribal communities, the Gonds, the Kolams, and the Nayak Pods, we can see there exists a certain kind of tribal cohesion. Although there's no question of them marrying between each other, endogamy is strictly followed, but they may have their settlements close by. One settlement may have a small habitation of the Gonds. A little away under the same settlement, there could be a habitation of the Kolams, and there could be also a habitation of the Nayak Pods. So they may live very close to each other in small settlements. And on certain occasions, they come into interaction with each other, like certain common festivals, which are observed by all of them in a similar way, or because of certain overarching mythological stories, which all of them like. For some communities, it's this mythological narrative may be a defining narrative, but for other communities, it's one of their favorite mythological story, which they love to hear, and they will wish to identify with the characters of this mythological narrative. Here I'm talking about Mahabharata, for instance. Mahabharata or the defining aspect that this community comes from this character in the Mahabharata, that these people come from the lineage of Dhritarashtra or Yudhishthira, or these people come from the lineage of Duryodhana, Bhima. Such things exist all along our tribal India. But in Adilabad area, the Nayakpur community has a very close relationship with the various characters of Mahabharata. The Kolam community, which is a small community, has a very significant relationship or a defining relationship with Bhima and Bhima's son. Yes, but the Gonds also listen to the Mahabharata in a big way, and it's common among Gonds to name individuals with the various characters in Mahabharata, like Bhima, Arjuna, or naming women as Bhimbai, etc., or Drupadabai. So the cult of Bhima, which is the important cult for both the Kolams and the Nayakpods, is also followed by the Gonds, although they have their own distinct defining mythology. They also identify with the Mahabharata as if it was their own. So there is this kind of a relationship where certain mythological narratives or characters and certain ritual patterns are commonly followed between the tribes. But then each tribe also looks at the other either in a patronizing fashion or in a slightly antagonistic relationship, despite the overall harmony that exists. So for instance, the Nayakpods in Adilabad think that they are on a higher level of purity because they don't eat the meat of the cow or the bull, beef. While the Gonds and the Kolams, till quite recently, were very fond eaters of beef. So the Nayakpods put them on a higher plane, the way many other castes in the normal villages put those who do not eat beef, they put themselves on a higher plane than the communities which eat beef. Moving on to how a caste may view a tribe or a tribe may view a caste. Here we come into the important question also of how a caste may turn into tribe, or a tribe may become embedded in the caste system with a defined profession. There are many examples of this, which must be known to all of you. For instance, the Gonds of Adilabad, they have this memory that they used to have huge empires in Madhya Pradesh and Chhattisgarh and parts of Maharashtra, that they lost those empires or kingdoms, and thereby they had to move to the south. A geographical memory is very strongly embedded in the narratives on the Gonds. There is a caste by name Vaddera in Telangana who are builders of stone. Basically, they cut stone and build either homes or foundations for homes, or they also line the village tanks and village wells with granite stone cut by them. many studies have shown that the Vadaras probably, if you study their ethnic features, probably were members of either a Gond or Kolam tribe. But they moved into the villages and they took this profession of cutting stone. Now, how a caste as a community might view tribal communities in its vicinity, till the Britishers brought in gunpowder, gun power in a big way. For the common person, the tribal or jungle communities had a very, held a very special place because of their special capabilities. The forest tribes were very adept at moving in the forest and living in the forest, in the hostile climate of the forest, which the people from normal villages were not available. Apart from that, the tribals could bring in certain special forests produce and, indulge in economic activities with these rural people. So there was no way that traditional common person in a traditional society would look down upon a forest tribe as a lowly person. This attitude towards looking down other communities as lowly or uncultured, I think it all derives from the kind of social outlook which the British brought in and then passed on to the middle classes, which got attached to them, and through their education system and the total ideology which ran their setup, they were able to pass on this kind of outlook to Indians, and which still unfortunately persists. Otherwise, I think if you look at any kind of mythological story, moving into a forest or living in a forest was always considered a very fine way of existence, comparable to the fine existence which existed in cities and towns. How a tribal community might view a caste community in its vicinity, when we look at this aspect, it gets into a little complicated.
I think
yes,
this is the last point.
Yeah, last 5 minutes. Yes. 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 Yeah. So modern developments have brought in many caste societies or communities into the tribal world, into the forests, and small tribal hamlets have been converted into big villages in which other communities are also living along with the earlier tribal communities. So the tribals have a big problem in how they should look at themselves in relationship with the supposedly hierarchical structure of caste society. To the extent possible, they would love to place themselves on the top of the caste society in terms of parity, like equate themselves with the higher caste, so-called higher caste. But when that is not possible, they generally satisfy themselves by equating themselves with the so-called backward caste. But towards the so-called untouchables or the scheduled caste, the tribals till quite recently would love to look down upon themselves as a lower community. There is also this issue of caste within tribes, tribal casteism. Because of crude enumeration practices and the bad way government records have been created through census operations, the caste systems which exist in many tribal communities have not been either studied or documented properly. For instance, among the Lambada or Banjara community, we at least have 3 kinds of castes: the Rajput or the ruling caste, the Vaishya or the middle level of community, and we also have untouchables among them. And often we also have a community of bards in them. Now, not recognizing the kind of caste system which probably exists in many tribes, I think also gives a very wrong idea of how Indian society has existed in great variety. On the whole, I would say that it's a livelihood issue which has run the caste identities and also tribal identities. There's nothing very special to talk about it if we talk about livelihood. But the way livelihood issues have been handled in a society which has Jati, Varna, and Kula, caste, is by all standards an impressive achievement, because in this we have not only professional satisfaction, not only professional security, but also a thrust towards excellence, a thrust towards harmony between different communities. And this generally has worked very well, although frictions and crisis situations have existed. Every caste is its own world, because it's a professional community with a professional ethic, with a professional culture, its own defined ritual patterns, its own defined celebrations, while they share many things with the rest of the communities in the village. I would like to conclude by just saying a few words about how this very fine world of Jati, Varna, and caste, which gets reflected to some extent also in the so-called tribal communities and their way of looking at themselves and their own existential reality, could continue in the modern world, or how we can handle the great knowledge and the great understanding which this social order and this social system has given to human beings in terms of what they can do, what they can achieve with the kind of satisfaction that they have. I think given the kind of exploitative system which modern capitalism and modern industrial ways of doing things and the pace at which things are changing, it would be a very difficult task to somehow bring this understanding into a play to create a kind of a meaningful social system in the kind of changing world we have. But it's something worth attempting. Certainly, the beauties that we see, the kind of realization of human potential, despite many limitations that we saw in traditional society, traditional Indian society, will always be inspiring. Thank you.
Thank you, Sumanaspati Garu. His study of tribal communities after he got transferred to Adilabad, actually it is an example of how a person of his potential makes use of even problems such as transfer to a less known area into an opportunity of study. He was transferred from Hyderabad, a big metro city, to Adilabad, not such a big city, but actually he made use of that transfer for such a deep and wide study of the tribal communities, and his academic, analytical, incisive caliber, he turned it into an academic analysis. Thank you very much for that. Now, as per the schedule, it is my own talk. I scheduled my own talk here. I scheduled it towards the end of the symposium as one of the last talks, deliberately, because I thought I could do the time management also as well as possible. So I'll not take all the half an hour that is available to me. I'll take as less time as possible to make the point. The title of my paper is Jati Studies. This is a word that is in the pattern of words like gender studies, these studies, that studies in the university system. We have to create field, a new field called Jati studies also. And these studies, for example, if you have gender studies has a framework that comes from the West or from some critical social theory or critical sociology or cultural studies or some frameworks that are already there. So we need to see that Jati studies doesn't suffer that problem of some outside framework being brought into Jati studies. At least this studies has to be spared. This field has to be spared from such outside framework. That is why I said Jati studies from inside Jati. And here my main emphasis is on, I'm sharing my screen. If there is any other screen, probably that will go now. We have to see that Jatis are one world. There is a world of Jatis. And there is another world of Varnas. And there is another system of what they call Caste. And when we talk of frameworks of study, the Jati's world needs to be studied from inside the Jati world itself, inside the Jati world. And the Varna world has to be studied from inside the Varna world. And caste itself is actually there is no such world actually. There is no such world as caste world. This is a framework that has been created, as has been mentioned by all the speakers today. This framework was a colonial framework. They have created this framework. I've seen in the question and answer box some suggestions that because caste is a colonial word, we have to discard that word. We should not use that at all. We have to use either the word Jati or Varna. I am into another field called linguistics also. I'm into the field of communication. So all friends, please let me suggest to you that let us be very good in our communication. When the other side or your audience is using the word caste, then you should not say, no, I don't understand this word caste that you're using. I use the word Jati, whether it makes sense to you or not, that is your problem. So you have to understand that the word caste is now being used everywhere all over in the world. And then you have to use that word and explain the way in which you are using it. Every time you use it, you have to tell that. Now, in the whiteboard that I shared here, the word caste is being used in plural, caste. But in the title of the journal that they started to talk about caste as a universal situation, they are using it in singular. Caste is a singular there. When you are using the word caste as a singular, they are talking about a discriminatory system. When you are talking caste in terms of a plural, then you are talking about caste communities, caste groups. If you watch all the video recordings of the talks today, many today have used the word caste in the sense of Jati. For example, Professor R. Vaidyanathan was using the word caste only as a social capital, but what he meant was Jatis only. And when you are using it in that sense, you have to communicate to the other side that you are not using it as caste, as singular, as a phenomena, as a social system or a social situation. You are using it in plural. There are many caste communities. Okay. And these caste communities are for the convenience of the English speaking audience are being called caste. And that is what you have to note also, all of you, please remember that there is a caste certificate being given by the government officials for getting benefits of other backward classes, OBC. An individual is supposed to go to a revenue official and get a caste certificate. Does the caste certificate talk about any hierarchical position of that particular caste? Or does it say anything about the Varna status of that caste? No. All that it does is it talks about the Jati. So, in a caste certificate in this country, let me tell you, the caste certificate by a revenue official is talking about Jati only. So, from a governmental point of view, inside caste certificates, what is being certified is a Jati. Okay. And when you go to the ground reality, where Jatis are actually living, you have to do cultural research, fieldwork based research, you have to go talk to people. Let me assure you, or you will also be able to know when you do such fieldwork, the people on the ground do not know the word Varna. They do not know. Unless they are some Sanskrit educated, literature educated family from some Brahmin community or Vaishya community or something like that, they usually do not know the word Varna at all. All that they know is the word Jati or its equivalent in that regional language. That's all. Also, let me also tell you that in that situation, Brahmana Varna, what you call Brahmana as Varna, becomes a Jati inside the village. If you go to the village, Brahmin is a Jati or Kulamu or whatever the regional word there in that village is. And even a Muslim is a caste there. It's a Jati there. And if you go to a government certificate, for example, there is a category, government category called scheduled tribe. And this certificate is given to certain communities like Yanadi and Erikala in the Telugu speaking areas. Yanadis are pig rearing community, and Erikalas have multiple groups within themselves. Some of them are pig rearing, some of them are snake catchers, and there are 5 different Erikala groups. These are actually, from the governmental point of view, Erikala is an ST group. Anadi also is an ST group, but go to the village, ask people, they just say that they belong to Yanadi Kulamu or Yanadi Jati, Erikala Jati. So, Jati is such a strong and fixed category from inside Jati, from inside the village, that everything from the books of Varna, from the Dharma Shastras, or everything from the government records like OBC, SC, ST, everything boils down to Jati inside the village made of Jatis. Okay. And if you see inside the village, inside this Jati, Sumanaspati Garu was already almost articulating that point, which is my maxim, that caste or Jati is a tribe which lives in association with other tribes. And tribe is a Jati which lives in isolation. Okay. So all these Jatis have features of the tribes like endogamy, clan, Gotra. I was answering in the question and answer box. Someone was saying, why Gotras only for Brahmins? I was saying that Gotra is a universal category. In a universal cultural anthropological language, it is called clan. It's an exogamous group. This was being mentioned by Kanagaraj also during his talk. So these features of Gotra, Jati, all these live inside the village, they exist inside the village as an associational feature. They are all associational features. Your exogamy comes out only when you or in association with others. Your endogamy comes out only when you live in association with others. Your endogamy gets hidden when you live in isolation. Because these endogamous groups are living in association with other groups, their endogamous behavior is coming out, their exogamous behavior is coming out, and because they are living in association only, the idea of division of labor that makes the tribal group, Sumanaspati Garu was mentioning how inside a tribal group there is no specialization of a particular profession, particular occupation. But why Jatis become specialized in a particular profession is because they live in association with others. And when they live in association, and when for division of labor, a particular profession becomes the specialized profession of a particular Jati, then the human rights, we talk about human rights of Jatis are protected by actually protecting the right of a particular Jati and the family members of that Jati and the individual members of that Jati for that particular profession. So, from the point of view of the village as a family, actually exclusion of others from the profession of a given Jati, exclusion of all other Jatis from the profession of a given Jati is the protection of the right of that Jati to that profession. So they are looking at that as a right issue. So they are looking at that as a securing issue. They are looking at that as a protection issue. So this exclusion, which is actually from a modern point of view, that was what actually a critique of modernity that was being done the whole day, is being done because all these categories of equality, exclusion, inclusion, all these, we have got so much colonized that when we see that somebody is getting excluded, it's a discrimination. Exclusion is discrimination. Whereas here, exclusion of other people from the occupation, hereditary occupation of a Jati, is being looked at as the protection of the rights of the Jati. These ideas of how endogamy, for example, can be interpreted as exclusion, because you are excluding others from marrying you, or you are excluding yourself from marrying others. But that endogamy is being looked at as part of the hereditary occupations, home training, family training of hereditary occupations for an excellent professional skill training. So all this you will be able to understand only when you do Jati studies from inside the Jati. That is why when people go from outside for field work to these places and say that, oh, okay, you are potters and you want to make pots and you don't allow any other people to do pots, and say this to an agriculturist that this is so bad that you are not allowing anyone to make pots. This perspective with which the city guy, the modern guy, the contemporary guy is coming to the village is completely unintelligible to the village people. For them, what's wrong is the response. Okay, yes, a potter makes the pots, and I'm an agriculturist, I do agriculture, and I don't allow other people to do agriculture, and potter doesn't allow me to make pots. That is a protection. That is a great idea. That is an ideal from the point of view of these people. And for them, Varna is also unintelligible, because if you say, for example, Varna, and explain to them that Vaishya is a person according to the Dharma Shastras who resorts to agriculture, who is involved in agriculture, then an agricultural community like Reddy, Kamma, Yadav, or any other community all over the country might say, oh, then I'm a Vaishya. Then you might say, no, you are a Shudra. Then what is this? Just now you said that agricultural communities are Vaishyas. I'm an agricultural community person. then you, from a Varna point of view, your answer is that you don't have an Upanayana, you don't have a Yajnopavita. That is why then the person living an agriculturist life would say, you did not say this to me, that I should have Upanayana, then only I would become. So a person with Upanayana, if he does agriculture, then only he is a Vaishya. Where is this Vaishya? He would ask you. You don't have that Vaishya anywhere in this country. So your Varna definition coming from Dharma Shastra has no example at all in the whole country. So that shows that this lens of Varna is not working at all on the ground. Even if you have the names of Varnas like Brahmana or Kshatriya, they boil down to Jati on the ground. And these Jati people, they heard Varna names, not the category of Varna, definitions of Varna from the Dharma Shastras, all these details, but from the Itihasa Purana knowledge. They understand that there is a category called Brahmana, there is a category called Kshatriya, there is a category called Vaishya, who have name endings like Shakti and all that. The result you see in different jatis having Kshatriyization or Brahmanization or Vaishyaization. These three Varnas model, they get into that. When they do that, they are doing on some basis, which probably you don't understand. For them, Kshatriya is this, for them, Brahmana is this. So, for example, Vishwa Brahmana, all the artisan communities call themselves as Vishwa Brahmana. All the barber community calls itself as Nayi Brahmana. Padmashalis also have a kind of Upanayana. They wear the Yajnopavita. M.N. Srinivas wanted to explain all this away in the name of Sanskritization. And he wanted to explain this away as just imitation. But actually, if you see on the ground how it works, how artisan communities were involved in the temple culture, in making sculptures, in the temple activities, how the barber community was also a music community and was involved in the temple music and all that, then you study how the Varna Jati interaction actually happened on the ground, you would understand that this is not just an imitation. This is not just an aspiration for vertical upward mobility. It was happening out of an actual attempt to understand jatis in terms of varnas that they were trying to understand from the knowledge of Itihasas and Puranas and Vedas. And in fact, if you see the historical records, you will be able to see that this Brahmanization of the Vishwa Brahmanas or the Kshatriyization of the Reddis during the Reddy kingdom, all these were being done by the Brahmin Dharmashastrakaras themselves. Brahmin Dharmashastrakaras created a category called Satshudras during the time of 13th, 14th centuries when Reddy kings and Kakatiya kings, they were ruling. So there was an interaction that was happening from the side of the Varna Dharmashastra writing with the Jati system that was on the ground. Because the Jati, agricultural Jatis were coming into power, they were ruling most of the ruling classes in India. There are hardly any examples of a true Kshatriya community from the Vedic point of view ruling India as a Kshatriya community. There were many jatis that were coming into power and becoming Kshatriya. They were getting Kshatriyized. So all these aspects of interaction between the ground reality of Jati, the book reality of Varna, the colonial governmental reality of caste has to be studied sitting inside the Jati, sitting inside the village, sitting and looking at the Jati participants, how they view the books of Varna and Dharma Shastra, how they understand the governmental categories of OBC, SC, ST, and respond to that from the point of view of the benefits that the government offers to them. All this is required. For all that, please go to the village, live inside Jati, look at Jati from inside Jati, from the participants of Jati. This is my request. Thank you. Now let us move on to the next speaker. Shri Nikunj Trivedi ji, Creating Caste Consciousness, the Colonial Re-engineering of Indian Society.
Welcome, Nikunj.
Namaskar. Yes, namaskar. Thank you very much for having me today. So I obviously may overlap with some of the things that have been already said. So my apologies for that. But what I wanted to do is just share my screen and walk people through some of the observations that I've had about the colonial social re-engineering project that has resulted in what we call caste today. And I'll be using caste in quotations because, as some of the speakers may have said earlier, this word is not native to our language, and it's a very much of a colonial construct. So bear with me as I share my screen. Okay, seems it's loaded. So first thing, just kind of, I think people may have already touched upon this. So I always like to start with this, the origins of caste. As we know, caste is an Iberian term, which comes from the word casta. This essentially originally referred to something like a breed or race that was based on a system that codified people based on race, color, and birth in medieval Europe. When you looked at Portuguese or Spaniards, etc., they were using this word very, very closely associated with someone who was born in a certain way, or to keep a pure breed of their particular Iberian, whether you're Spanish or Portuguese birth descent. This concept was then essentially taken from there to various parts of the world. And we'll come to the Indias in a second, but one of the places where it was really used was Spanish Americas. And you may see this when they were trying to classify indigenous people, whether they're Native Americans or Blacks that were basically brought in as slaves, as essentially racially inferior, while the white Spaniards were considered racially and by blood, racially pure and superior. Another aspect of this was actually the Jewish community, which many people may or may not know, but because of the accusations against them of the killing of Jesus Christ, etc., they were considered also inferior, and they were considered, quote unquote, of bad blood. When the Portuguese arrived into the Indian subcontinent on the shores of India, they basically quickly assigned this concept of casta, or as we later know, caste, to the Indian society based on whatever their understanding was from a racial and birth-based superiority perspective. If you look at on the right side, one of the examples that I like to give is the gong farmers of medieval England. The gong farmers were basically kept in, they were kept out of the village or the town. They would come in at night to clean human feces and human waste, and they were not allowed to mix with the rest of the society. So this was the kind of type of thing. So similarly, many others, skinners, grave diggers, etc., used to face a lot of sort of discrimination and exclusion from general society. Here's a quick example of the Spanish America pyramid. You can see the ones that are on Peninsula are the ones that are born in Iberian Peninsula were considered the topmost or most superior, while the Africans and the Native Americans were considered all the way at the bottom of this. And in between that, you had a combination of people who were born in America, but they were 100% descent, combination of European and Native American or European African descent and things like that. And on the right side, this is a very famous painting that comes up in many places, especially I found this in one of the online websites of a Mexican museum, where they actually showed the different types of combinations of these castes, basically. Here's a very interesting quote from the portal called Black Past. The Black Past portal actually talks about Sistema de Casta, which is the words that translate into the caste system. At its most extreme, there were about 40 classifications, with Espanol being the most desirable and Negro being the least desirable for social political purposes. Race, color, physical features, occupation, and wealth in this society mattered, as Spanish officials attempted to control every aspect of a person's life, whether it's employment or regulating dress codes and friendship. Now, this is very interesting because we'll see this type of pattern, as many may have observed, within the colonial structures that were implemented in the Indian subcontinent. One of the biggest tools that was used from the British colonial perspective was the idea of the census. Now, the British had a penchant for counting and codifying and systematizing various things as far as their administration was concerned. So for them to rule India and in a vast diversity, they had to actually come up with some kind of a tool or some kind of a system to understand Indian culture and map Indian society and map Indian society in what they understood and how their colonial masters back home wanted to understand. So one of the first things they did was introduce the census between the years of roughly 1865 to 1872. And these series of census, the first time caste was introduced widely to classify and force fit. We talked about the Jatis, but also like what they called tribes, religious groups. There was also a category called semi-Hinduized groups into like different types of methodologies. They went through whether it's villages or towns, etc., counting and classifying. But the methodology itself had a lot of problems. And colonials, those who have studied this phenomenon have observed that very well. If you look at Dirks, he, for example, says that the empirical project of census was wedded to the most general Orientalist categories for the classification of the social order with built-in assumptions about hierarchy and precedence. So this idea was, they built a lot of assumptions into the different types of questions and, categories that they were putting in the census about who's higher, who's lower, what comes first, what comes later, things like that. Similarly, you can see C.J. Fuller talk about this in his study where he says coding and classifying were actually a Victorian intellectual preoccupation, whether it's in India or elsewhere. So everyone assumed that Indian social system had to require accurate counting and classifying of castes and subcastes. But here he says that it's not a neutral matter because how these things were classified by occupation or by status underpin the rival occupational and racial theories. The prevailing racial theories were actually, were obviously mixed in with this stuff, and we'll see that in a second. Here's an example of some of the screenshots that I've taken from the census actually of 1871, 1872. You can see the categories used in Bengal and Assam, very interesting, from like superior, intermediate trading, engaged in personal service, occupied in selling fish and vegetables, to the categories that are used in the Madras presidency. You can see priests, warriors, shepherds, you had mixed caste, fishermen, palm cultivators, outcasts. So there are like different categories. And remember, this is under the same British administration. But the problem was they couldn't categorize due to the complexity. So as a result, the categorization went from 3,000 castes in 1871 to 19,044 castes in 1881. So did the population all of a sudden change? No, in 10 years, your caste, went like, more than 6 times, let's say, from an increased perspective. So how did that happen? The answer really is that the census was ripe with problems of categorization. And this started to have a lot of issues in the population and the way they thought about the population and administration in general. Then comes someone like Herbert Thorpe Hisley. He was one of the most influential commissioners that actually governed the census of 1901. What Risley was trying to do is he was trying to make sure that he was able to finally get the proper categorization and codification of Indian society. But in order to do that, he deployed various types of race science theories to make sure that his census project is successful. Amongst them, many, as may have already talked about or are familiar with, is the idea of anthropometry and sort of like measuring of head skulls and things like that. He essentially took the entire Indian population and force-fitted thousands of Jatis into this idea of Varna, and then essentially came up with this idea of 7 castes. Okay, what are the 7 castes? So if you look at his study, he talks about these 7 castes: tribal caste, functional caste, sectarian caste, caste formed by crossing, national caste, caste formed by migration, caste formed by changes of customs, so on and so forth. But what's really interesting is all these caste formations assumed certain things about Indian culture, about the religion that was called Hinduism. Of course, they also talked about Muslims and others, but they also assumed the racist Aryan invasion theory was de facto and a fact of life. So by using the racist Aryan invasion theory, they created this idea that somehow, the white superior man came from outside and intermingled with the black native population, and somehow some of these intermixing, there was degrading of castes, and that's why you have so many different castes and so on and so forth. So that was kind of his racist colonial view that he started to put into the administration. But what are the observations? One of the things that I realized that while these guys were doing this, the British administrators and writers themselves observed that there was really no widespread discrimination. So here are some examples. So H.T. Colebrook, for example, said that daily observation shows even the Brahmin exercising the menial profession of a Shudra. Every single different types of profession, with few exceptions, is open to every description of persons, and the discouragement arising from religious prejudice is not greater than what exists in Great Britain from the effects of municipal and corporation laws. He also observed that Brahmins, again, are employed in the most servile offices, and Shudras often elevated to situations of respectability and importance. Another administrator, Mr. Hamilton, in 1815, also observed something similar. Commerce and agriculture are universally permitted to all classes, and under the general designation of servants to the other three tribes, the Shudras seem to be allowed to prosecute any manufacture. In this tribe are included not only the true Shudras, but also other castes. Daily observation shows even Brahmin exercising the menial profession of a Shudra. Now, what's interesting here is that he also uses the word tribes. So you can see the interchangeable usage of castes and tribes and things like that, because they themselves were not very sure whether you should call these castes, we should call them tribes, we should call them something else, etc., etc. General Colin also actually had a very big survey around 1801, and he went around all of India and mapped the society and the culture at that time. But in his entire massive survey, you do not see any widespread caste as the dominant system of differentiation, identity, hierarchy, etc., etc. If this sort of problem existed previously in a systematized way, a survey like his would have mapped this at least in a large part of the Indian subcontinent. Here's another observation. Here's a medical school in 1839, an elite medical school in Calcutta. This table actually shows that the Brahmins, actually, the so-called Brahmin caste, quote unquote, is only 5 people out of 50, while you have others like Ayastha or Vaidya or like bankers, etc., are higher in number. So the Brahmins in this particular medical college, for example, were a minority. Another example we see is an 1822 report by Mr. A.D. Campbell, who was the collector of the Madras presidency, observed interesting statistics that there were, in that entire thing, there were 1,187 Brahmin pupils. But look at this, there's 3,024 Sudra, as they call, or Shudra pupils. So the Shudra pupils, for example, in that school system, outnumbered Brahmins by almost 3 times. We also see what the end result was. So from 1871 to 1921, the British actually achieved their dream of visualizing the whole society as a map of various casted tribes, the way they wanted to define and administrate. And of course, by 1935, we know that the caste and scheduled tribes list was drawn up, but they were the ones who created that, which will be considered depressed and oppressed, and which are not considered that. So by default, if you are in a scheduled caste and scheduled tribe list, you are considered the depressed and oppressed classes, something that is even used today in post-independence India. Here's Mr. Middleton observing about this was survey of Punjab. He basically said, we pigeonholed everyone in caste, and if we could not identify a true system, true caste, labeled them one with a name of a hereditary occupation. We deplored the system and the effects, but we are largely responsible for the system we deplore. Government's passion of labels and pigeonholes has led to the crystallization of the caste system, which except among the aristocratic castes was really very fluid under indigenous rule. So this, I think, is a very powerful quote that I use many times to talk about people in the US and stuff like that about the caste system. So essentially, the British essentialized, exoticized, and totalized castes across Indian society. And as a result, they exacerbated social discrimination and created this idea of caste consciousness. Now, along with this, while this was happening, one of the things that they had done is they wanted to figure out, okay, how can we, to rule better, what is the one book or the one way or the one sort of like teacher that is very popular amongst the community or the Indian society, because they were coming from a very sort of Victorian and Christian idea of a pope, a single book, a single law book, etc., etc., and also who's pure, who's not pure, what is civility, etc. And then finally, the idea of what they call a despotic priest, which I'll talk about in a bit, to understand, okay, there must be, coming from a Protestant background where the Protestants rebelled against the church, there had to be an idea of a despotic priest to be spotted somewhere in the Indian subcontinent. But unfortunately, they were mistaken, because unlike the Bible or the Quran, there is no single book used by Hindus. There is no Shankaracharya that is respected by every single population. There is no priest respected by the entire Indian subcontinent and things like that as a sort of a overarching theme. So one of the things that I observed is that what were the real intentions? Of course, their real intentions were codified by Dharampal in his beautiful tree, where he says, look, they were not centered on the people, but rather their idea was to use ancient texts to make people conform to what they chose from these texts and new interpretations. Then, of course, their other idea was to convert and Christianize those who they considered ready for conversions. So this was the real idea, that how can we use a particular book or some kind of a law book that can then be applied across the entire subcontinent. While they started to do this, before that, there were certain attempts. One of them was the Code of Gentoo laws that was introduced around 1772 or so, but they also found that to be inadequate. So, for the Hindus, use the Dharma Shastras, and for the Gentoos, for the Muslims, use the Quran. While the Muslims had a single book, unfortunately for the Hindus, they found out that the Shastras, there were many of them, and some people followed them, some people did not follow them, and things like that. With all this frustration, it was one guy who was a judge at that time, Sir William Jones, as many of you may know. He decided that he's going to translate the Manusmriti, because he said, I can no longer bear to be at the mercy of our pundits who deal with Hindu law as they please and make it a reasonable race when they cannot find it ready-made. So he said, I'm frustrated with this society. I'm going to go and translate the Manusmriti. And as we know, he was one of the most powerful figures of that time and had a massive influence of how Hinduism, how Sanskrit, how Indian civilization, how Indian texts, etc., were studied. So here's something that when you look at the Manusmriti translations, here's a really, I'm not going to read the whole quote, but here's a really, this thing shines up at what his real intention behind this was. So his idea was that the best intended legislative positions would not have any effect on the local population, because we are not looking at what the people would believe in. So if we can come up with something that is essentially saying that especially the people, which is the Indian people, universally and sincerely believed that it was through their ancient times that these rules were established, and they actually had sanction of an actual revelation from heaven, the British people will be much successful in administering the Indian society. So in this particular book, this translation, he actually goes on to talk about this and essentially says, look, if we do this, the local communities, the local population will be much more amenable to our rules and regulations, because what we're showing to them is that, hey, look, we're just governing you with what already existed. So we are showing you divine sanction. We're not ruling you by any kind of so-called British authority. We're ruling you by what was in your Shastras, for example. So that was a really important move as far as William Jones is concerned. Then comes the idea of Brahmanism. So this word has continued to be used in a very pejorative way, but it's a colonial construct, which I also uncovered, and I'll share some thoughts on that. As I mentioned before, the Judeo-Christian Enlightenment and the post-Enlightenment backgrounds had a huge impact on how these scholars studied Hinduism and their approach to the multifaceted tradition as well as the population that existed. The mind-boggling diversity was just incomprehensible for them, because the idea that the world was just born, 4004 BCE, or the superior the religions are Christian and Christianity, etc., just did not sit well with the sophisticated, complex, culture that they had encountered. And of course, with their general disdain for the Hindus with two O's, as I use, the idea of a despotic priest and Brahminical tyranny tyranny was was sort of like shaped into a powerful idea using Victorian notions of how society should be structured and what the issues of society are. Some of the important figures, and some of you may know these figures, some of you may not know these figures, but I'll talk about a few of them. One of them was William Ward, another was James Mill, Monier Williams, and A.L. Basham. There are 4 players that I'm going to be talking about, but there are a whole bunch of them that kind of shaped this very powerful idea that it's this priest, this Brahmin, that was the source of all problems. Susan Bailey, in her book, actually talks about this. She mentions that someone like Ward, the Christian polemics like Ward's, were clearly a major, if acknowledged, source of later academic theorists, including modern anthropologists, who came to regard the Brahmin as the arbiter and moral center of the Hindu social order. The idea or the vision of immoral Brahmin despotism clearly drew on popular English Protestant mythology of a priest-ridden, tyrannized papist Europe awaiting liberation by the triumph of a Reformation spirit, and that Reformation was going to be brought about by the British in the case of India. Here are some thoughts of Mr. Ward. No morality for how should a people be moral whose gods are monsters of vice, whose priests, there it is, are their ringleaders in crime, whose scriptures encourage pride, impurity, falsehood, revenge, and murder, whose worship is connected with indescribable abominations, and whose heaven is a brothel. This is what he was saying about Indian culture, about Hinduism, things like that. Another guy, James Mill, whose history of British India is one of the most, I would say, Hindu-phobic and Indo-phobic, as Thomas Troutman says, works out there. He said, in short, despotism and priestcraft taken together, the Hindus in mind and body, were the most enslaved portion of the human race. Monier Williams, who was obviously very influential in the way Sanskrit has been with his Sanskrit dictionary, but he's also credited for popularizing this idea and the word Brahmanism in the English language. And one of the things that happened was he actually wrote a book called Brahmanism and Hinduism, where if you look at this, it's a snapshot on the right side. He actually talks about the phases of like the Hindu religion per se. So he starts with Vedism, which is the purest religion. Then comes Brahmanism, which is priestcraft and all this other stuff. And then comes into Hinduism, which is basically all kinds of superstitions, all garbage that was left over from these 2 sort of stages of life. And he goes into this stuff. So you will start to see in these chapters, if you ever read this book, Brahmanism and Hinduism, you actually have information that he provides of how this system slowly degraded into what he calls Hinduism. So 2 quotes from here that I've kind of put in there. It must be understood that the almost infinite divisions of caste and varieties of castes observance rests on one unvarying substratum of theological dogma, of which Brahmins are the keepers and exponents. You can see it's coming out again, Brahmins, right? All the diversities, skeptical beliefs are, so as to speak, roped together by one rigid and unyielding line of Brahminical pantheistic doctrine. So now he's pulling in this whole idea of Brahminical tyranny, Brahminical despotism, all these things together into a pantheistic doctrine that only the Brahmins control. Hinduism is Brahmanism codified by the creeds and superstitions of Buddhist and non-Aryan races of all kinds, including Dravidians, Kolarians, and perhaps pre-Kolarian aborigines. It has been modified by ideas imported from the religions of later conquering races, such as Islam and Christianity. So you can see that Monier Williams provided a powerful background on how people should think about Brahmanism. And by the way, this type of idea and framework is still used in Indology today. A.L. Basham actually focused on a similar thing. He showed a linear progression of Hinduism from basically the so-called Aryan religion into this idea of Brahmanism and Hinduism. But for him, again, the Brahmin was a central, I would say, focus or the role played in this particular structuring. And one of the interesting things that he actually was saying is that the idea of Vedas was very tribalist, and the sacred rituals were inspired by the drinking. So there was a very focus on the drinking aspect, the soma drinking aspects, where priests would get drunk and have grand visions of the universe and whatever. And here are some from Ronald Inden's Imagining Idea. Here are some quotes about Basham. He says the worshippers inebriated with soma saw wondrous visions of God. They experienced strange sensations of power, They could reach up and touch the heavens. They became immortal. They were gods themselves, the worshippers being the priests. The Brahmin was more powerful than any earthly king or god. But by his accurate performance, he maintained all things and was therefore the supreme social servant, so on and so forth. Now, another aspect of this was the criminal tribes and martial races. If you look at the draconian policies that were implemented by the Criminal Tribes Act, which lasted from 1871 to 1920, entire jatis and tribes and groups were guilty, essentially, were assigned guilt by birth, arrested, separated, quarantined in different penal colonies. But the biggest targets were the so-called lower caste nomads and forest dwelling groups, including eunuchs and homosexuals. They did not conform to this idea of order, control, Victorian concepts and things like that. So the implementation of this policy had a very disastrous effect on Indian society at that time. To show some of the racisms around this, you can see that one of the folks said, when we speak of professional criminals, we meaning a tribe of ancestors whose criminals from time to time immemorial were themselves destined by the users of caste to commit crime, and whose descendants will be offenders against law until the whole tribe is exterminated or accounted for in the manner of thugs. The policy implementation impacted roughly 13 million people, but there have been studies to show that over 100 million people in India live under the shadow of this Criminal Tribes Act even today. The stigmatism essentially does not go away even today. Just to kind of show you that a table of the Criminal Tribes Act, this information is available online, so you can take a look at it. Different types of tribes that were called criminals and how their habits were criminalized, et cetera, et cetera. So this is something that is that continues to have an impact even today on Indian society. When I say Indian society, it's basically the quote-unquote South Asia. Another idea was this idea of race theories, that certain races were superior than others based on the British mapping of the Aryan Dravidian concepts. So certain aspects of Rajputs, Sikhs, Gurkhas, Dogras, even Muslims were heavily favored and recruited versus Tamilians and Bengalis. And at certain points, the entire Tamilian population and Bengali population started to disappear from the Indian army. And because they were considered less manly, because they were less, again, they were not as Aryan as the other folks were. This became even worse when the 1857 Sepoy Mutiny happened. And today what we see is a dominant prevalence of some of these other regiments, for example, in the Indian army, which is a vestige of the colonial policies. So here's General George McMahon. He's talking about the martial races. He basically says, well, the martial races were largely the product of the original white Aryan race. The white invaders in the days of the early supremacy started the caste system as a protection, it is believed, against the devastating effects on morals and ethics of miscegenation with Dravidian and Aboriginal people. So you can start to see how this had an effect, because if you had a job in the army, many Jatis would benefit from that. So they decided there was this entire idea that people started to compete for becoming a more superior or more martial race and caste, quote unquote. And as a result, this forced a very interesting dynamic within the subcontinent. There was a lot of initial pushback, both from the administrators and also from the local population. But initially, that was there. But after that, there was acceptance, Jatis vying for different types of, like power structures. They pitted groups against each other. And because they shared very similar characteristics, which ones can be better? So they started to basically fight for privilege in this new power structure and dynamic. And all of these different concepts, Indian local concepts of Sampradaya, Kula, Gotra, Jati, Shreni, were then reduced to this one idea of caste. And that's something that we unfortunately see even today as far as the Western narratives are concerned. And I won't read the Dirk's quote, but he basically was talking about how upper caste notions of this respectability and religious scruple became increasingly anglicized. And the different Jatis and quote unquote castes were incited by different conventions, and they wanted to prove themselves basically more Brahminical, more Sanskritized, et cetera, et cetera. But what has happened is that a whole lot of scholars today have shown that the colonial experiments, a growing body of these scholars have shown that the colonial experiments, along with the Mughals, have resulted in what we see as a system today. So I'll just share a few I would say, scholars that have actually focused on this. So Nicholas Dirks has, in his Caste of Mind, a seminal book on this, pointed out that the caste system was largely, the way we see it today, a result of the British colonial rule. He talks about it is increasingly clear that colonialism produced new forms of society that have been taken to be traditional, and that caste, as we know it, is not a residual survival, but a specifically colonial form of civil society. Eaton and Ronald Inden both pointed out that the caste system as we know today, or as it started to happen, resembled its modern forms only since the 1200 to 1500 period. Central to this was the fall of the Hindu kingship, followed by the Turkish invasions. Bailey observes that from 1650 to 1850, this idea of priestly hierarchy, which we talked about earlier, kingship and ascetic renunciation became much, much more important in Indian society and were developed further due to the Mughals. And the idea of stratification and familiarization of this system was introduced in Mughals through their interactions with Rajputs, but also assignments of who's high and who's low in terms of birth and stuff. As she says, by the early 18th century, a whole range of standardized social classifications had become central to the language of officials, scholars, and military men. And finally, Dr. Prakash Shah and the team have done a great job in bringing up similar conclusions in their seminal work on Western foundations of the caste system. There are numerous scholars. We have collected lots and lots of articles and research papers, etc., on this idea. So a growing body of scholars and researchers have shown that today's caste system, as we know, is mostly a result of British colonial experiments, along with the stratification that was implemented by the Mughals. So in conclusion, the British policies around census governance and economics, combined with their idea of race and religion around what they saw as native non-Christian populations and cultures, completely froze the fluid system, the Jati Varna system, in the heterogeneous Indian society as we knew it. However, what's going on is a large body of scholarships has been shedding a lot of lights on this false narrative that caste was 3,000 years old, thousands and thousands of years old, and it's never changed, and this is a fault of Hinduism and things like that. These scholars are now challenging this dynamic and essentially pushing back against outdated racist theories of caste. And I would say we need to promote, as collectively, as society, as people, as scholars, we need to promote and build upon this research further and further. Thank you very much, and namaste.
Thank you very much. And also you were able to keep your time also so exactly well. I forgot to introduce Sri Nikunj. Nikunj Trivedi is the president and co-founder of CONA, COHNA, a grassroots advocacy and civil rights organization dedicated to improving the understanding of Hinduism in North America and working on matters impacting the Hindu community. He has been involved in education, advocacy, and civil rights for over 2 decades and speaks frequently on various national and international forums as well as media outlets. He is a former chairman and president of Hindu Students Council, one of the largest Hindu student organizations in North America, and also serves on its board of trustees. He works in the financial services industry in New York and lives with his family in New Jersey. Thank you very much, Sri Nikunji. There are many accolades coming from the panelists and audience to your marshalling of evidence after evidence in such a wonderful way. Thank you very much. If there are questions, so we'll take them up towards the end of the whole program. Now we'll move on to the next speaker, Sushumna Kannan. Dr. Sushumna Kannan is going to speak on Jati Varna as based on violence and non-violence, violence and non-violence. She is a scholar. She has got a PhD in cultural studies from Center for Study of Culture and Society, Bangalore, India. Her research on the South Asian devotional traditions and feminist epistemology focused on the medieval mystic Akka Mahadevi and her vachanas. She received the Bose Mira French Research Fellowship in 2006 and 2007 and Sir Ratan Tata Fellowship for PhD coursework and writing in 2003 and 2007. She has published some of her research work on Bhakti and Dharma Shastras and has an essay on translation theory. She has completed a book project on Hinduism, violence and non-violence, and is currently working on a translation of the Yoganga Trividhi by Akka Mahadevi, and on a research project on the position of women in the Manusmriti. For her writings, visit sushumnakannan.weebly.com. Dr. Sushumna Kannan, over to you. You are muted. You are muted.
Apologies. Thank you, Nagaraj, for this opportunity. I'm very happy to be here. What I'm sharing today is part of my book, and it's been a while since I'm doing this. I've extracted a portion of my book for this presentation. You've asked me to share my screen, so I'm going to do that now. Can you see my screen?
Yes,
Is it
yes,
visible?
yeah, we're able to see, yes.
Okay, so basically, my presentation is a little bit different from what others have done today. What I think the others have done today is of course, a variety of things, but also mainly they've pointed out how the existing theories of Varna Dharma, if you like, are inadequate. They've shown this by exposing several anomalies. But to my mind, what is more important than this task is to come up with a theory of Varna Dharma. Also, it's not enough to simply point out anomalies in the existing theories. So my understanding is that we can never run away from the question, what is the underlying principle of Varna Dharma? And this fundamental question will always haunt us, and therefore we must strive to answer it. And I believe that answering it will lead to true decolonization. So, so I'm taking up Declan Quigley's question, is a theory of caste still possible? And my answer is yes. I'm going to do this by saying that the basis of Varna Dharma is violence and non-violence. I'm going to read from here. Contrary to popular opinion, which deems Varna Dharma as based on hygiene, or scholarship, which deems it as based on hierarchy, my argument will be that it is based on a problematization of violence, an upholding of non-violence, and as such, the distinction between violence and non-violence. Varna Dharma upholds non-violence and distances itself from violence. Why? Going by the myths, because the gods detest violence. If we were to view it as an ethical system instead, then we could say that there is a problematization of violence. But are the gods not violent? Going by the myths, yes, but they are violent in a selfless way, only to protect humans and other creatures. They have a bone to pick with those who are violent and enjoy cruelty, for example, the Rakshasas. Thus, to enter heaven, non-violence is a must, and this you will find in the long dialogue with Yudhishthira and Nahusha in the Mahabharata. Going by the myths again, Brahma creates the Rakshasas as well. They too are his sons. In some myths, he has created them in a moment of anger. If we were to view these myths in simple ethical terms, secularizing them a little bit, then violence and non-violence are both tendencies found in all creatures. Self-control is necessary for a civilized society to flourish. An acknowledgement of this is found as early as the Vedic sacrifice, wherein there is a mention of earlier times which were barbaric, wherein the sacrificial animal was beheaded but later strangulated. And then there were hymns of hymns for a painless ascent to heaven, which were recited. We could say that the Vedic sacrifice is indeed the first teacher of non-violence, as also a teacher of how we must respectfully cohabit with our fellow beings through a proper give and take transaction. The Vedic sacrifice itself could be and has been problematized for its violence, but for now we must view it as honoring the food chain, wherein those above and below us are all acknowledged. There is an environmental ethic to it, an argument that is not entirely unknown. Requesting the vanaspati for fruit and other such references also teach non-violence in the Vedas, but I shall skip them all to save time here. Now, expecting everyone to be non-violent was likely unrealistic. Hence, Varna Dharma, a gradual graded process, ensuring harmonious living as well as an ascent to self-mastery was likely advocated. This is evident in the profile of the 4 Varnas and their specific relationship with violence. The profile of the 4 Varnas, if I were to quickly chart them here, the Brahmins had to be non-violent everywhere except in the yajna. Non-violence confirmed upon Brahmins the purity required to perform sacrifices. They had to accept and expiate the impurities caused by sacrificial violence for the yajnas they performed. And the Manusmriti declares cooks and agriculturists as not really Brahmins because these occupations entail violence to vegetables and spices in the kitchen and to the earth. Manu allows Brahmins to choose non-violent occupations if they are unable to earn a living through the performance of sacrifices. Brahmins could not receive food from hunters, the intoxicated, the angry, thieves, Dikshita, because he has the taint of sacrificial violence, weapons dealers, and cooked food from Shudras, because Shudras were in violent professions. A Brahmin could not even take up a weapon to examine it. Now, Kshatriyas could use violence, but only to protect and punish. This is confirmed by the story of the rod of punishment told in Manusmriti as well as several other texts. Now, Kshatriyas could consume meat to keep up, but only to keep up their physical strength, and they offered it to the gods before consuming, converting it into a sacrifice. Hunting was mostly for target practice for them, and excessive hunting was considered a vice. Dying on a battlefield ensured entry to heaven. The Vaishyas could be vegetarians, but were agriculturalists, hence they hurt the earth as well. So this is an animated world where water, earth, all of these are being consumed by us, and therefore we are violent, all of us are. So in the Vyada Gita, there is an interesting passage where the Vyada asks, is agriculture really, free of violence? Now the Shudras were more explicitly in violent professions. They were tanners, butchers, hunters, oil press workers, and other such occupations. More importantly, they were meat eaters. Before we proceed, I want to point out to 2 different ways of thinking about Varna Dharma or Dharma in general. One is through a rights and duties framework, where, for instance, you could say each Varna did one thing and received another kind of protection, for instance, in the case of Brahmins, in return. So Brahmins performed sacrifices and taught Vedas, and in return, they would not be killed. So similarly, each Varna did something and received something in turn. So this was a way of give and take. Now, this is one way to view Varna Dharma. Another way to view is through the prism of self-interest and altruism. Now, so all the duties of all the 4 Varnas can be viewed through either of these lenses. And when we view it in the second sense, through self-interest or altruism, the focus is again on, people like the cow and the Brahmin who have, and whoever has the lowest carbon footprint is considered a sustainer and sometimes considered divine. So in this case, we have in the altruistic framework, we have the cow and the Brahmin who sustain us in various ways by giving up their own pleasures. Therefore, and they consume very less. Brahmins were not supposed to accumulate wealth at all. Therefore, these 2 figure as important people in the altruistic framework. They're at the top in this particular framework. So there's a reason why I've mentioned this. It helps us to analyze as we go forward. So basically, my fight obviously is with Dumont. But in Quigley's essay, he makes a list of things that a theory of caste should address. And the attempt in my presentation today is to keep both these things in mind. So in my response to Dumont, I'd like to say that Dumont's ethnographies did yield him answers that were very meaningful. So purity as derived from non-violence is an argument that was offered to Dumont by the indigenous voices of India as late as 1966. But he labels them as the rationalization of Brahmins who are prejudiced against taking up agriculture. So what he does in his book is simply he draws up a list of actions fitting into pure and impure actions, and that doesn't help him explain much at all. Now let us consider the three locations that Dumont focused upon to analyze caste. I'm using the word caste. Let's retain it for the moment. And see if we can analyze them through the prism of violence and non-violence. So firstly, commensality, which refers to rules about whom one can dine with or cannot do so. These rules work with the belief that there is a karma transfer happening upon seeing Brahmins eat. So this is bad for the Brahmin as well as for others. It is bad for the sacrifice a Brahmin performs, since the Brahmin's non-violence karma is reduced and violence karma of the other castes go to him. It is bad for others because the sins of sacrificial violence transfer to them and they have no way of expiating it constantly like the Brahmins do. Because they are engaged in other full-time professions. Thus sitting in a pankti was followed. So basically everything that is a criteria for Dumont, I'm explaining in terms of violence and non-violence, and we'll see how this holds out. Now, endogamy is simply marrying within one's caste, and different castes follow different professions, some violent, others non-violent. A mixing of this results in losses for those who have been non-violent. So hence, it's my understanding that endogamy was upheld, and although endogamy was upheld, an upper caste man marrying a lower caste woman was somewhat acceptable. And this, I think, is because, again, how karma sharing was thought to work, that the wife now, shares her karma with the husband, but the husband is constantly expiating if he's an upper caste person. And so then there is no loss of non-violence karma in this case. Whereas an upper caste woman marrying down is a problem because there is an irreversible loss of her non-violent karma. And then again, untouchability. Prima facie, this appears to be discrimination against a group of people. But what underlies the distancing is, again, their occupational violence. That is, those in violent occupations or with meat-eating habits cannot come in close contact with Brahmin sacrifices, priests, or temples. But this kind of untouchability is not associated with those in violent occupations alone, but also with those high caste people in the period of Sutaka. So what I'm saying is, yes, there is an untouchability, and violence is one of the reasons why that is the case. But there is a nuance here. Sutakas are temporary impurities across castes which occur during birth, death, menstruation, and so on, resulting in untouchability, each of which must be waited out before normal interactions, occupations, or ritual activities can resume. Sutakas run for longer duration for those in violent occupations because they have greater impurities to resolve by performing longer expiations, whereas the higher castes have lower impurities to resolve because they're non-violent and are constantly expiating. By Dumont's logic of pure and impure, where Brahmins are at the top of the hierarchy because they maintain purity, purificatory periods for Sutakas must be longer for them, but this is not the logic at work. The expiations are mild and purificatory periods less because they are constantly expiating. The other kind of impurity called pataka is permanent and could be caste specific. It is a failure to preserve the rights of other varnas, a failing in one's duties, or simply unleashing violence. For instance, killing a Brahmin is a mahapataka for everyone. Fleeing the battlefield is a pataka for the Kshatriyas, and causing injury for the Brahmin, and so on. But what about Sutakas and Patakas is problematic, and why is birth a Sutaka? The answer is that all sutakas and patakas are violent events or phenomena and therefore cause impurities. But violent how? The understanding of violence, I think, here is subtle. It has to do with the scattering or rupturing of the self, as it were, caused by anything disconcerting or painful, whether menstruation, birth, labor pains, deaths, or eclipses. Thus, purity is about restoring lost or disturbed selves, making them whole, reducing schizophrenia, increasing the sense of selfhood, and reaffirming the self's borders. The significance of the purificatory bath in this context is well brought out by Glucklich, 1994. Thus, violence may be defined as any form of disruption or dissonance that decreases the experience of the whole self. These disruptions are best understood as doshas or imbalances, a term used in Ayurveda instead of the words ashaucha and ashubha. Translating doshas as guilt, as anthropologists have done, does not quite capture the import of primary sources. When violence is understood in this expanded way, we realize why chanting the Vedas when walking or visiting a temple with an open wound is prohibited. The crux of such rules is that one's occupation should not be performed in a disturbed state of mind or body. And expiation focuses on restoring this, especially the faculty of antahkarana or innocence, which acts as a moral compass. In the Dharma Shastras, expiations are prescribed more than punishments for crimes. That is, the effect of violence on the perpetrator was considered as seriously as it was on the victim. So then, cannot a lower caste person ever attempt moksha because of the impurities caused by their violent professions or eating habits? No, they can. When they graduate to higher levels of purity and are reborn as Brahmins and perform purifying sacrifices, they can. For that matter, Brahmins too are impure at birth and gain purity through Upanayana when they are considered reborn or dvijas. In fact, everyone is considered a Shudra at birth. We saw many of these facts presented today by the other presenters, so I won't go into those. In the schema charted above, losing caste meant going outside the system of interdependence, wherein other varnas took on your impurities through gifts or dakshinas. This is a kind of conscious karma transfer. The logic here is that those who already have a certain type of sin from an occupational violence can take on more of it from others and will not be adversely affected because they have the means to expiate them. This receiving of impurity is considered an altruistic or uplifting act in the long term, which allows for spiritual progress towards heaven or moksha. Since specific forms of violence have specific expiations, a separation of different degrees and kinds of violence had to be maintained. In addition, purity derived from non-violence was required to access divine aid. It is thus that Kumarila, in his commentary on the Mimamsa Sutras, sees the universalization of ahimsa as destabilizing Vedic dharma. Conscious karma transfer through gifts might appear like scapegoatism to the modern eye, especially when there are instances of a well that can be dug by low caste people but becomes polluted when used by them. Yet, this is not an arbitrary usage of Brahminical ideology, because digging of the well is the duty of the low caste person. It is distinguished from the usage of water, which then may be used for rituals. Unlike river water, which is said to purify itself, wells are stagnant, taking on the karma of those using it. Thus, no one undergoing sutakas, even if they are Brahmins, can touch well water. And Dumo himself acknowledges that temporary and permanent impurity are identical in nature. Well, you could ask, why can't the Brahmins dig their own wells? But digging the earth involves violence, which is prohibited for Brahmins. Hence, the whole idea of separate water sources for different varnas. Several anomalies in the ritual purity theory of caste can be explained through a violence, non-violence theory of caste. I'm retaining the word caste again, please bear with me. For instance, Dumo wonders why the carnivorous king outranks the vegetarian merchant. The king outranks the merchant because he takes on the karma of his subjects, lays down his life to protect them, consumes meat in order to be able to fight, and commits violence only for the protection and punishment of his subjects. That's not object. Of course, in certain regions, Vaishyas have risen to be the stronger castes because they have adopted the roles of kings by doing extensive charity, which also serves as an expiation. In certain regions, Kshatriyas are as powerful as the Brahmins, or even more powerful. If you look at Parry's work on Rajputs, this becomes evident, because their altruism and abdication of self-interest matches that of the Brahmins. That is, caste ranking was a dynamic system that allowed for mobility based on the amount of violence indulged in and the austerities undertaken to expiate. The regional contours of Varna Dharma can be explained when we formulate actions that consume resources as violence, as opposed to those that sustain. The occupational theory of caste by itself is inadequate to understand Jati mobility, I think, unless guided by the expansive and subtle notions of violence and non-violence. I'm going to skip a little bit here. Also, while the ritual purity theory cannot explain why there are different kinds of priests who are not Brahmins, and each Jati had its own priest, temple, and deity, or how everyone was a priest, as Hokart puts it, a violence-non-violence theory of caste can explain why association of certain kinds were scowled upon from both ends of the spectrum. Neither wanted the fruits of the specific violence of the other. Ambedkar almost recognizes the issue correctly when he views beef eating as the root of untouchability, listing castes that eat beef, but he shifts his focus to other issues rather quickly. Clearly, beef eating violated the cow that sustains more than it consumes. Recall here how the tribes of Biligiri and Kalambetta gave up meat eating to become like the Brahmins. And when M.N. Srinivas asked them why, they said they wanted to become like the Brahmins because they aspired for moksha. So if the Dharma texts prescribed expiations for crimes and not so much punishments, how was violence dealt with? Well, kings could punish crimes and provide justice, but ultimate justice was left to the principle of karma. That is, societies based in Varna Dharma did not unleash violence of their own. Instead, Varna Dharma existed as a way in which to problematize violence and control its damage on individual and collective selves. I'm almost done, just a few more things. Why does Varna appear to be birth-based? Because one has been acculturated to the occupational violence of the parents since childhood, which is hard to undo. Birth or lineage becomes important. I believe that this is the reason why occupations were mostly hereditary, but changes were not impossible. Another crucial question in Quigley's essay, how to explain the prevalence of caste in Christians and Muslims of the Indian subcontinent? My answer is that being a part of India's culture for several centuries now, Christians and Muslims have likely intuited that Varna Dharma has little to do with hygiene or other dogmas, but is concerned with something more fundamental: how occupational violence can disturb the wholesomeness of selves and sanity. That is, nothing divides the self as terribly as violence for the perpetrator, the victim, perhaps even for the bystander. To say a little bit more, but this is not all there is to the story of Varna Dharma. Out of immense compassion for the three Shudras who lacked access to performing sacrifices, alternate practices of Tantra were born. They utilized violence and repulsive impurities as their foundation and worked with them. The Bhagavad Gita too offers another way in which one could escape the impurities of actions, that is through Karma Yoga, wherein actions must be performed without attachment to fruits and by surrendering to the deity. The Mahabharata acknowledges that some of the violent professions, such as hunting, were likely undertaken in order to provide for one's family. It therefore takes a kind view. It is likely that violent professions were the preference of some communities until then, because there was great prosperity. In Bhakti, Basava receives everyone into his devotional folds by inversing conventional definitions. He says, he who kills is a Madiga, he who eats impure food is a Holaya. It is thus too that Basava looks upon menstruation as simply biological, not disturbing selfhood, although painful. For one who has surrendered to a duty is detached from the body. My larger argument is that the ashrama dharma too is based upon the distinction between violence and non-violence. Recall, for instance, how a sannyasi vows to never harm any living being. And a vanaprasthi lives minimally on fruits and found food. So I'll end here and take questions if any. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sushumna ji. I think Mohandas Karamchand Gandhi would have been very happy to hear your paper. Okay, thank you. Actually, your paper would have been fit in the line of Varna explaining papers by Sri Nitin Sridharji, Sri Shivakumarji, and it would have been fit there. Probably because of your time zone, we had to fit it into US time zone. That's why it came here. Thank you very much. Now we will move on to the most awaited part of the program, the none other than Sri Rajiv Malhotra ji, the harbinger of Swadeshi Indology, harbinger of an Indic strong, rigorous academic revolution in India, and an awareness of Indic resistance among the popular public, common public. Now we will move on to the valedictory address for the conference. Harikiranji, would you like to?
Yeah, just wanted to welcome Rajiv. Rajiv, thank you so much for honoring us and coming onto our platform. Very, very grateful to you. Thank you.
I'll read out a small introduction, though it is actually not required. Rajiv Malhotra was trained initially as a physicist and then as a computer scientist, specializing in artificial intelligence in the 1970s. After a successful corporate career in the US, he became an entrepreneur and founded and ran several IT companies in 20 countries. He exited all for-profit activities in the early 1990s. As the founder of his non-profit Infinity Foundation in Princeton, USA, he has, on a full-time basis, been researching civilizations from a historical, social sciences, and mind sciences perspective. He has authored several best-selling books. Infinity Foundation has also published a 14-volume series on the history of Indian science and technology. This introduction, in fact, was not required because there is none in the Hindu circles and Indic circles who doesn't know Sri Rajiv ji. Over to you, Sri Rajiv.
Namaste, Hari ji and Nagaraj ji. Thank you for inviting this and thank you for organizing this wonderful event. You know, I wish I had gotten up much earlier and tuned in, because I only heard the last few talks, Nagaraj's talks and the lady who was just there before me, Dr. Sushumna Kannan, and they are brilliant talks, wonderful talks. In fact, I want to get to know Dr. Kannan, and I'm requesting that she contact me because so I don't have her contact details because a lot of things that she said I resonate with, and I'm also working on something similar. So I will basically divide my comments on this topic of Varna, Jati, caste into past, present, and future. And I want to move on to future quickly because a lot of people have talked about the past, interpretation of the past, decolonizing the interpretation of the past. I want to talk about what are we facing in the present, and mainly I want to raise issues about the future, which is the subject of my next set of writings, my books that I'm trying to finish up now. And these issues I'm raising are very provocative, so bear with me. I will. Unfortunately, I apologize in advance, but I will offend some people because I will raise some possibilities that may not be, you might surprise you. So, but let me first clear the past quickly, because the reason I want to do it quickly is because I think a lot is being said about the past and correcting the misinterpretations, which has to be done, which is very important. So we just came out with a book which is called Varna, Jati, Caste, and it's mainly past. There is some hint about issues taking us into the future, which I'm now developing into a whole book of major work. But the reason for writing this book is while so much is written by experts, we need a toolkit. We need a simple. So this is 150 page. It's the smallest book I've ever written. It's meant for children, school children, mothers. You go to some place and somebody abuses your caste system, and there's some laws. Every day there's a new municipality in the US where they are enacting anti-caste laws, and Hindus don't know what to do. Do we join them and start hating ourselves? Or do we defend without knowing how to defend? So people are saying this and that, and what is true, what is not true. Gurus are confused. You go to the Hindu temple because people expect, in the Abrahamic religions, people expect that if you have a question on Islam, you go to the Imam, he'll tell you, or you go to Christianity, you go to the local church, and the priest is well trained. He's trained to evangelize and argue, or you go to a rabbi for Judaism. But in the case of Hinduism, you go to a purohit in a local temple. He's doing rituals, and he doesn't know. He's not a debater, discussant. He's not trained like that. And so, and often he'll give you misinformation. I've come through that. So this is why the Hindus, especially in the diaspora, are confused. But I would say the same problem is in India also. I go there a lot, and I find my relatives, my friends, these are well-educated people from good universities and good professions, and they have no excuse. There's no excuse for them to be so ignorant, but they're ignorant. So this book is a little book which is like a toolkit. Basically, the thesis in this book, what we're trying to show with evidence that is highly quotable, that you can quote these sources. First, we are saying that caste abuse in the modern sense, as the way it has been stereotyped and stigmatized as a very abusive system. These are not practices that are a necessary part of, they are not necessary or sufficient part of Hinduism. In other words, you do not have to practice any of this to be a Hindu, and nor is it in the other direction that being a Hindu forces you into these practices. So this decoupling of the abusive side of caste from the Vedic tradition is one of the main things that we are doing in this book. So whatever you want to argue about the abusiveness, those are problems that we should solve. They are problems of racism in Christianity. There are problems of racism in Islam, but you don't go to the core and say, let's dismantle the whole structure. You don't, which is the problem that we are facing now, because the opposing side has conflated modern problems with ancient system, and said that it is impossible to cure these problems without killing the whole system. So therefore, you have this dismantling Hindutva and dismantling this and that happening. So a major purpose of this book is to decouple the two and say, okay, we acknowledge every society has problems. Indian society has problems. There are good Hindus, there are bad Hindus. Not everybody is a Sattvic fellow. There are a lot of Tamasic people. There is Dharma and there is Adharma. That is true in the Mahabharata also. But the fact that there are adharmic people does not mean that the Vedas are no longer valid. It just means that certain people are not complying. So this decoupling is a major part. We also argue that and show that this Varna Jati has been fluid across time, across place. So the traditions, in fact, Manusmriti also says that what is relevant and good and appropriate and practiced in one place may not be for another place, and also for situational. It is very situational. And then an important point, which will be important when we talk about the future. There are multiple hierarchies. It is not like there's one universal hierarchy. You cannot say that Brahmins are above this. You know, you go to a Shudra community. Within that Shudra community of whatever they are doing, there is a hierarchy internally among them. Some are better than others, some are higher than others, including all of them within themselves. So it is not across Varna and Jatis that there's a hierarchy. There is a hierarchy of human beings internally, and this raises the question of this modern wokist idea of equity, which says there should be equal outcomes. Is that contrary to human nature? Is that contrary to the nature of reality? Because, you know, if you look at equity, well, some people are taller than others. This is true of animals. This is true of birds and true of flowers. Some trees are taller than others. So if you are looking for equity, meaning equal outcome in performance, then you should also apply to physical performance. I'm a short guy compared to blacks who are taller. So in basketball, they'll score more points than I will. So I should be complaining that this is a racial bias because the rules of basketball are biased against people like me who are not as tall as they are. But the fact is that it is a principle of nature. It's a principle of reality that there is inequality of characteristics, physical characteristics, mental characteristics. So in the same way, some people may be better at mathematics than others. So why is that a violation of any human rights? Some people just are. So this business of multiple hierarchies is sort of an important point made in this book. And then what we are doing in this book is saying that you have to see the Indian social structure, the Vedic social structure, in the context of what the Vedas consider to be the goal of life, the Purusharthas of life. So if you start with the Western Purusharthas, which is maximizing consumerism, consumer consumption and whatnot, you cannot then say, okay, the Indian social structure is not going to achieve that, because it was not designed to achieve that. It was designed to achieve something else. And we have to first understand what is the purpose and goal of life, and then examine the Varna system, Varna Jati system, as to whether or not it achieves that, whether it optimizes the probability of success of those goals which the Vedic tradition says we ought to have. So that's the past, and all I want to say about the past. Present, and then we'll go to future. Present is that the crisis we are facing is in the context of wokeism. That is the crisis we are facing. The crisis we are facing is in the context of critical race theory, which has become critical caste theory. And I've been talking about this for 3 years now. We've written this book last year. But people are still wondering, was this sensational? Is it a conspiracy theory? The point is, how much evidence do you need? You have your Supreme Court Chief Justice, Chandrachud, constantly bringing this out, wokeism out. Constantly, you have these Harvard-trained people bringing these things out into the Indian university system and so on. And you have one township after another in the United States enacting these kind of laws, legal kind of situations. So I think it would be foolish to keep sleeping about this. So once you wake up and understand that this is the reality of the social issue that we are facing today, this whole wokeism, this critical race theory, critical caste theory, and so on, then you have to look at reality, today's reality. It's not a past issue, it's a present issue. You have to deal with it. So as responsible people who are leaders, all of you are leaders in society, you give guidance to other people who, look at you as scholars, you have to address this issue of Varna, Jati, caste in the context of what are we facing today. And these are reality, but not what we ought to be. There's a difference between how things ought to be and how things are. So we should, when we're facing contemporary reality, it's how things are. This may not be how things ought to be, but this is how things are. Like a doctor has to look at, okay, this is the reality of the patient, what do I do? Not how it ought to have been. So the reality is that wokeism is spreading, and it is likely to continue spreading. It is the largest and most powerful export of the United States. It is breaking America. Actually, the title of my book is Breaking America, which I put on hold, and I want to finish it. But first, I want to get on with my social theory of Indian Vedic social theory book that I'm really deep into. But I put this on hold. I was writing this book on Breaking America because the point is that the American society is being broken up from within. And China, of course, is not having this breaking China happening within. They're very together. And as a gigantic machine, the largest machine, human social machine, social political machine ever in history, that is what China has become. This is very aggressive. And so it's going to have a huge ramification on the United States, because the United States at the wrong time has started questioning, wokist ideas like, do we put equity in the military? I mean, this is stupid. Do we now there are people, even in fundamental research like physics and aerospace, people are now finding it difficult to get jobs based on merit, because the diversity, equity, inclusion HR department there has been told that you have to practice equity, which means you got to bring in people of certain identity, quotas. It's what we in India call quotas. And so now, in the interest of equity is a quota system, basically. Scientific American, such a prestigious journal, is taking articles based on, what is the social implication of this theory of galaxies and black holes, and how many points, like you have carbon footprint points on what is the environmental impact. There is this diversity, equity, inclusion points. There is an index developed. And so your paper and your article and your background has to be now judged not on the merit from a scientific point of view, but from the DEI point of view. This is bizarre. This is absolutely bizarre. And you wonder what happened to the United States, which is the home of meritocracy. And the whole country's greatness, which I really admire, has been built on being the center of meritocracy and allowing anybody, everybody, whoever it is, doesn't matter who the hell you are. If you are if you have merit, you'll advance. That's how people like me advanced, and so many Indians advanced based on entirely merit and nothing else. But things are changing now. This is a new disease, and it's not going away. It's getting worse. So you are finding that as part of this disease, a lot of irresponsible people are taking advantage of it. I'll give you an example. Khalistanis in Canada. Khalistani as Jat people, they're Jat people. They are not poor in Punjab. They are the farmers, and they are the richest farming community in India. And they are driving BMWs and Mercedes and all kind of stuff. They're living a good life materially. So the Punjabi Jat is by no means an oppressed person. But what has happened is, there is this, under wokeism, under critical race theory, there is a category called protected classes, protected categories. It started with blacks being considered officially in the legal system as protected class, which means that they are entitled to certain privileges and because of the oppression against them. And they have more right to free speech than their opponents. They can cancel you because they are protected. So now what has happened is the protected has expanded to Muslims, become protected. Imagine that after 9/11, Muslims in the United States were on the run. They were hiding. They didn't know where to go because there was all this clamor against Islam and so on. But I'm doing a four-part series I have recorded, which I have not edited yet. That four-part series will talk about how Islam turned around its positioning in the United States from being considered the world's oppressor and terrorists and whatnot to being a protected class. Now it is like protected like blacks. They've come together. And how it happened, why it happened, who funded it, why we were sleeping while it was happening. You know, these are very important points I'm going to make in a 4-part video series by somebody who's, I don't want to name, is a very, very well-known person in this field, fighting this from various places. And I don't want to name this because people will try to interfere. So this, when it comes out, you will understand this whole scam, this whole sham of who gets to be protected class. And so if you get yourself to be protected class and call yourself Khalistani, the Canadian government has special visas for you. There's a special visa quota for people who've been designated as protected class, and they have worked very hard in their legal system and funded MPs and funded all kind of stuff. And our side has been sleeping for the last 10 years. And now the Khalistanis have considered that Khalistan is a matter of free speech and exercising their free political right within Canada and various other countries, of course, also. But I only know about Canada. I've done my study there. So, and that is because the Jats are a protected class because they are being oppressed in India, and they've come up with various case studies here and there, isolated, and nobody argued, nobody gave enough evidence against it, except emotionally here and there in like-minded groups. And, like we are a like-minded group today, our 100 people who are in this virtual conference in the, are kind of for like-minded people. But the idea is you have to go out of the comfort zone of like-minded people and just argue. You have to argue in front of in places where you are alone, and you have to argue. And I've been doing that for a long time, and other people have to do it. Facing the situation where it really matters. We didn't do enough of that. So the Khalistanis were able to come up with a legal framework that the Jats in Punjab are an oppressed community. They must become a protected category in Canada, and therefore the legal provisions of special visa, fast track visa, is applicable to them. So what it means is that if you are in Punjab and you want to get a Canadian immigration, the way to get it is to declare yourself a Khalistani who is oppressed because of human rights problems in India, and this will get you a visa very quickly. Otherwise, you may have to wait for many years. So there's a whole scam, a legal industry, lawyers in Canada who are looking for such clients. And if you have a relative in Punjab and you want to bring him to Canada, you introduce him to some legal firm, and they will coach him what he has to say, what he has to declare in his application. And when he goes to the Canadian High Commission, what he has to say, why he wants to go, because he's oppressed, blah, blah. So this is where the world has come to, okay? And of course, the Dalits have joined by declaring themselves the blacks of India. Imagine, the Dalits have declared themselves the blacks of India. See, when there was this Bobby Jindal thing going on, I was criticizing them as people who become honorary whites for the sake of political advancement in America. So Bobby Jindal is this famous, honorary white. But guess what? Now there is greater premium if you can become honorary black, like Suraj Jengde in Harvard. You become honorary black. Wow, then now this whole, you're a protected class. Nobody's going to criticize you. You can cancel everybody. You have all kind of legal rights. So this is where things are. This is the present. Okay, this is the present, and it's a very serious situation. I don't think our Ministry of External Affairs have enough wherewithal to manage this. They are reactive, they're on the defensive, they're facing attacks here and there. I had nice lunch with the Indian Consul General in San Francisco, wonderful guy, nice host, but he didn't want to stick his neck out and do anything. He did know about it. It's not like I was educating him. He knew about it because before I went there, lots of other Indians had gone there. Lots of Silicon Valley Indians had gone there and said, we are facing this and that, and why don't you come in and do something? And he didn't want to do anything. I mean, he come up with all kind of reasons why, he's busy, whatever. This is true everywhere. The Indian government, whether it's the Culture Ministry, now the Ministry of External Affairs has this thing called Indian Council of Cultural Relations. And, they gave me an award. I'm very grateful to them. And Dr. Sahasra Buddhaji is a decent man, wonderful person. I'm saying thank you. Okay, but the point is, it's not about any person. It's about our community and our culture. The whole idea of ICCR is to project it, worldwide, our civilization. And the point is, if that were being done properly, then we would be making counter arguments. The kind of books I've done, they would be putting them out. They would be launching these books. They're not being interested in launching these books. My book, Snakes in the Ganga, they have not wanted to launch it, believe me. The Indian Consul General of New York came to New Jersey, where some people were launching my book. 1,100 people were present in this very big gala event. Some of you were, Nikunj was there. Some of you saw the video. The Indian Consul General came because of huge amount of pressure from the community that you have to come. This is a very important thing. So he came all the way from New York to attend this and give his comments, and the comments are in the video. The comments are very favorable. He's very supportive, okay? And then he leaves, but not wanting the same event happening inside the consulate, because that has different connotations and that requires different level of permission from Delhi. So, all this kind of thing is going on. I don't talk about it because it just creates more controversy, but you ought to know that the keepers of our tradition, be it the gurus, be it our scholars, be it our government, people, civic society, have not taken on enough responsibility to be proactive over the last 10 years, nor today, to deal with this problem of social issue, the attack on Indian civilization on social issues, which is where this Varna Jati caste come in. Okay. Now it is individuals. Okay. So there's Nikunj doing it, and me and this bunch of us, as individuals doing it. And we continue doing it. Okay. And it makes an impact in terms of, getting support from good people like you. Because you are at some point in time, you must have said, hey, listen, these guys are sincere, and let's go help them, and let's read them, and let's propagate their ideas. So things start spreading. And over the past 30 years, we have created a lot of traction. I mean, there weren't groups like this 30 years ago. Nobody wanted to listen to me. Hindu Temple wouldn't want me to come and speak because I'd be controversial. I'd say things they don't want everybody to know. So they thought that the discussion on Hinduphobia would be something Hindu Temple shouldn't have. I mean, this sort of thing. And now we've come a long way. Now there's a waiting list of people wanting to invite and have events, and we can't even keep up with it. But that's at the popular level. But what about the government machinery level? That's a problem still. And I will leave it at that. So let me move on to future. I've talked about past, talked about the current dilemmas and situation we're facing. Now, here I want to raise some controversies. And please forgive me if I'm stepping beyond what I should say. But I'll just start by saying when I launched this book, Varna Jati Caste, there's a video you should watch. I don't want to name those people, but you can watch them in the video. There are a couple of events that happened, but the one I'm referring to is the one at the World Book Fair in Delhi, where this book was launched. The book I'm talking about is it's this book. Okay, it's this book, which was launched in the World Book Fair in Delhi in sometime in February, I think. So two distinguished individuals I won't name, major figures, highly regarded, especially one of them among the top scholars in Sanskrit and our tradition and the topics we're talking about. And I asked them the question, why don't we have a Vedic social sciences which takes on the same issues as the Western social sciences and addresses them from a Vedic point of view and relevant for today, and discussed, and pedagogy and courses and in the syllabus and all of that stuff. Who is doing Vedic social sciences? And I wanted to have a discussion and debate with these two persons. Now, one of them One of them says, this is a very important raise. You always raise in new issues and provocative issues. I'm glad you raised it. I wish you had told us before because we would have come prepared, but we really don't have an answer to it. That's what she said. So I thought she was being very honest, because everywhere I go and I talk to the experts of our Varna Jati type topics, I ask them, where is today's Vedic social sciences? It's not good enough to criticize that the others have misinterpreted. Okay, fine, they have misinterpreted. And then it's not enough to say their social sciences are no good because look, they're having all kind of problems in their society. Fine, that is also fine to say, but it's not enough. It is necessary, but not sufficient. So what you have to do is say, here is our Vedic social sciences. Here is our Vedic social science, not what was said in the Mahabharata and other places, but for today, addressing today's issues, where is our social sciences? And this other person, for one person, she said, okay, I kind of give up. I'm not ready. We need to think. The other guy got very defensive. He's an elder. He's my elder. I treat him as an elder brother. I have tremendous respect for him on a personal level. And I'm very grateful for so much I've learned from him. But on this issue, he totally stumped. And his answer was, we do not need theory because we practice all these things. It's living. And he gave one example after another, going on telling me, look at how women are respected. Look at how, this guy became the lower caste person, became president. And he gave all these examples. And I said, listen, I am not looking for practice. I'm looking for where is the theoretical framework for today. Where is today's Dharma Shastra as today? That would be like the Constitution or something like that, and other codified things. And he kept saying that practice is what matters, and codifying frameworks is not relevant. So this is where the debate starts. Please, the debate starts on whether practices are enough and whether you need codification also or not. And I reminded him, I said, you are one of the experts of Ashtadhyayi. You are the expert on Sanskrit grammar, which is a codification of structure. People can be speaking Bhasha perfectly. And there are a lot of people who speak a certain language, but they don't know its grammar. They haven't studied its grammar. So you could argue that we don't need grammarians. We don't need grammar at all. We don't need the whole science of grammar at all because people are speaking and practicing correctly. The point is you need grammar. Otherwise, why did Panini work and develop the grammar? And why is there a long tradition of grammars? And why are you teaching grammar if it's not even necessary? And another example I gave is that, Natya Shastra is a codification of practices, but you can say that we don't need Natya Shastra as a text. We don't need it as a theory because there are a lot of people who practice dance. And there are a lot of people, dancers, who practice dance very nicely. So why would you have so much respect for the structure of grammar, the structure of Natya Shastra, the structure of the whole Ayurveda is how you codify body types into different doshas and all that stuff. You could say, look, we got enough doctors who are treating people and we don't need to have any structure. But it doesn't work like that. You do need structure. So I went discipline after discipline. I said the whole Sankhya theory is a theory of cosmology, taxonomy of the structure of the cosmos. Why you need all that? You just do good, avoid bad, do your agamas, do your practices, do your good karma. Why do you need to understand structures? And why have the Brahmins worked so hard for thousands of years to preserve these structures, memorize them and transmit them to the next generation and make sure they are not lost? Why? Why is it necessary? And why does a guy like you, who is so much teaching all his life about Sanskrit, which is full of Shastra, and Shastra is all about structures and taxonomies and so on. And our ancestors were the greatest taxonomers of the world. Their structuring, their frameworks in one domain after another was unparalleled. We started creating formal structures of all kind of systems, long before the Greeks and much better than any of those guys did until recent times, until the Europeans came and learned these things. They learned Ashtadhyayi and they started developing grammar of European languages. And they started, so this business of understanding structures, formal systems, codification from the Indian tradition is a major contribution of our civilization. How can you say to me that we do not need social structure theory for today? How can you say that? And of course, this was getting to be, I mean, I don't have all of this part of the conversation in the video. I cut it out because I didn't want to spoil my relations, since I really respect these people. But the point I'm making to you is that we do not have a Vedic social sciences as a structure, as a Dharma Shastra for today, starting with constitution and many other things. You can keep blaming that constitution has got this error, that error, that error. But where is your document which you propose? Can you give me one? Can you give me a PDF and saying, that's my Vedic constitution for today that I have and I want to debate it, at least get the conversation started. So if not at the level of constitution, at the level of other social structures, at various other kind of policy social structures, we ought to be able to debate. But nobody has produced these. We keep having this manthan and that manthan, and we all congratulate each other. We blame, we either defend our past, which we should, or blame others for doing bad things, which also we should, okay, because you have to play defense and offense. You have to be reactive and proactive. You have to do that, a multifaceted way to play a game and fight a war. You have to do all that. But you cannot avoid having the development of Vedic social sciences. Why is it not being done? Not even a project. I don't see any HRD ministry. I don't see any ICE. I went to ICSSR, Indian Council of Social Science Research. And I talked about my book. One of the book launches were done there. That video will just come out. We're just finishing the editing. It's been over a month. We haven't put it out there. And the chairman, dear friend of mine and amazing person, was sitting there. And I asked him the same question. I said, does ICSSR have a Vedic social sciences that you can propose? You can stand up and say, this is my tutorial, not a history book, not a book of what happened in the past, not a book of practices today that our society today has got these practices, but a codification, a taxonomy, a structure, a formal system of a theory. Like Marxism is a theory, like wokeism is a theory. There is a lot of formality in this theory, a lot of claims you can disagree with, but it is something that is deep in the academy because it's a formal system. And we are the people who are known for developing formal systems, but we haven't created one here. So anyway, so that is I will raise some of the issues now before I close. I want to just leave with you what are some of the questions this social theory should address. It's not a simple matter of reciting the past and quoting cut paste from here and there and say, okay, that is our Vedic social theory. That may have been in the past. But as Manu says, and many of the Dharma Shastras say, the Smritis have to be redone for every era. That is what I'm talking about. We need a 21st century, 2023 year Smritis on social sciences for today, addressing all the issues. So I will address some issues, raise some issues. In wokeism, they attack meritocracy. They say that the concept of merit has been, what is the criteria for merit? What makes a certain student eligible to get into Harvard over another student or IIT? IITs have been attacked the same way. What is the concept of merit to advance in the military or whatever? The idea of meritocracy has been constructed by the elites, by the aristocrats, by the oppressors of past. They oppressed through structures. It's one thing to oppress personally, that you bring your slave and you whip him. Okay, that's a crude oppression. But a more sophisticated oppression is that you're very nice to him. You're not in any physical sense being mean to him, or a servant in India, or a Dalit in India, or men doing it to women, or whatever it is. You are very sophisticated, nice, pleasant, and all that, but you have structures, rules, frameworks, okay? And these are through which you do your oppression. And this meritocracy is one of those. This is a very, very big thing. This is so huge in the United States. It's coming to India through HR departments, through Microsoft India, through Google India, through Apple, Facebook, and through all the outsourcing. They are going to start requiring that the outsourcing company has to comply with DEI policies. DEI is diversity, equity, inclusion policies made in the United States by these think tanks that are these ultra-liberal, left-wing, ultra-left. They're not liberal in my sense of the word liberal. They're quite illiberal because they're not open to free speech and discussion, debate, and all that. They start abusing you and canceling you. but they are ultra left-wing and Marxists, what I've called Marxism 4.0. So these guys are entrenched in the corporate America, and how they got in is another story. You should read my book to figure out how they got in, how they used the Black Lives Matter movement to just get in the door because of the guilt that people were facing, the white guilt. So they are in the door. They are in the universities, they are in the think tanks, they are in the Congress. The US Congress has got a lot of these people, including some Indians who are congressmen, congresswomen, and they are all wokist type people. So this idea, this thing is coming to India. So this business, this anti-meritocracy, it's a battle for meritocracy, by the way. So we have another book called The Battle for IITs, which is the war over meritocracy in one. So what do Vedic social sciences have to say about meritocracy? This is a very important question, because it has to do with equity. Equality and equity are different things, and I want to know what is the Vedic position. What should it be in light of today? Equality says that everybody has equal rights and equal chance to compete, and some will beat others. Okay, so taller people will get more, basketball place in the teams, and shorter people won't. Some who got muscle to run fast will get into athletics more than others. And similarly, in free competition, though people who are good in science and math and all that, they'll get jobs, they'll become professors, they'll get into all the tech companies, and it'll be open competition. That's meritocracy. And it's equality. Equity is different. Equity says that if you allow equality based on this meritocracy, you're going to create a society of unequal people in terms of identity. There won't be enough blacks, there won't be enough Dalits, there won't be enough LGBTQ, there won't be enough women, there won't be enough Muslims. So all those protected classes have to be artificially raised, because to counter all the structural abuse of the past thousands of years. So it's like reparations. This is not financial reparations in the sense you write a check of $5 trillion and say we're giving you reparations. This is reparations through countering meritocracy with a counter movement of equity. Equity is a system of reparations. Please understand that. I'll repeat. Equity is a system of reparations being sold to those who are guilt-ridden, and it's been sold to whites in this country very successfully, and now being exported to India very successfully. So what is Vedic social science for today approach to merit and equity and equality? Now, it's not very straightforward, because if you say that in the Jati system, like when there was this tsunami in Nagapattinam village in Tamil Nadu in I think 2004 or 5 or something like that, or I've forgotten the year, but I went there with Swami Dayanand Saraswati asked me to go there, and I spent 4 or 5 months, and we set up a whole Chatralaya, and it was very important, project right there in Nagapattinam village, Serudur village. If you go there, there's a whole foundation stone that I installed there. So I went there to understand the more than just tsunami, but I wanted to understand society and culture and jatis. And I found that even among the fishermen, there are many jatis. Some go do deep sea fishing and some do shallow fishing, and they don't compete. This is very important. Some do river fishing, some do sea fishing near the coast, some do sea fishing deep. And they have different boats depending on the kind of place you are going to fish. The freshwater boat is different than the deep sea boat, and the shallow boat, the near the coastline boat is different. And the amount of hooks and the size and how many men have to be there and what kind of nets they use, the whole physical infrastructure, the capital is different for different jatis because they specialize in different kinds of work. And therefore they don't compete. I had a lot of these sessions, some of them are on the video, where I asked them, why don't you catch this guy's fish? He said, no, he catches that fish, I catch this fish. We are friends, we are collaborators. So this idea that you are not into a free market system, but you are kind of dividing the market into different types of functions, different type of roles. Even among fishermen, there's different categories of fish, and they'll do their fishing, we do our fishing. Now, this means that the competition, meritocracy, is within your particular category. Okay, within my category, the type of work I do, I will compete with others, but I'm not going to go across the line and compete in this guy's area, because we don't do that. That's the pragmatics of Jati coexistence today. A lot of it has to do with professional, kind of a non-compete clause, if you think of it that way, with each other. So how do we feel about that? If we have a Western style capitalism, free market system, then you will have in a world of equality, some people will go way up and become billionaires and all, others will not even have enough food. So what do? So the must response is to have equity and force the dismantling of all these structures. What's the Vedic response to this? Do we believe that we should have equity, or do we believe that we should have free market competition and equality? Or are we saying that neither of them is good, we have our own solution? If we have our own solution, then we ought to propose what that solution is. And I haven't seen that being proposed. So this comes back to the issue that the lady, Dr. Kannan, before me raised, which is very important. What is the purpose of life? And is it nonviolence? Are we optimizing nonviolence? And then we have all social structure. Then the whole Vedic social sciences should be built on how to optimize nonviolence, or are we optimizing something else? In other words, what is the cosmic purpose in which I as a person fit in? And my dharma has to be such that I am playing my role as part of this big cosmic process, which has a certain goal. I need to know what the goal is. Because the Western system in capitalism, its goal is, you want to maximize consumerism, and that's called per capita consumption, and that equates to lifestyle and happiness and material well-being, and that's what we're trying to maximize, and that is reaching some limits. Now, China has a whole different idea. China does not believe that in the individual's maximization is what matters. They believe that the collective nation is more important, and the individual's freedom is subservient. Therefore, he should not have democratic rights, because it'll lead to chaos like in India. It'll lead to all this nonsense and too much politics and too many elections and people fighting each other, and kind of, even in the United States, China is laughing at all this, saying that this whole system of democracy is going to fail, because what you need is a rule of the intellectual elite, and the most competent people, the best people in society should be the leaders, like they would argue. I mean, if I don't like China's behavior for sure, but I just want to play devil's advocate and tell you what they would say. They would argue things like the captain in the team decides. It's not a democratic decision. All the 11 players don't make a vote and decide now what to do next. It's the captain. So it is a top-down power structure. And in a military, the generals decide, the commanding officer decides. You don't take a vote of all the Javans to decide what to do. And similarly, in your corporate structure, the directors, the board members, and the management and the executive, they make decisions. You don't have the entire factory floor, everybody voting, and coming up with decisions. So this business of democracy doesn't work in sports, and it doesn't work in military, it doesn't work in business. Why do you think it'll work in society and in governance? Why do you think that everybody, every human being, educated, uneducated, whatever, all kind, is equal in terms of their ability to govern and their policy making inputs and so on? That's a stupid idea, they will say. They will say that this equity, democracy is based on the principle that everybody should have equity of political rights, and they're saying that that is not correct, because based on merit, if you have decision making, government decision making based on merit, some people merit more authority and more rights because they're smarter, and therefore it should be a rule of the smart people. That is what China's argument is. So what is our argument? Do we have the capitalist argument, the Western argument, which is in trouble? Do we have the Chinese argument? We are a kind of a democracy, Western democracy, which is not an Indian system, by the way. It is not an Indian system. So I want to say right away, you can't say we are living this and that, and we are great, and we are 5,000 years old, and we are practicing whatever. The point is, India's constitution is not a Vedic system. It is not a Vedic system. You do not find this kind of a thing happening in the Vedic times. So this is a provocative statement I'm making. Now let me make it even more provocative. I think that as an artificial intelligence person, I am faced with a dilemma. The Vedic person in me, the person who's meditating all his life, the person whose goal is to raise consciousness and understand what the rishis understood for myself, not having to rely on books and third person and second person accounts, but my own experiences. As somebody who's been doing that and who believes that that is the future of humanity, I have to confess that the other part of me, which is the artificial intelligence scientist in me, has to come to the conclusion that AI is a very big deal. AI is serious. AI is not something futuristic or science fiction. It is happening. It is happening faster than most people think. And it is creating intelligence which is superior to human intelligence in many domains. Not all domains, but in many domains. And the number of domains where it's becoming better and better than human beings is increasing. I mean, it's not just that it can recognize faces and voices better than us and write an essay like ChatGPT and all that stuff very quick and all that. Those are just a few things. But what's coming in the pipeline in the next 2 years, 5 years, certainly in this decade, is absolutely mind-boggling. And that is what I want to talk about right now. Its social implications. So in AI, you have machine learning, which means that, which is modeled after human learning. They call it neural networks for a reason, because people don't understand, neuroscientists don't understand how the brain works, but we understand a little bit of it. We've done enough experiments, maybe we understand 5% or 10% of how the brain really works. So to the extent that we understand how the brain works, how neuroscience works, the computer science people are replicating that. They call that neural networks and all that stuff. How to learn from experience, and how you have these data sets, and you know, and the experience tells you do this, don't do that. So when you're teaching a car how to drive or whatever, through every decision made, you get feedback that tells the algorithm, you know, how to optimize for future. So next time, do it better. You know, it's like a child, learning to walk. So the child gets up and it falls, and unconsciously the muscle memory is learning. The muscle memory has learned that I did this and I was not successful, and the child will try a little bit different, and then he'll fall, and then eventually he will manage to stand up for 3 seconds, and his muscle memory records that, okay, that was a good move, and then it'll keep learning and become better and better. So the child learning, human learning, is sort of being replicated into machine learning to learn through experience, which is why a wide diversity of data which India has, and India is stupidly just giving it away, you know, that's another story. But the diversity of data is like the diversity of experiences. You put a human being through many experiences. He's a cricket player who played many kind of games against many kind of bowlers and many kind of pitches and weather conditions, and he becomes a good player. So this is machine learning happening. Now, the thing about machine learning is that AI people acknowledge that machines are learning intelligence in isolated domains. So the algorithm that has been trained to drive a car, and the algorithm that is going to be trained to do surgery different. It's not a general purpose. So there is no general purpose AI. There is special purpose AI. This is the current state of affairs. So can we say this is like each special purpose AI is like a Varna? It's like a Varna. It's a domain of expertise. And this domain, you know, it kind of specializes. And over time, over many generations of usage, it becomes better and better. So we have like an AI Varna system, in a sense, you might sort of say that. But then there is this business called, we are all moving toward general AI, general purpose AI, which means that the dream of all these guys in this technology is that, you know, we will soon have, one day we will have a kind of an AI system which is learned to be everything. I mean, then this same algorithm can do whatever, anything that has to be done. So that leads to the Vedic question, social science question. Is Varna partitioning obsolete? can I be a Brahmin and Kshatriya and Vaishya, all Varnas at the same time? Or have I to be only one? Well, in practice, actually, I am all four. I get up in the morning and I clean my office. That's a Shudra kind of work. Or I do some hands-on labor work. And I manage my investments to pay my bills as a retired guy. And I'm a Vaishya. I go to conferences, meetings, and how to invest and whatnot. I'm a Kshatriya. I go out and fight like hell. I go and fight all kind of people. And I'm a Brahmin. I do research. I do thinking and write books and whatnot. So I am a multi-Varna guy. Am I violating? I ask these questions. These are important questions. So is the Purush Sukta, this is the provocative thing, is the Purush Sukta obsolete? Is it obsolete? Or do we have to reinterpret it in some very dramatic way that does not classify society into isolated? Like the feet are separate from the head. It is not that the head and the feet are together, and otherwise they either get out of the analogy, or if you want to use the analogy, then you use it accurately. But if you use it accurately, they are mutually exclusive parts. They're interconnected. They're certainly interdependent. And there is no hierarchy among them. That I agree. I mean, feet are not inferior just because they're physically lower. Without feet, you can't move around. And what's the benefit of having a brain without being able to be mobile? So I agree there is interdependency among the Varnas in the Purush Sukta, but now are we approaching, in the age of general AI, are we approaching multi-Varna beings? Are we approaching humanoid 2.0, which may have implants in your brain? They may have all this general purpose AI as part of the human being, a few of the future. And so now this person is going to be, very all-purpose. And do we say that this business of Varna is obsolete? Do we say that or not? If we say, no, it's not obsolete, what's our counter to it? What's the Vedic theory? What's the Vedic social science that will be compliant with AI? And then the final thing, a final provocation I want to give you is that China has created a very controversial social credit system. It is controversial. People say it's violating the human rights of the Uyghur Muslims. And for those of you who don't know, social credit means that there is surveillance of everything you're doing. Everything, there's cameras everywhere, and then you cross a traffic light, it registers this guy crossed a traffic light. You break the line in a queue somewhere, or you do some good deed, you help somebody in trouble, or you whatever. So everything, every action you do, every post you make, all your emails, all your conversations, all your movements are tracked by an invisible or visible kind of a monitoring system, surveillance system. And this is super AI, and is learning and keeping track of what to think of you, what is your profile, how to predict what you may do next. China is mastering that. And China is exporting this to other dictatorial countries like Zimbabwe, Zambia, and a few other countries that have done, case studies. Pakistan, they are exporting this to the ISI in Pakistan to help them manage the country by giving them surveillance data about their enemies and how these enemies are moving around, political enemies, and so on and so forth. And there are some rumors that India are doing it, but let's not get into that. I don't know if they're doing it or not, and it's not relevant for this conversation. The point is that China is leading the world in social credit management system of society. And it is like their social credit as a kind of a government karma system. They are managing. It is not Bhagwan's karma, but President Xi's idea of good and bad things being monitored, tracked, and rewards and punishment given accordingly. So this is like replacing the natural karma system with this new kind of a AI karma system. Okay, so now you might say that, hey, those are bad guys, and we are following America, and this is the land of democracy and freedom, and we don't believe in all this shit. But we do. United States of America is doing the same thing. The private sector is doing it because Google is doing it, and Facebook is doing it, and Twitter is doing it. They're tracking you, and they're deplatforming some guy, and they're boosting this guy's views because he's good, and this other guy is violating what they call community standards, which they never define, which there is no place where I can go and debate and argue that about community standards. It's some algorithmic thing that I have no access to. I have no rights to argue with that. And this algorithm is a devata and its word is final. And so they are doing this social credit system. All these social media people are doing social credit system. The banking, when they're doing your credit rating, I get this credit karma rating, your rating is this much, that much, and how to improve your credit card rating and all that is a social credit system. The legal reports, I mean, you can do somebody's background check and it'll tell you all kind of things about them. That's a social credit system. And these are all being networked and interworked. And then there's the government secret social credit system of tracking all kind of things. So in China, it is being done officially and done in one system. Okay. In the United States, the Google got its system and Facebook got its social credit system, and Bank of America and Chase Manhattan Bank got their social credit system, and the government got its social credit system, and on and on. So there is social credit system, except it's decentralized, but there is in the United States. So China is doing it, United States is doing it. So like there is the future AI is leading to a future kind of human being, humanoid 2.0, who may be multi-varna. Similarly, you are having a new AI-based karma replacement, which is at the societal level. Okay, so that is also part of this new social sciences that we need to develop. So what is the Vedic social sciences in response to all these challenges that are talked about? That is my project, and I welcome those who want to work with me, help me, whatever, off the record, just contact me and we can do something. And I want to thank you for putting up with the long talk I gave, but I wanted to just get this out. And thank you for inviting me. And I'm so delighted to be a part of this conversation. Namaste and Jai Shri Ram.
Namaste. Harikiran.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Rajiv. Simply very, very insightful. And we have been following your work and the trajectory of your work for quite some time, and the questions that you've raised, and now how you're leading this up to, from the perspective of Vedic perspective, Vedic social sciences, and Vedic perspective, and the challenges that, and the lens that we have to adopt in addressing these issues. Very, very provocative, like you said, and something for us to think about. I will definitely connect with you offline. I just wanted to mention that Nagaraj Garu has been pioneering some effort on Vedic social sciences for the last few years, at both at the MIT SVS in Pune, as well as in at Indica. We have a platform, Indica courses, that's being led by Dimple, where we have conducted courses on Indic cultural and anthropology and Indic social sciences research. So there has been some effort that we have made, and perhaps if a conversation between you and Nagaraj, at a separate conversation on your platform, would be something I really look forward to. Nagaraj Garu, would you like to respond?
Yes, certainly. I was about to do that, and thank you for giving me a lead to that. Rajaji, we had a series of talks on a topic called humanities to human sciences. Those talks were actually about how the history of discipline taxonomy in the university system, how it ultimately led to the untouchable school called School of Humanities. The School of Humanities was left non-sciences. So we wanted to show how actually we have sciences for everything that is covered under what is covered under humanities in the present university system. So how we can turn the present schools of humanities into schools of human sciences, and also dharma-based social sciences, where actually my argument is that dharma-based social sciences is a natural science-based social sciences, because actually It is an ecological social sciences. In ecological social sciences, ecology is a natural science product. So Dharma is, if you're talking about, for example, the present jurisprudence is having environmental law as one of the laws, but Dharma is an environmental law-based jurisprudence. So environmental law is the foundational law there. So how these things happen and all these things we have been discussing in various levels at various levels. Those talks which are already recorded, probably we could share with you, and there's a lot of discussion already going on at the level of Vedic social sciences. The issues that you raised about equity, how exclusion is not unequitable, how equity and exclusion have to be linked, and how equanimity is a solution for equity in Vedic social science theory. All those have been discussed at various levels in various platforms. I think the task now is to gather all of them together into some coherent theory as a Vedic social science theory.
I think one thing, Rajiv, there are two steps that are actually there. One is bridging it from the past to what we call as a Western knowledge system. That's the first stage. But the point that you are raising is the advanced stage, which is the problems that we are having, which even the Western knowledge system doesn't have a solution. So
Right.
you are actually ahead of the curve in terms of the challenges that you're posing.
Right.
You're
Actually,
saying, okay, bridging is one aspect.
Yeah.
You're saying, okay, what do we do? I mean, the way you're
I'm
phrased
thinking. Yeah, actually, you're absolutely, you hit the nail on the head, and Hariji, I'm so delighted. I'm actually leapfrogging ahead. I'm saying that now is the time we have to create a social science for the future, which the West doesn't have, which China is claiming to have created. China is claiming to have created a social science. I'll tell you whether you like it morally or not. The point is there is consistency. There's consistency of their behavior and their theory and their ideology. I talk to a lot of Chinese who are well versed and entrenched into the new Chinese establishment, and I interact with some of them, and they are very clear. They are very clear on the alternative to democracy, alternative to dictatorship. It's something in between, and it is compliant with the new technologies of human beings with implants in them and social credit systems. So they are, I would say, among all the, whether you like it or not, maybe there are enemies. I certainly don't like their border behavior and all that stuff, but they are ahead of the curve in terms of futuristic thinking, because they have understood it. They are not denying it. They are not into wokeism. They're not going back in time like the United States are going sort of backward in meritocracy. China is going forward. They want to be the most meritocracy country in the world. So I think that we as the Vedic people have some work to do. And we really have some work to do. And that is what my next set of works will be that I'm working on wanting to publish. And I'm quite far along in my thinking, done a lot of the writing, and I'm going to make some fairly groundbreaking statements and theories in my future work. Of course, it'll upset a lot of people also. But I think it is important to do that and not just be reactive to others, criticize us, attack us, and then we defend ourselves. I think we've become very defensive. I have been defensive as part of my Purva Paksha to learn, so that I can then take it forward ahead of them, beat them supersede them and go ahead of these guys. That's the game I'm playing.
Yeah, but again, Rajiv, you've been at it for almost 3 decades. In terms of getting to the practical aspect of the resources, the capabilities and the resources, I remember you took a lot of flack when you complained about our Shastra Pandits not understanding what's happening in the West. This was 10, 15 years back. But now we understand that you were right. You proved right on that. How do we bridge? You are privileged because you're I'm using the word privilege. I'm sorry about that. I'm saying you are coming from a scientific background, from an engineering background. You're a successful entrepreneur. So you have an entrepreneurial technology background. Then you went back into understanding our scriptures. and the landscape of the Kurukshetra around you. And therefore, you're able to imagine these things. How do we bridge this? We don't have the capability. How do I bridge a Vedic scholar who is still not approaching the global knowledge systems and the global Kurukshetra? And how do I advance the solution? How do I do it? That's the challenge that really.
Yeah, so what I'm doing is, I'm 73. That's one more challenge you have to write down. And I don't have that much time. So I have to also transfer.
No, last time we discussed, you said I'm going to live till 85. So you have 15 years.
Okay, so I may, who knows. But the thing is this, I have to, and I have started transferring this to the next generation. And I will tell you, we have 15 people in India, and we can't afford more payroll. That's the resource limit we have. So I would say there are 7 or 8 individuals, the young people. They came up with this book, 10 Heads of Ravana, as one example of this, but we are doing many, many things. And I'm getting this social sciences is another project that I'm working on together with these people. So some of them have been, minimum, they've been with me 5 years, and some of them have been with me for 8-9 years, full time. And we don't, this is not a weekend job. It's not a hobby. I hire them. So one thing I want more people. I want more young people that I will mentor, I will nurture, I will be on the phone, I'll be on Zooms and fly them here and spend time with them and, help them become scholars and rigor and teach them all these things. I don't have the resources to expand my academy. I wish that my goal 20 years ago was that I would like to have trained 108 young scholars to replace me, to think like me and go beyond me, not just quick guys who want to do a YouTube talk and become a YouTube influencer and get some views and make some tamasha, but I want deep scholars. And the point is, one of the things that you will see my scholars have not done is go out in public and become celebrities and give talks here and there. Very limited, they do that. The reason is that I don't want external forces pulling them away from deep scholarship and into becoming social media celebrities and giving lectures and talks and mantrans. That is not how they will become successful. This is a Brahmin culture, good habit that we are practicing, that you have to be kind of introverted and really inside you and not be looking for limelight right away. And that will come later in life, but for the first many, many years, you are into studying and researching and making contributions. So I'm looking for people with that type of personality, not the people who are interested in becoming a famous fellow in 2 years. Pick my brain, pick some one-liners here and there and come up with a superficial spin and go out to the market with their own idea. I don't want those kind of people who are out to steal, rob ideas in a superficial level. People who are serious thinkers, who want to commit some years into this, I'm looking for them, and they need salary. They need salary because my guys, like one guy is a B.Tech, M.Tech from IIT, and he's just making a very small amount of money just to manage himself. I need compensation of a modest level, enough for them to live a decent life, but not an extravagant life, certainly not market rate. And I would, if somebody would come and say, okay, we'll fund 5 salaries. And these are Indian salaries. They are not American salaries. We're not talking about people who make 6 figures and all. We're talking about people who make a modest young person's compensation. But I want them to be full-time. I want this to be somebody to sponsor a minimum 5 year. It's not 1 year, 6 month project. I will nurture them. I will mentor them. I would love to have more of these people than I currently have, because I have so many projects, and all these projects I could make a little team, work with them, teach them how to do this, finish off this kind of project that I started 20 years ago, finish it off and get them some experience. I would love to do that. And so if you're saying, how do we go about it? I would say, pick a model of success, and we are a model of success, and scale it rather than starting something new from scratch. Everybody wants to start their own new movement. Fine, they have a right to do that. But why not pick those who have produced outcome, large amount, quantity, quality of good, solid work, and give them funding so they can scale more. And so I'm not the only one, but I'm certainly saying we are one of the prime examples where we have produced results. And any venture capitalist, any angel investor in the technology world would say, this guy has produced he's a serial entrepreneur, he's produced success after success. Let's invest in him. So in the case of civilizational studies, I'm a serial entrepreneur, and there ought to be angel investors and venture capitalists who are willing to invest in this. And what I will do with it, not one penny is meant for me. Thankfully, I'm okay. I've looked after myself in my own retirement ways. I'm actually giving every year, but I need this money for my young people. I need to put them on. It's basically salary. So a person can say, okay, I will sponsor one person or 3 people or 5 people for next 5 years. Then you mentor them, you hire them, you look after them, and this is what I can do. So everybody should figure out what is their Swadharma. This is at this stage in life. I am not looking for any appointment, job, this or that. I don't want any of that. If they offered it to me, I turn it down because it will distract me from what I want to do. And this is nurturing new people, young people, making good people even better, and getting them to work on these very, very cutting edge problems, which are as you said, multidimensional, multidisciplinary. Across disciplines, very few people you will find who happen to have all these backgrounds already, and bringing these people together and cross-fertilizing, that's what I would like to do.
Yeah. I wish you all the best, Rajiv. You're
so much.
Leading light for us.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Good luck to all you guys. You're doing great work, and let's continue our conversations. Thank you so much. And I would really like Dr. Kannan, who's here, to contact me, and I want to have a chat with him. I have some ideas that could be of use to her.
Yeah, she is a promising lady. She has already done good work in gender studies. Her earlier work is in gender studies. She worked on Akamahadevi Andal. And
where is she based?
In US. Shushumna ji, please tell where exactly in US.
I live in San Diego, sir.
Oh, very good. I used to live in San Diego in the 1970s. I lived in San Diego. And I visit there once in a while. People still ask me, why the hell did you ever leave San Diego? And I still don't know. But I don't know. But anyway, you contact me, please. And I want to have a chat with you because I have some things I could help,
Thank
you. You're onto something very nice.
Thank you.
So, thank you, everybody. I will take leave, and thank you for inviting me. I really enjoyed this conversation. Thank you so much.
Namaste.
Namaste.
Now we'll move on to the last part of this symposium. It was a long day, really a very, very long day for even the audience. And the last part of the symposium, as usual, is the vote of thanks. Actually, the schedule says conclusion and vote of thanks, but I don't think we have any time left for conclusion. And sorry, guys who are waiting in the question and answer box for the questions and answers from the speakers. Maybe we can take it up in the email or in the comments at the Indica Academy YouTube box as conversations, because we are actually very late in the day. So let us close it with vote of thanks. We thank all the audience. Always the first people to be thanked are the audience who have come in a big way. Early in the morning, we had a very big number, beyond 100, 150, and many people have stayed back the whole day. Thank you very much for making this symposium such a success. And then come the learned panelists, all the experts who have taken time to contribute. It was such an enriching symposium, such a diversity of ideas, such wonderful coverage. Someone in the question and answer box was saying this is a 360-degree symposium. Thank you for saying that, and I really believe that it was really a 360-degree symposium. We were able to cover many areas. Let me also say that there are many other experts waiting to participate in a similar symposium. Maybe if God permits, we are going to have another part, sequel to this symposium very soon. And I thank our founder Harikiran Garu for envisaging this. Every one of our ideas for either the symposium, conference, or workshop, it comes from that brain, that perpetually, incessantly creative brain. Even this topic was chosen by him.
No, but I want to credit my good friend Udumudi for this, because that engagement on the mail group between him and you and the others, that provoked, and I immediately offered. I'm an event manager, so immediately I offered him, saying that why don't you do a symposium? And he didn't respond to that mail. I don't know whether he saw it, because there was so much of correspondence on that. Then I reached out to you, and then it happened. You actually curated very well. I mean, the panel, the number of speakers is fantastic.
And it is a discovery also for all of us together that we have been lamenting earlier that not much work is happening from our side, but there is so much of resources available is the discovery during the duration of this symposium. So if everything goes well, we'll have all the other experts and scholars who have been volunteering to speak in this symposium and have another sequel of this symposium. And guys, we are going to have many more symposiums. They are in pipeline. We are going to have lots of conferences and workshops. The pipeline will be announced on both Indica Today and Indica Academy events page. Please just look for it. And actually, we always have to thank, we are indebted. We fail in our duty if we do not do that. Our Srinivas Garu and Koti Garu, to spend all their time so well and organize these conferences so well. From behind the screen, they have contributed very well to the success of this conference, and particularly to the symposium panelists who have contributed from abroad. They contributed from their own time zones. Thank you very much. And to all the panelists, Professor Kanagaraj, Professor Vaidyanathan, all these wonderful scholars who have contributed, particularly to Srinivas Udumudi Garu, who actually is the trigger for the whole idea of this symposium. Thank you very much, and let us close this conference with a Shanti Mantra. Om Sahana Vavatu Sahanau Punaktu Sahaviryam Karavavahai Tejasvina Vadhitamastu Ma Vidishavahai. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti.